Testing. 1, 2.
Insincere apology so he doesn't look like the bad guy. He goes about his day, forgets he ever even heard my name. Well, I thought you might be different than the rest. I guess you're all the same. Because I hear he's got his arm around a brand new girl. I've been picking up my heart, he's been picking up her, and I never got past what you put me through. But it's wonderful to see that it never fazed you. Hello, Mr. Perfectly Fine. How's your heart after breaking mine? Mr. Always at the right place at the right time, baby. Hello, Mr. Casually Cruel. Mr. Everything revolves around you. I've been misery since your goodbye, and you're Mr. Perfectly so dignified in your well-pressed suit, so strategized, all the eyes on you. Sashay your way to your seat. It's the best seat in the best room. Oh, he's so smart, Mr. Always wins. So far above me in every sense. So far above feeling anything. And it's really such a shame. It's such a shame. 'Cause I was miss here to stay. Now I miss gonna be alright someday. And someday maybe you'll miss me, but by then you'll be Mr. Too Late. Goodbye, Mr. Perfectly Fine. How's your heart after breaking mine? Mr. Always at the right place at the right time, baby. Goodbye, Mr. Casually Cruel. Mr. Everything revolves around you. I've been misery for the last time, and you're Mr. Perfectly Fine. You're perfectly fine. Just to look me in the eye and tell me you would never go away. You said you'd never go away. It's funny, feel you poking at my heart. You said that what I say, it makes you laugh. How about you come round and pick me up? We joke around and talk out of your stuff. Don't sell yourself short. There's something about you can't explain, but I can't live without you. Now I want you. I'm sick of being alone, lying round here, and you're all that I want. The others, they don't have the same effect.
Welcome to the Harvard Data Science Initiative annual conference. We're thrilled to get everybody back together. It's been 3 years now since we had our last annual conference.
We are really looking forward to spend a couple of days with you and really exchange ideas of the future of data science as we're trying to tackle really the most important and sophisticated problem in society.
Harvard has the breadth and the depth of knowledge to be able to make an impact on some of the most challenging problems. There's a wealth of new data, we have new computational power, and we have new methodological approaches from statistics and machine learning.
We can assess climate change and climate risk by looking at satellite data. We can measure information on our genome. We can measure our activity in social media. How do we make sense of all of this complex data to tackle the most important problem? That's what data science is about, is extracting actionable information for the global good from this analysis of highly complex data.
The thing that is so special about data science is the opportunity to have impact across an enormous range of fields. We have people here from universities, from the government sector, industry researchers. You share a recognition of what we can do with data science, but also a recognition of the importance of treating data with respect, treating the methods of data science with respect. If you're interested in making an impact in data science, this is the right place to be.
When we're talking about data, we all share a common language and we all share a common goal. To understand how you can contribute and how can you be part of this wonderful community. Thank you so much for being here, and I hope you're going to have 2 wonderful days. Well, good morning. Good morning. Thank you for coming. And also good morning to the audience that we have online. Thank you for coming, even with this horrible weather this morning. Getting Uber was hard, so I'm sure many people will be still stuck in traffic, but we need to get started. So, welcome to the Harvard Data Science Initiative Annual Conference. I'm Francesca Dominici. I'm a professor of biostatistics at the Harvard THN School of Public Health and one of the 2 faculty co-directors. This is my other partner in crime. Like so many groups around campus, we have been planning to host an annual conference in 2020. We initially postponed it by 2 months, and then by 3 months, and then by 6 months, and then, as you probably all know, here we are 2.5 years later for the first time in person since 2019. So we couldn't be more delighted to host you on this spectacular venue. And in return of this, we are very grateful to our friends at the Harvard Business School, and especially to the newly established Digital Data and Design Institute, called DCube, for hosting us today.
I'm David Parks. I'm a professor in computer science, and that's at the John A. Paulson School of Engineering and Applied Sciences. And with Francesca, I'm the other faculty co-director. Welcome from me as well. We're so glad to see you all here. We think about data science as existing in this rich space between methodology and application, and we're excited because we feel that it's a space where we can have great impact. It's also a very complex space. We think about data science as engineering, computing, and methodology, and about all of that coming together with societal context. And it's also a space which demands close consideration of ethics and transparency, so that we can respond to questions and challenges that arise from the viewpoint of multiple disciplines, and do so while thinking about impact. And with that in mind, we're going to hear a lot of related topics today at the conference. We're going to hear from researchers, industry leaders, and from students who are considering what we can do whether it be climate change to promoting resilient economies. We're going to also think about how we communicate data science and why that matters. And we'll also be discussing what impact means and how we can work across various sectors to tackle challenges.
So we are enormously excited to share this exciting day with you, and we are incredibly grateful to all our speakers, and many of whom have traveled long distances to be with us, and also for giving their time and sharing their thoughts.
So with that, we're going to hand over the stage now. We just want to mention that we want today to be very interactive. We encourage you to ask questions, and you can do that by using Slido. So you should get out your phones, you should grab the QR code. Those of you online, I know there are lots of you, can also do this. We want you to also be able to connect with the people around you. We want to build a community of data science around the university, around the Boston area, around the world. So please take the advantage of being here with each other as well.
All right, so let's get started.
Hans-Peter Pfister, over to you.
Oh.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Hans-Peter Pfister. I'm a professor of computer science here at Harvard. I'm also academic dean of computational science and engineering at the School of Engineering and Applied Sciences. And it's my great pleasure to introduce our first panel on communication in data science. So the format is going to be very informal. We're going to have some opening statements from our 4 fabulous panelists, which I'll introduce as we go along. And then we'll have some leading questions from me to get started. And then, of course, most importantly, we have questions from the audience. So as David and Francesca said, please take out your phones and post your questions on Slido. And for those of you online, we're very much looking forward to what you're asking. So without further ado, let me introduce the first panelist, which doesn't need any introduction from me because I know her very well. Our first panelist is Carolina Nobre. She is an assistant professor in the computer science department at the University of Toronto. And Carolina's research focuses on how viewers learn and interact with novel data visualizations. Carolina.
Thank you. I think we're going to introduce everyone, or the slides are going to come up?
I think if it is possible, if we could see the slides on the monitor. But they are up, in case you're wondering. You can also wander around. Okay. Oh, there they are.
Perfect. Thank you. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for being here today. So as Hans-Peter said, I am an assistant professor at the University of Toronto, but I actually got my postdoc here at Harvard as an HDSI postdoctoral fellow, so it's fantastic to be back. Today I'm going to talk a little bit about how we can use data visualization to communicate science. And it's no surprise to anyone here that visualization is increasingly being used to communicate science, particularly in our study in the context of COVID, right? I mean, really the expression to flatten the curve, right? That kind of stuff really brought data visualization to the forefront of the public mind. So the kind of thing that I'm investigating in this project is how do different encodings, meaning different chart types, right? Well, how do line charts versus bar charts? How do complex versus simple visualizations? How do they help or hinder really in establishing trust when we communicate science to the public? So in our study, we're really looking at kind of 2 dimensions. One, like I said, different chart types. Do bar charts do better than, for example, maps? Do line charts work better or worse than, for example, a bubble chart? And then we also have this complexity factor. And this is something we're going to also bring up later in the discussion, this idea of transparency and showing all of the data, which means you have a more complex viz versus perhaps something a little bit more understandable, like a simple line chart. And there's trade-offs with both approaches. So we really wanted to take an empirical approach to understanding how does across this spectrum of simple to complex, different bar charts or different types of charts really promote or hinder trust. And I want to show you one example here of a potentially slightly more complex visualization that we're using in our study, which is a Sankey diagram. So this is the most complex chart we're using. It has a ton of information, specifically here about COVID vaccination. it has a lot more information than a simple line chart. Does that promote trust because people can have access to all the data, can interact with it, can validate their own assumptions? Or is it just a little too complex to the point where it feels it's not understandable and therefore it hinders trust? And this is the kind of questions that we're asking as we go forward in our study. And I want to give you kind of a teaser of some of the findings that we have from our pilot so far, and that there are three main aspects of the actual trust-forming process that visualizations can either support or hinder. So the first one is kind of, not surprisingly, do you understand what you're seeing? And that really has a big role. Does the visualization allow you to understand the message? So here's a quote from a participant that said, I didn't understand this particular visualization. It seemed confusing, and it's hard to trust something that doesn't make sense to you. So kind of getting that feedback, qualitative feedback from several participants in a crowdsourced setting helps us understand it's important that first and foremost, they understand what they're seeing. Then we have this idea of sense making. Does it make sense to you? You understand it, but does it match your view of the world? So here's a quote that said, I find it hard to trust this visualization because the graph didn't say anything about why there was a huge spike in the data all of a sudden. Now, this is something that kind of borders now on explanatory viz versus exploratory viz, right? Visualizations that explain what you're seeing, more what you would see in a journalistic sense, than a purely exploratory, here's all the data, see what you can find in it. But surprisingly, that really influences whether or not some participants could trust the data. And lastly, we have the transparency aspect. I do not trust this visualization because too much information from the source was left out. So they need to find, this participant needed to feel like he had access to all of the data in order to really feel like there wasn't some kind of message or some kind of more contrived thing going on with that visualization. So, just kind of a sneak peek as the kind of things that influence trust making with visualization. So I look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolina. Next, we have Xiaoli Meng, who is the Whipple, Weed, and Jones Professor of Statistics at Harvard University, and most importantly, the Editor-in-Chief of the Harvard Data Science Review. His research focuses on statistical theory and principles for data science, philosophical and foundational issues in statistics, statistical computing and computational statistics, and signal extractions and uncertainty assessments. Xiaoli.
Thank you very much. I'm going to stand up first to show that a data scientist can wear a tie too. Second, I can't read this thing, so I have to read this way. As Hans-Peter just said, that I'm the founding editor-chief of Harvard Data Science Review, and the reason we created this online platform is really more than just a journal. It's really about communicating data science first among the data scientists themselves. And one thing actually was probably is one of the hardest problem, as many of you probably realize, that what is data science? Data science, it's even among ourselves that the notion of data science is not entirely clear. And I will talk a little bit about communicating more broadly to the general public. But let me start with, so at the very beginning, when we created this Harvard Data Science Review, the first issue, we invite the various, specialists to talk about what data science is. And the first one I invited was Jeanette Wing, who is the director of Data Science Institute, the counterpart of the Harvard at Columbia. And she wrote about this data life cycle, and she talk about how data science includes generation, collection, processing, storage, management, analysis, visualization, and interpretation. When I look at that, I say, well, great. That seems pretty comprehensive. I think many of you probably think that covers, quite a bit. But then we also have a philosopher, Sabina, and she basically looked at the whole thing. She said, wait, there's something need to be emphasized more, which is at the very beginning, you need to emphasize how you conceptualize the data. To a philosopher, she literally wrote that there's no such thing as raw data. Now, you may find that statement is pretty extreme. Well, how about, we counting how many people in this room? There's a clear number there. What do you mean by there's no raw data? What she really means is that anytime you collect the data, why you're not collecting something else? There are all these intentions, these processes already in. So you have to think about the whole process, start at the very beginning about the conceptualization of the data. I think that's a very important issue for all of us to keep in mind. And of course, when I saw this, I said, well, no, that's pretty complete. Well, until we invited Christian Volkmann, who is a guru in information science, library science. She talked about the half-life of data, because most data we collect these days not just for our own use. You have to think about the curation, think about everything for others to use, and that's not easy at all. So I just want to show that this is talking about communicating with data science. First, we need to understand what data science is, and in fact, it's an incredibly broad. Actually, it's not even a single discipline. We think about data science is like science, natural science, social science, humanity, right? You never see a department of science, you see a department of physics, but this is the same kind of notion. Now, I want to now specifically talk about a few articles in Harvard Data Science Review about communication. This one was in a special theme that we team up with National Academy of Science when they did a report on reproducibility and the replicability of science, and in which communication obviously is an incredible part, because in order to have the public trust what we're doing, you have replicability, reproducibility. We need to communicate well with them. The particular thing that she talked about, I thought it was very interesting, is she emphasized the two. She means also Emily Howard. There are these issues what she called the manufactured uncertainty. What she meant is that because different media, different resources, they have a different understanding of the same message. They interpret differently, and for public person, you read a variety of things that even from the single source, everybody interpret differently. That creates an uncertainty. That's kind of what a manufactured uncertainty. But the other thing she emphasized is it's not just how the uncertainty being presented by different sources. How a person perceives the uncertainty varies a lot, because it depends on person's ability, ideology, value, belief, all those things. And I think probably everybody understands these days how the country is so divided that everybody looks at news differently, seeking the part that you like to see. And so these kind of uncertainties are really a grand challenge for all of us to think about. We had a conversation with the head of BBC, the head of statistics of BBC, and he talked about something which reminds me, how statisticians, we always talk about presenting confidence interval. And for us, the wider the confidence interval we present, the more confidence we have. Because what happened to the general public, the wider confidence interval you present, the less confidence the public has in whatever you report. They just feel like you don't know what you're doing. And so that was a grand challenge, for them. And they emphasized that, it was kind of an interesting point for them. They don't necessarily always report uncertainty unless it matters, which actually took me thinking, well, statisticians always want to present uncertainty, but you have to think about how effective it is when public receiving these messages. Another article was really a study about during the COVID-19, this group of researchers did a public studies about how the public understand the notion exponential growth. So they had these questions about, like, if you got an infection, 10% a day, how many you will be having in 10 days, versus in fact, every day you have 10 people infected, but everyone can infect another 10 people in 10 days, how many you will have. It's kind of a simple question for us, but when you did this study, it was not as simple. But fortunately, the general finding is the public does understand the exponential pretty well, and I got a warning, so I'm going to lots of slides. This is really about communicating between data scientists and the business leaders during for the business. And Katie Marone, the editor of the special column, really emphasized that often the problem with communication is because everybody has different metric. Data science will be communicating something on the area end of the curve, and that means very little to business stakeholder. So the question is about how do you revise metric to make the communication as effective as possible. Thank you very much, and you can now check the Harvard Data Science Review. Not now.
Thank you, Zhao. Next, we have Leis Padilla, who is an assistant professor in the Cognitive and Information Sciences Department at the University of California, Merced. Leis explores how to align data visualizations of future events with human decision-making capabilities.
Thank you. Thank you for that introduction. I'm a cognitive scientist by training, and that means in addition to being interested in what the other speakers have talked about, my work really focuses on how we can align human decision-making capabilities in order to capitalize on hundreds of thousands of years of human evolution, where our eye and brain have evolved to find complex patterns in data. And so what I'm really interested in looking at is how people reason with visualizations of uncertainty. My group has received an NSF award to study COVID-19 forecast visualizations in this context, and we have several papers out on that particular topic. The one that's most relevant to this group is work where we're looking at trade-offs between trust and performance with COVID-19 forecasts, and this work won the IEEE Best Paper Award this year. And we were interested in examining, do visualization techniques impact trust with COVID-19 mortality forecasts? And if so, what is the relationship between trust and performance? Now, the data visualization community was hit by the pandemic, like everyone else. It's ultimately a surprise to us, and we didn't have a lot of work that examined how to convey uncertainty in pandemic forecasts. So what my group was interested in doing was to try to evaluate both trust and decision support with a wide range of forecasts. And because we felt that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to examine how large portions of the general public reason with pandemic forecasts, what we wanted to do is look at how people understood real forecasts of their immediate COVID risk. We didn't manipulate the data. We didn't do lots of experimental control like we normally do in cognitive psychology. What we did is we showed people pandemic forecasts, and these ones I'm showing you here have weekly incidence of deaths on the Y, time plotted along the X, and then we include a forecast. In these cases, they have a median ensemble forecast and then a version with a 95% confidence interval. Now, we calculate these using models from the COVID-19 Forecast Hub, and we take the 9 best performing models from the previous weeks, and we can plot a median and then add a confidence interval to that. Now, the really interesting part about these particular visualizations, these simplistic ones, is that they had very high trust when we asked people to evaluate the trust of these, but they had very low decision support, meaning that when people use these visualizations to predict the future COVID-19 trend, it often led them to incorrect conclusions about what the mortality trend in the US would be. That is a big problem when something evokes very high trust, but doesn't support people in making effective decisions. We can contrast this technique to an approach where we can show several forecasting models. What I'm showing you here are subsets from the COVID-19 Forecasting Hub. I'm showing you independent forecasts from different forecasting entities. The one on the bottom has 7 forecasts, the one on the top has 15. The nice part about these is that we are encoding uncertainty implicitly through the agreement or disagreement of different forecasting models. This type of approach doesn't require people to understand anything about confidence intervals. They can really look at the different approaches from different forecasting entities. And for this reason, we can increase trust and decision support. But it's important to note that these didn't have the most trust, but they balanced trust and helping people to make effective decisions in terms of COVID. The last thing I want to talk about with this work is that for the version on the top, it had poor usability. And in data visualization, usability often refers to how effectively people can extract information from a visualization. When we had the version on the top that had a lot of these different forecast models all grouped on top of each other, it was hard for people to look at an individual model and extract the values from that. For example, you might care about the Johns Hopkins model. It'd be really hard to pull that information from the top version that has all the lines occluding one another. So in this way, we look for visualization techniques that balance different design constraints like trust, decision support, and usability. So in this work, we found that 95% confidence intervals and a median forecast that had no uncertainty consistently evoked the highest trust and judgments least consistent with the actual COVID-19 trend. Again, a huge problem when something's evoking a lot of trust and leading people to the wrong conclusions about the risk to themselves and others. And importantly, these techniques are the most common approaches used to convey information to the public. We also find that trust in performance generally increases and plateaus around 6 to 9 of these different forecasts. Beyond about 9 forecasts, that's when we're seeing usability decrease. And ultimately, we found very compelling evidence that visualization design choices easily influence trust, and trust is not indicative of successful interpretation. Thank you.
Thank you, Lace. And now we have Natalie Dean, who is an assistant professor in the Department of Biostatistics and Bioinformatics at Emory University. And she is the co-director of the Emory Alliance for Vaccine Epidemiology. During the COVID pandemic, she was active in both research and public communications with op-eds in the New York Times, Washington Post, and Stat News.
Great, thank you. Good morning, everyone. And what a pleasure it is to be here with this wonderful group of panelists. I'm really looking forward to this discussion. So I'm going to talk a little bit about myself. So I'm a biostatistician, trained at Harvard, and I specialize in infectious disease epidemiology and vaccine studies. And when the pandemic started, I was part of a small community that was focused on this area. And so one of the things that we did is sort of flock to Twitter, right, to communicate with each other, but quickly realized that there were a lot of other people who were interested in knowing what was going on. So I became more engaged with the public. So starting with Twitter, as I said, through an initiative early in the pandemic, I was verified. I was able to submit some evidence of publications in the area. And so started tweeting about different studies I was seeing, how I was interpreting the data, some basic concepts about infectious disease epidemiology, threads about study design, and that attracted a lot of interest. People were really, there was sort of a captive audience of folks at home who wanted to learn about what was going on. So Twitter was a nice way for me to connect with editors. So I was invited to write some editorials so early on in the Washington Post, a few in the Washington Post and the New York Times and Stat News, a few other places. So that was a really interesting opportunity to try and explain some statistical concepts to a broad audience with the help of an editor. I was on radio and I was on TV just enough to prove that I was able to do it, and then never wanted to do it again. I really found that extremely stressful. But then I spent a lot of time talking to reporters, and I think that was a main way that I communicated, was talking to many reporters a day to help interpret what people were seeing. I mean, it was like a big peer review of studies and explaining concepts, explaining what I thought was going to happen in the future, and just trying to digest the data. There was a real need for digesting the data. So involved with that, there were some high and low points. So the high points for me is I really like teaching. And so the high points for me were when I felt like I was explaining something that was confusing. And it wasn't always very sophisticated, as is very an analog explanation. I would draw these pictures. I clearly didn't spend a lot of time on it, but it was a way to respond to. I could tell what folks found was confusing. So this was surrounding some results that came out of the Oxford vaccine trial about how well the vaccine prevented asymptomatic infection, which is kind of a confusing thing, because if you prevent, you can prevent severe disease. It's sort of a cascade. So things move down, they shift down. It's preventing asymptomatic infection as a measure is not a very useful measure. So I made these figures, and then someone suggested I do it with Legos, and people really loved the Legos, I gotta say. So that was fun because it was taking this sort of dark, dreary time, and then people were excited to learn something. And that had impact. It got, besides the Twitter, it got picked up by The Economist, although I prefer my version because I aligned the graphs to the top. Something similar happened with Omicron. So the concept, this was very early in the days of Omicron, and the concept was, how severe is Omicron? And what if we have something that's similarly severe but has this increased capacity for reinfection? Then you're not changing the numerator, but you're changing the denominator. And so I made this picture, so it will look milder just because of that. So I made this picture. Again, people really liked that picture. And that, talk about impact. I mean, this is 6 million impressions on Twitter. I mean, and similarly was picked up by The Economist. So it was like kind of a wild experience to just draw a little picture in my office in the morning and then have it help people learn. So those were some highs. So what I bring to this panel, so I see myself as a subject matter expert in infectious diseases. I'm not an expert in trust or communications or data visualization, but I sort of was thrown, or probably more honestly, I jumped into the deep end with these communications. I invited the public to trust me, and I do think I was able to earn some trust in the process. I was on lists like people to trust in the pandemic, you know, so. But I have no training in communications. My training's in biostatistics. And but now stepping back from all this, I've done a lot of reflecting. I'm starting to do a lot of reflecting on what I've learned and the sort of window I've gained into the media. And I'm looking forward to sharing some of those lessons and also learning from the other folks in the group. So thank you.
Thank you, Natalie. So while you're all busy typing in your questions into Slido, right, we're going to get started with just some basic questions. The topic of the panel is communication of data science to build trust. So what is, in your experience, the best way to communicate data science to build trust?
I can start. Oh,
go ahead, please.
Oh, well, just that one of the things I think that we didn't do very well in the beginning of the pandemic, and I think one of the main lessons I've learned is that people are it's very confusing when the situation is constantly changing and changing very rapidly. One thing that it seems like experts are saying one thing, and then a little bit down the line, experts are saying something else, and then experts are saying something else, and people get whiplash. I think that one thing we could have done a better job of is previewing all the ways that things could change in the future. So we're in this situation, there's uncertainty about X, Y, and Z. If we see this type of information, will change in this way. So it's one thing, sort of previewing a little bit how uncertainty and how things can change in the future.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And I think part of it is that sometimes we can be apprehensive to conveying the uncertainty, feeling like it might open our research up to criticism, make people trust it less. But I think ultimately, if we look at it in terms of long term, thinking about the trust overall, if we convey uncertainty, then people will be aware of a range of possible outcomes and become more comfortable with uncertainty moving forward. So I think it's partly our responsibility as data scientists to allow the general public to become accustomed to uncertainty. And I think the more that we convey that, we may be nervous that it would affect trust in the short term, but I think long term it will have positive effects.
So for me, I think one really important way to gain trust is that the receiver side is not questioning your motivation for presenting the results. This is really informed by Emily Howard's research, because if they already judged you're presenting this thing trying to convince of something, you're not being a data scientist. I know that's a complicated story. How should data scientists wear humans, we have our own ideology, judgment, and how much you should encode into that. But I would say that when you're trying to present the evidence to convince the public, the less you kind of color the presentation by your own judgment, the better for the other side to receive, regardless what that person's perception is. And I think even when they present, when I say even they, Liberty's their study, they try to have different versions. For example, one version is about pandemic. The other version is about if you tell a joke to 10 people and everybody tells 10 jokes to another person, these two examples actually get different response, because there are people feel like you're talking pandemic. There are people don't believe that. But joke is, on the other hand, it seems like a more neutral topic. So we just have to be careful how we're all very passionate these days, how we present those things that make us feel you're presenting really for the purpose of presenting evidence, not you are trying to convince others. Now, on the other hand, data science is about persuasion, but we need persuasion by evidence. And so I think that's one of the biggest issue.
Yeah, and I think touching on that really is the idea of transparency, right? And one of the things that came up a lot in our pilot survey so far is people immediately go, where is this data coming from? Do I trust the source? of this data. So transparency, both from a very simple, hey, this is where the data is coming from, and just transparency on whether or not there is an underlying, like you were talking about persuasion, right? There's this idea behind the explanatory versus exploratory that I was talking about earlier, right? Where you have a message you want to send, but you also want to give the viewer access to this is where the data is coming from for this message. And you can look at the data, you can explore the data, you can interact with it at different levels, and that really increases the ability for them to say, okay, this matches my mental model, I understand where it's coming from, and this is not just a nitpicking or just a filtering of this subset to give this one view into the data, but that they can see more of it. So I think transparency is a huge part of establishing trust and communicating that data effectively.
I want to follow up a little bit on what you said about uncertainty, and I'm wondering, have you had any experiences how to communicate that effectively? Is it easier to do it through visualizations? Is it easier to do it through statistics? Is it neither are great, or what's your experience?
Well, the classic understanding is that we have a limited ability to understand probability and uncertainty. And I think that has been perpetuated because the way that we've classically displayed it to people is very confusing. And what the modern visualization research finds is that if you convey uncertainty through distributional visualizations, I showed you distribution-like visualizations, but what they do is they convey a range rather than an interval. What happens with an interval is people don't actually see that as uncertainty. They see it as concrete, discrete values, and they often ignore the uncertainty. So we mean to convey the uncertainty, but that's ultimately not what's going on cognitively in the mind. So there's several papers that demonstrate if you convey the information distributionally, it can be very successful.
Yeah, I can follow, but just with an example from my own experiences, when talking about this whiplash that people experience in relating to uncertainty. I remember when the vaccines were first being rolled out, and I felt like there was a lot of pressure to say that all the vaccines worked equally as well, but we didn't have a ton of data. Like, there's a lot of pressure to say that the J&J vaccine worked just as well as all the other vaccines, and it had 100% protection against death based on clinical trials that had very few deaths observed. And so trying to explain to folks, okay, these point estimates are all 100% or they're very high, but there's these are based on small trials that we'll need to see more in larger studies. And there also is some evidence that J&J is not quite as effective based on other sources of data, and that we need to wait for larger studies. I think it's trying to explain the limitations of sort of the data that we may have available, and then how things can change in the future. Because I think we lost a lot of trust when there was like a party line of saying, oh, they're all the pundits on TV saying they're all equally effective, they all do this exactly the same. That can be a challenge as well.
And I definitely think that people can understand that. We can get a sense that there are some experiments that have had promising results, but they're limited. When we did our empirical study, we found that people appreciate that there's limited evidence because COVID was such a fast-paced type of situation. So I think we didn't give the public enough credit for being able to understand a range of possible outcomes.
I want to give a personal story about these when we present things as as an interval. And I guess many of you, I think probably every one of you, you have some blood test sometime, and whenever you get the blood test, they will show the range, right? And they will say you're too high, too low, in the middle. So typically what happens when you present interval for general public, even for someone like me, because I'm a professional, whenever I see the interval, if I'm not given anything else, what would be my mind thinking? I either be thinking, well, the one in the middle probably is the standard, or everything is kind of uniform. Even I know that's kind of silly to think about that. But I actually had a real experience myself, which is when I was teaching University of Chicago, I was assistant professor. I probably was too anxious trying to become a professor. I was suffering all kinds of issues. I was fatigued and all the stuff. And the doctor was trying to find out what's going on. And they eventually diagnosed me, say you have what they call the CFS, chronic fatigue syndrome. Okay, which means nothing. Basically, it's just like they cannot explain this thing. But one day they did a test. They found my value, my primary PCP found my value value was like a 0.2 and the boundary was 0.1 to 0.9. And he basically said, look, you should see a specialist. Because given all the symptoms that you're having, that seems a very borderline. So I went to see a specialist. The specialist looked at data, he was laughing. And he said, well, you're a statistician. I said, why are you laughing? He said, well, actually this particular interval, the mode is at 0.2. It's complete, asymmetric thing. And he said, I told my profession to change the way to present it. And they never listened. He said, that's what happens when the patient look at it. How would I know, right? Of course, eventually they think what I really have is the Chicago faculty syndrome. That's CFS, but it's a different story.
I love that example. If you had gone to distribution, then you would have understood it right away.
Exactly, but they would never present this.
That brings up another question, which is, showing distributions, I think we all agree is probably a good way to go. But on the other hand, is it comprehensible? And the question is there a tension, at least in the general public, between something that's comprehensible and something that's accurate?
Yeah, I think that kind of brings us back to the idea of transparency, right? Something that's accurate or at least shows all the data is in a word kind of ideal, because you can kind of make sure that you can see everything and reach your own conclusions, but oftentimes that is overwhelming. That's too much information. You quickly run against, I don't understand what I'm seeing, or potentially I don't understand the encoding. So if you want to make it more trustworthy, you have less, and therefore it is easily comprehensible. But if it's too simplistic, chances are people go, well, this isn't all the data, or this seems a little contrived, or they're only showing one spike, but if you zoom out, you would see more. And I feel like that tension can sometimes be mitigated by, especially in data visualization, giving your users autonomy to explore at different scales, to interact with the visualization. So essentially you can start off with a simple visualization, but allow them to say, now let me see all the data. Now that I understand the encoding, let me see if my understanding of the world is mapped here by searching for March 2020. I know something happened to me, and I want to make sure that the data reflects that, and you can kind of let the user convince themselves through this comprehensive data, but not immediately offloading all of the data, where most of your viewers are going to look at that and go, I don't know what I'm looking at. This is just really hard to understand. So really giving your users autonomy so that they can navigate the data and confirm their own view of the world through that data.
I think, Hans-Peter, you raised an incredibly important question: is how can we ensure the general public understand notion of distribution, right? And I think one thing we have felt collectively is we don't teach these concepts until it's too late. Like, in K-12, right, we teach everybody these deterministic rules, manipulating. It's only later, I don't know, 10th grade or whatever, in the higher, then you tell yourself, by the way, there's all these things are uncertainty, right? So basically I wrote recently a paper, I promote the idea that we should teach what I call the kidsgram, which is the histogram for kids. Right? In fact, that there are all these experiments that having the kids to draw these histogram is actually very visual, very participatory. They actually love it. They actually understand histogram really better than teach them numbers. If we can start teach the histogram in K-12, then by the time they do newspapers, that's just the way. But otherwise, you're always getting these. Everybody think of deterministic relationships, right? And then later you're trying to switch into the uncertainty thinking. That's just much harder. I think there's things we need to do from very, very early on.
I absolutely agree with both those two comments, and I'll add that in a case where we don't get to train everyone, particularly people with lower levels of education that might not have access to more statistical training, I think a new way we've been thinking about uncertainty is to remove it a little bit from statistical knowledge and show competing outcomes in such a way that represents distributional information but doesn't require a understanding of statistics. So anyone can understand that if you're going to a doctor, you might get another opinion. You might get several opinions, and they may differ. So if we want to convey uncertainty to some people who have zero understanding, potentially what we could show is a sequence of different outcomes or predictions that represent a sample but aren't based on statistical properties. So we're kind of simulating the concept but not forcing people to understand the statistics. But I think we should still have more training too.
Yeah, something I'd add to that is also just teaching a little bit more about the messiness of the scientific process. I think that was something that was particularly challenging during COVID, is that people were watching the scientific process play out in real time and seeing just how complex and messy it is. And sometimes I think the public is used to seeing science emerge at the other end as like a clean answer, but not teaching folks more about how we weight information, strength of evidence. Like there's, the newest study doesn't totally upend everything that existed before, particularly if it's a poor quality study. So teaching that sort of accumulation of information, I feel like that's how we as scientists weight the information in our brains to that sort of scientific thinking.
Can I add one thing? I think I really like what you said about more like a scenario analysis instead of thinking about uncertainty. But I want you mentioned the words information. I think the other thing we meaning particularly those of saying education, really need to convey a lot more about the uncertainty and the information are the two sides of the same coin, which is there's variations. Without the variations, you don't have uncertainty, but you don't have information either. The one example I always give to my students say, if I give you a description of, I said, well, go to airport to pick up someone. I can give you a very precise description of that person. But that will mean nothing if you go to airport, everybody looks exactly the same. You will not be able to pick by anyone. Even that description looks incredibly detailed, right? And so once you present to the public about, this general notion of variation or these different scenarios, that can help because every one of us kind of like the information. We hate the uncertainty, unless you're on the stock market, but it's a different story. But we don't realize, generally don't teach the notion that they're actually really the same thing, except some of the variations useful for us, some of the variation become noise for us. So we have to really present that much more general picture. Ultimately, I think the way to have the public to trust whatever data scientists or scientists do is to raise the education level from very early on, that those things will be ingrained in how we teach them.
Wonderful. So I'm going to do like Shaoli and walk up so I can read what's here. Yes, I do need a tie. So we have a few questions here from the audience. So the first one is there any evidence that interactive visualization is better? And if so, in what context and with what user base?
So I'm happy to take that one. So one of the things about interactive is, and as you might assume, you might kind of get from my initial slides, is that it's not that easy to essentially understand the encodings just yet if you don't have a high level of visualization literacy. So what our pilots are showing us is that the first barrier is understanding what you see, right? And there's two things that impact that. One is your visual literacy getting into the study or looking at it the first time. Have you seen this kind of chart before? And then two is, are you able to learn a new encoding? Are you able to figure out how to actually interact with this? And as many of you probably already know, the younger generation can quickly learn new things. I have a niece and nephew that are 3 and 5, and their ability to use the iPhone is just absolutely amazing versus my father, who's almost 70, can't really find where to share the buttons and things like that. So we do find that depending on the demographic of your audience and their exposure to certain visualization types, they're able to kind of get past that first, am I able to use it? Once they are able to use it, interaction allows what I was alluding at before, which is access to data at different scales that allow you to confirm your view of the world. You being able to look at this and saying, does it make sense to me? And to you means everything you've been exposed to up until that point of your life, and that might mean different things for different people. So that allows you to inherently customize the message to different viewers because they're able to interact with it. So yes, our pilots have been showing that interactive visualization, once they understand it, promotes more understanding and trust in the visualization, but that comprehension aspect is really key, which is why my other thread of research is how can we apply active learning or experiential learning to bring everyone up their visual literacy up to that speed where they can understand the encoding and then actually engage with the data and actually understand and trust what they're seeing.
Yeah, just to add on to that, we found very similar things in our work. I don't normally study interactivity, but we did find that many users really wanted interactivity, and there seemed to be two groups of people. One group wanted to be able to dig into the data more to understand the properties of the visualizations, and if they had the ability to do that, they would have trusted the visualizations more. And then a second group of people didn't want that. They just wanted a simple, easy answer. So I don't know what properties of a person might put you into one group versus another, but there does seem to be different camps of desires from users.
Oh, yes, that reminds me. So personality traits is something that's studied a lot in educational psychology, and one of them is need for control. There is actually a test for need for control. Different people have higher desires to need to be able to control what they're engaging with, and those people will probably want more interaction so that they can control what they're looking at the scale. And then you have people who trust the world more without having to control it, and then those people might, for example, want to just have that message right there and not have to find it themselves. And not wanting to go off too much on a tangent, but what we find is, and eventually we might be able to talk about how we can best measure the trust, is that before you even get to the visualization, there are personality traits that influence it. There are so many things regarding the human that you are. Are you a trusting person in general? Do you trust, and do you feel like you need to control the experience to trust it? So we have to find out how to measure all these things so we can get to the point. There is no objective interaction is better or worse. Bar charts are not objectively better than Sankey diagrams. Cartograms are not objectively worse than maps. There is no, and so a lot of times when I talk about visualization, one of the questions I get is, so which one's best? Well, it depends, which is probably the answer to a lot of science questions, right? Depends on the person, depends on the data, and so all these things.
Or let me say that, I always tell my students the best answer is always it depends. Then the question depends on what, right? So I do want to share another story. Now you mentioned about this depends. Years ago, I created a course called Real Life Statistics, Your Chance for Happiness or Misery. I'm a very responsible professor. It depends how student does. I make sure they get one of the two. But the seriously is that I was teaching Simpson paradox. Right? For many of you probably know what Simpson paradox is. It has many ways to present. The worst way is to present mathematically. You show that, because you cannot add the numerator denominator separately, that doesn't work. That's just the worst way. So we did like tables, we did the trees, we did all kinds of stuff. And I was teaching this course as a general education course. The students most of them came to the class because they're afraid of any other class in statistics, right? So I was having a challenge there. But it was so interesting was we keep doing these different ways. I have 4 ways to present it. There were still 2 students. They just came to me say, Professor Mun, we don't get it. We just don't understand why this thing can flip. So, okay. One of my teaching fellow was, incredible. He come up with doing animations. He put all these buckets, have all the red balls, green balls, show how when he combine everything together, one bucket overwhelmed by these colors. And so he did all this, and I was like, let's try this, right? And it worked. It worked for these students. How do I know it worked? In the next class, I was presenting something else. I didn't have any bucket or anything. One of them raised a hand and say, Professor Mun, I got it. There's a bucket behind it, right? Because she got it. So later I asked her, how did this help you? But she studied visualization. And so for those people, they're much more visual. So one thing we learned is your answer about depends. You really have to understand what is the person's learning mode. For me, for example, because I'm training mathematics, every time you show me something, say, show me the formula, because I can see precisely where you're going. Others probably get scared away by the formula. So I think in lots of research we need to do is to understand the audience. But that's not an easy one, particularly doing newspaper, because there are so many ones out there. But that's exactly your point, yeah.
Yeah, Natalie, I was going to ask you actually, because first of all, you have done physical visualizations with your Legos, right? Fantastic. And you've also sketched visualizations. So what is your experience?
Well, I'm a very visual person, and I like art. I like to paint and draw, and so that's just been my learning mode. And when I teach, I like to make diagrams. So that was, my opportunity to kind of use that. The comment I wanted to make is about one thing I feel like I didn't study this, but I observed it, is just that. Innovation is great, right? But it's not always great with respect to visualizations. And I found that over time, people became more familiar with certain types of plots. There were certain type of plots that were the plot. You go and check the Washington Post, and you check, New York Times, and you see these same types of plots over and over. And I think you could add more complexity over time because you could see people really getting more familiar with the plots themselves. And I think that was your first point about that having seen something before. And so I think that's a very powerful tool as well.
Wonderful. And now we have a question from the audience. Has anyone been able to explain a p-value to the public? And does it matter?
No. I mean, I think that's one of the classically hardest concepts for the public to learn. And I think there is some work showing that if you are conveying p-values with distributions and you add the distributions on there, people can see that distributions are not as much overlapping, and that can help. But in terms of understanding the concept of p-value, I haven't seen any study that's been able to convey that to the public effectively, which is maybe a whole reason why we should reconsider using those and take other types of statistical approaches.
I did have to explain confidence intervals to the New York Times, and they had like this statistics explainer. That was not, it's difficult. It's not easy. Yeah, because you don't, you want to be accurate, but you don't want to confuse people, and there's a real tension between those things.
Well, I want to say that, the answer is no. if you're wondering, I was actually on this task force for the p-value for American Statistical Association. They actually published a statement in HDSI. We have published that as well. But I want to really say that the issue of explaining p-value, there is something actually is really more profound than simply the explanation. What has to happen here is why p-value gets so popular is because that allows, at least on the surface, for scientific conclusion to be summarized by one number. And that is very appealing to the scientist, not to the general public. Not only summarize one number, that number creates illusion. You can compare studies by that one number. You can rank things. You know how everybody likes to rank things. Then your top university, you're doing this, then that. And I think that these are the profound problems that. But on the other hand, right? Because we all want to. I think there's a tension here, which is we want to. Would it be easier to explaining one number, right? Instead of having like confidence interval, you have 2 numbers, 3 numbers. But on the other hand, you have to realize that one number coded so many things into it that make it extraordinarily difficult to explain. I want to just remind this audience that there is another one number is coming. These days, increasingly, you're going to hear more and more of that, which is the epsilon in the definition of privacy. That is the one number is going to be, if you haven't heard about it, it's going to come in, you will see, and that's going to be creating a new kind of p-value problem. Okay, it's very hard to understand. Everybody can go, that's privacy. But what does the epsilon mean? You will see all these values is going to come out. And so I think we should learning the lessons from the p-value, which is in some sense too late. It's 100 years out there. Like now we're trying to do better, thinking about thinking about this single number, which whether you like or not is going to be communicated, is because that's part of the methods. It's going to be easier to tell people some ranking. But I think we should collectively think about how to do that. And I think that's really, really a challenging problem.
You heard it here first, epsilon. How should we be conceptually defining trust? And how do you translate this definition into the way you asked about it in your studies?
I think this is a fantastic question, and one that anyone who's ever run any study on trust has talked a lot about. And I think at the end of the day, you need to break down this idea of trust. One is that trust can be broken down into the trustingness of the person themselves, like we were saying, how trusting are you as a person, and then how trustworthy is the thing that you're presenting to them, a visualization, a statistical number, or so forth. And then within the visualization, how much do you trust the designer of that visualization? Do you think they had an ulterior motive, or are they trying to persuade you for something that you may not agree with, versus the trustworthiness of the visualization or the encoding itself? So in our study, we kind of break that apart, and we don't necessarily ask outright. We kind of get more at, for example, the trustworthy or the trustingness of a person. There's a lot of scales and questions you can ask. How likely are you to do X, Y, and Z, just from psychology? So we use that. Then we have questions regarding the actual designer. Do you believe this designer is being transparent? Do you think the designer of this visualization has an ulterior motive, and so forth? And then we ask specifically about the visualization itself. And so we do ask, do you trust this visualization? But we have a follow-up question once they've answered that and said, you answered this, tell us more. And at this stage, we're really trying to get this qualitative assessment. How do people define trust? And we get this nice variety of, I trust it, meaning I would share this with friends and family. I trust it means that I know that this comes from a reliable source. People have different motives to trust it. And so we really need to kind of tease those apart so we can then ask questions that get at the underlying mechanisms of what it is that forms trust. And that can be different for different people. But it is not a trivial, there is no trust ruler that we can use and just ask that one question, definitely.
Well, I would say that I completely agree with you. I think the trust here, as you said, there are two things. One is the trusting the messenger, the other trust the messenger, right? And those things are incredibly hard. I want to emphasize the point that trust, as you all know, if you have a friend, how you trust someone, is not a one-time deal. It's over the time how the person is trustworthy or not, right? If someone is always late, you can trust the person is always going to be late, right? There's so I think the one thing I think is a very important, continue a point I made it before, is that ultimately we need to build the trust in data science or any scientific thing itself. Now, science sometimes, data science particularly, will provide inconvenient truths. And at those times, it's very important you don't try to explain that away, right? Because it's just inconvenient for you to explain that way, and that does not work well. That, people will not, they may buy your argument for now, but they know that there are things are just questionable. And I think that's a point it's hard. It's hard these days with all the things going on. And particularly, I want to say that it's very important when we explain these things. For example, confidence interval, right? Confidence interval, as a statistical data scientist, we try to present this interval as it is. But you know how confidence interval typically people will be using it. Depends on whether they want the number to be large or small. They take the end point. They can say, this thing can be as large as this, or this thing can be as small as this. They're not wrong. They're taking these points. But anytime you present those things, you're not making yourself very trustworthy. But people know you're trying to interpret in a way going with the direction as you wanted. And I think that those things we need to be very careful, especially if you're a data scientist, present those things. One thing I've been kind of trying to convince people to say, I know that each of us as data scientists, we have our own values, our own judgment. Sometimes we have to express our own opinions, our own interpretations. That's all fine. But when you do so, take off your hat as a data scientist. Say, I'm expressing this as my personal belief, my personal opinion. But if you present that as a data scientist, you create a problem. People think data scientist purely is using those as a tool to get whatever they want. And that's the one thing really erode the trust. So we have to be quite careful with that.
Yeah, and just to add on to that, I agree with both speakers, in particular that trust is multifaceted and it might vary from person to person and in different contexts. And something we know from psychology is that oftentimes when you're asked to think about something complex like trust, rather than doing that complex computation, people substitute and make a different judgment, like how much do they like something, or how familiar they are with it, or how easy is it for them to interpret. So I think in addition to what Carolina said, I think that sometimes when we're asking trust, there's a constellation of different psychological factors that are feeding into these trust estimates. And I think for communication techniques, that becomes highly relevant because we might be inclined to trust a technique that we are just more familiar with, or that just seems easy to interpret because we're kind of substituting. So I think it is extra hard in evaluating trust because there's so many factors that drive trust in different contexts as well.
So the next question is, do we need to worry that open data can be weaponized and reduce trust? And I guess the question is about maybe messiness of data, like if we all are trained as scientists to make our data available, but is that going to backfire in building trust?
Yeah, well, so again, my own experiences is during the pandemic. Just one thing that I didn't expect to have to do was sort of bat down things that were misinterpretations, or just where people sort of do their own analyses of things and misinterpret things and use that as sort of in a weaponized fashion. But that's a big systemic issue, and it's hard for individual scientists to really kind of bat those things down, especially with the speed at which things move. One of the things that I've done is work with fact checkers, and so for example, I had something from like an appendix of my paper misunderstood, and or just other studies misunderstood, but fact checkers at least work with places like Facebook, and they flag misinformation, and then sort of they're the ones that can actually do the work of checking and flagging misinformation. But that's a big challenge, and I don't know the best way.
And I would say there's been recent work that suggests this whole issue of weaponizing your data is a reason why people don't visualize uncertainty or don't communicate uncertainty, because they're afraid it'll be weaponized. And I think that that is a very real concern. But the truth is, data will be weaponized by someone who wants to weaponize it. So one way to combat that is to be as transparent as possible. And communicating uncertainty is one way to do that, to ensure that one way that they're not going to weaponize your work is to say, oh, this person didn't actually show us all the trends in the data. You're being as transparent and ethical as possible. And people can come to different conclusions about that, but that's a way of demonstrating that what you're doing is credible and you're trying to convey to an audience the true trends in the data rather than trying to manipulate the kind of the messages, which is what you were getting at.
I just think it's really a terrific question, but it's also a very hard one. But let me put it this way, that not open it is not going to help you to gain trust. I think that that's the one direction we probably would all agree. The problem with weaponization, it depends, even the words weaponization depends on, somebody will say, well, I'm using scientific evidence to convince someone. The other side says, well, you are just misinforming me. It's all. But I think what's important, again, I want to emphasize that whenever we do these open things, that we need to also be careful not doing this selectively, right? Because if you do selectively, certain things you open some other, that actually will erode the trust, because people say, well, you're only getting information is a benefit to you, then you make it open. Otherwise, I know that's a very high order to follow, but I think that's one of those things, being as transparent as possible. Other than, of course, there's all the data privacy issue as well, and that's another trust issue. That if we haven't talked about this, I think it's important. If you collect the data, say you can privacy being protected, and then you don't get the trust from the public to participate in your future data collection, like sensors, all those things. That is another big issue, that why we always have these issues. We can't be completely kind of say, well, let's just have all the data on the table, right? That's not possible either, because there's another complication issues. Without the public trust government or trust agents, trust us to collect the data honestly, respond honestly, you know how things can go haywire here. So I think there's really complex issues. But having said so, I think be as transparent as possible, but with clear guidelines why certain things need to be protected. Those guidelines themselves need to be transparent. And that's the way to, at least for me, to think about how to navigate this really complex problems created by human or self.
Great, fantastic. So let's thank all the panelists again. And thank you all for coming.
Awesome. So thank you again to all the panelists. I think you may graciously leave the stage. What a wonderful panel. We're going to roll straight on into the next element of our program. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce Maria de Arteaga, who is here with us today from the Department of Information, Risk, and Operations Management at the McCombs School of Business at University of Texas, Austin. She's also a core faculty member there in the Machine Learning Lab, and she's also involved with something that I think sounds fascinating, which is the Good Systems University of Texas Grand Challenge. And this is a grand challenge to try to find ways to develop good AI systems that are beneficial to humans. She has her PhD in machine learning and public policy from CMU. I also wanted to mention a little bit about her research. She works on algorithmic fairness. She works on topics related to human-AI complementarity. She thinks about biases in data and algorithms to address those biases. She thinks about limits and risks of machine learning used for complex systems and human-centered machine learning. These are all, as I think you'll all agree, extremely important topics. And if you look through the domains that she's worked on, they range from predictive policing all the way through to healthcare. So, great to have you here, Maria. Please join me in welcoming her.
Thank you very much, David, and thank you for being here and for having me. It's an honor to be here. Can I see the slides here? Not yet. Okay, perfect. Got it. Well, today I'll be talking to you about human-AI collaboration. And the way I got to think about this topic was because in my PhD I was very interested in the use of machine learning in high-stakes settings, and in particular in characterizing what are the risks and the opportunities of deploying machine learning to assist experts. So a big portion of this work has focused on algorithmic fairness, characterizing risks of bias, mitigating it. And another line of this work, which naturally these two have a lot of overlap, has focused on human-AI collaboration. And today I'll be focusing on three primary and very simple messages, and is human-AI collaboration is important, is feasible, but cannot be taken for granted. So why are we talking about human-AI collaboration right now? Well, in many high-stakes domains, algorithms are increasingly being deployed to assist experts in making high-stakes decisions. So an example of these is child welfare, where across the US, in many counties, and also in other countries, algorithms are increasingly being deployed to assist call workers who are tasked with receiving calls at child abuse hotlines in deciding whether a call should be screened in for investigation. And this is just one example. Other domains include human resources, where algorithms are increasingly being used to assist hiring and recruiting, healthcare, where algorithms are being deployed in both tasks of diagnosis and prognosis. But let's get a little bit more specific. There's a lot of mythology embedded in the term AI. So when I'm talking about algorithms, what will I be primarily focused on today? I'll be primarily focused on risk assessment instruments. This is the form that a lot of algorithms being deployed right now in this context take. And what they're doing is they're estimating the likelihood that a case or person will result in a poor outcome. And so in lending, these may take the form of predicting the likelihood of defaulting on a loan. In healthcare, these may be taking the form of predicting the likelihood that a person will develop a certain condition. In the criminal justice system, this has been primarily used to predict recidivism. And in child welfare, it typically predicts the likelihood of a poor outcome in the form of something like out-of-home placement, which is what we typically think of as foster care. And as a response to these deployments, there's also been a lot of concern. So there's a lot of optimism, but there's a lot of concern. So in the child welfare context, for instance, the National Coalition for Child Protection Reform published a commentary titled "Pittsburgh's Child Welfare Agency Goes Full Orwell." In her book, Automating Inequality, Virginia Eubanks devotes an entire chapter of her book to the Allegheny County deployment of child welfare, discussing the risks that when we're training and deploying these models, what we may be doing is automating patterns of discrimination. And again, this is something that has similar concerns arising in healthcare, in human resources, and so on. The response to this has taken many forms. One portion of it, as I mentioned earlier, has been focused on algorithmic fairness. So how do we develop algorithmic tools to mitigate bias, mitigate them? Another important element of this response has been focused on centering the human and providing human with autonomy. And this is what is often termed a human-in-the-loop system. This gained a lot of attention with the GDPR, where there was explicit wording around the fact that there cannot be autonomous decisions being made in certain contexts. And while initially this was thought of as primarily something that was happening in the European context, and there's actually a nice paper around this that was written a couple of years ago that actually frames this as a contrast point between Europe and the US. This is no longer the case. And for instance, in Washington state legislation for facial recognition also frames the need for meaningful human review. Naturally, there's a lot of questions about what does this mean, how are these policies operationalized, what are the actual implications that they have. And this is all in the policy context. In the managerial context, the need for managing algorithms has also been very central. So, what are some of the reasons why we want humans to retain autonomy? The first one is that often decisions are not based solely on an outcome prediction. So, as an example, in recidivism prediction, if you look at rates of recidivism, being young increases your chances of recidivism by a lot. And so if you look at a recidivism prediction model, it says if you're young, you're much more likely to commit an act of recidivism, so we would expect that you're maybe less likely to be granted bail. When you look at judges' decisions, they're actually more likely to grant bail to young defendants. Is it because they have the wrong mental model? Is it because we haven't shown them the stats? That's not the reason why. It's because the only factor that they're considering is not just the risk of recidivism. There are elements like belief in second opportunities, the opportunity cost of incarcerating a young person and the societal implications of that. And so often when we're making decisions, the prediction of an outcome is just one piece of this. In addition to this, there's often information complementarity that may happen. So the algorithm has access to information records, but the human expert may have access to a lot more information and other sources, complementary sources of information. So a physician may be able to talk with the patient and gain a lot of information from that. In the child welfare context, actually, the algorithms that are deployed only have access to historical administrative records, while the call worker has access to the information being communicated in a call. Elements such as distribution shift and out-of-distribution instances are also an important motivation. So this is grounded more on the technical limitations of the algorithms that we're deploying and the fact that humans are much better at reasoning about out-of-distribution instances. And there's also construct validity issues. So even if what we care about is a prediction task, it is often the case that what we measure is not quite what we care about. In each of these, I could spend the whole 40 minutes talking about these. I'm going to briefly talk about the issue of construct validity and what we mean by these. So what do we mean by the fact that what we measure is not what we care about? Well, let's consider again the child welfare context where this is the pipeline before the tool was deployed. So Allegheny County is the county where Pittsburgh is located. So a call worker would receive a call, and based on the information communicated in the call and administrative records associated with the child and the family, they would be tasked with deciding whether to screen in the call for investigation. If a call is screened in for investigation, then there's multiple outcomes that may be observed. There may be an out-of-home placement of the child. If the case is not screened in, we don't observe anything. In an attempt to reduce the risks of false negatives, the county, and that is something that is a trend across many child welfare agencies, has tried to make a lot of historical records and administrative data available to the decision makers, which led to an explosion of data that was very hard for humans to parse. So they have something like 800 variables that they can access, which motivated the deployment of a predictive model. So they worked with a team from New Zealand that had deployed similar models there to deploy a predictive model that provides a risk score between 1 and 20 and a screen out approval flag. So when the risk is considered to be high, then a supervisor's approval is required to screen out the call. What the predictive model is using are the administrative records. So the predictive model doesn't have access to the information communicated in the call. So that's what I meant when I said information complementarity. And the predicted outcomes, there's 2 predicted outcomes in the system that I'll be talking about throughout the day. In newer generations of the models that they've deployed, they're now only predicting out-of-home placement. Future referrals means a future call associated to the child, which after a lot of deliberation, they are unsure of whether this constitutes an indication of risk or not, and so that's why they've no longer considered this outcome. But this predicts out-of-home placement and then provides the risk score and the flag that I mentioned. So when you look at training a model to predict out-of-home placement, and you look at the precision in the portion of instances where you can measure it, you see that the prediction of out-of-home placement does a lot better than the human prediction. So if you train a model that is just predicting what the humans will do. So you say, okay, this seems to be doing a lot better. But when you look at other outcomes that are important, such as whether services are offered to the family, which is an indication that there was an intervention that could be positive for the family, for example, then you see that the humans do a lot better with respect to these other outcomes. And so what this illustrates is the fact that there are high-risk cases, for instance, in this context, whose risk is not considered by the model that predicts out-of-home placement, but is being considered by experts. And here we're just measuring one corner of the elements that the humans may be integrating. This highlights the importance of being able to be very explicit about what is it that the system is predicting and how that relates to what the humans care about. So ideally, when we have human-AI collaboration, this benefits from the algorithm's ability to parse large amounts of data, find patterns, and it also benefits from the human's ability to integrate sources of information, contextual factors, and objectives. Is this too much to ask for, though? We are putting a very high bar on everything that we're expecting will happen. Is this something that we can expect? So this is particularly concerning when we see research that when we think about human-AI collaboration, there's many designs in which this collaboration may happen, right? So we may have a human in the loop, meaning you have an algorithmic prediction, then you give it to a human, and the human then makes a decision, so the human is retaining decision power. We may have a deferral system in which some cases are allocated to an algorithm, some cases are allocated to a human. When we're thinking about the context in which the human is retaining discretionary power, which is the model that is most common throughout high-stakes contexts in particular, there are two risks that have been characterized in the literature that we can see as two ends of a spectrum. One is algorithm aversion, and the other one is automation bias. So in case of algorithm aversion, this was initially characterized looking at the likelihood of a human to consult an algorithm versus another human, even if they know the other human to be worse than the algorithm. And this has been since expanded to think about cases in which the humans are not very likely to trust the algorithm. So this is a case of undercompliance. The expert says, what does this machine know? We're experts. I don't trust it. I don't know what it's doing. And so even if the algorithm could have improved the quality of the predictions, they're unlikely to take it into account. On the other end of the spectrum, we have automation bias. This is a case where we say, wow, this machine, artificial intelligence, so smart, it must know something that I don't know. I'm just going to trust it. In addition, if we have other incentives, like we have a lot of time pressure, we have a lot of other factors that play a role, that can lead to over-reliance. This was initially characterized in high-tech cockpits, where it was found that pilots were less vigilant of seeking certain heuristic cues that they used to be very vigilant of when the new technology was deployed. And so this introduces a risk of when we have human discretionary power, is it really providing the guardrail that we intend? Is it really serving the role that, for instance, policy makers are expecting it to? So what we study in this context is what we term corrective overrides. Whether humans are able to and likely to dismiss recommendations that are erroneous. And we also study how is it that when we look at it at an aggregate level, it may be one thing, but how does that affect this human discretionary power? How does it affect fairness considerations? So going back to the Allegheny County case, I already introduced to you what the model is doing. And what we have in terms of the data that we analyze is there's a period of time from the data that was used to train the model. And then we have a data that doesn't overlap with this period that we can term the pre-deployment phase, where humans were making decisions without the algorithm, and then we have a post-deployment period where the humans were making use of the algorithm. There was a technical glitch that went unnoticed when the system was deployed. And as a result of it, some features were miscalculated in real time, which led to the score being miscalculated. What you're seeing here is the assessed score. So this is the correct score that we calculate retrospectively if the features had been correctly calculated. And we see the score that was actually shown to the coworkers. So what we see here is there's a very strong alignment. In most cases, the two scores were the same. But 10% of shown scores were miscalculated by 5 or more points. And as a result of these, there are also cases where a mandatory flag was shown, or it wasn't shown, where it shouldn't have been shown or should have been shown. So this allows us to study something that would have been unethical to study otherwise, because it allows us to study how in this high-stakes context the co-workers behaved when the score that they were seeing was miscalculated, was a result of a technical glitch. And we'll split this in 3 questions. I'll just give you an overview of the key results. I'll spare you all of the regression tables and robustness checks, but I'm very happy to talk about the technical details much more in depth. But first we ask, well, did the deployment of the tool change the way that co-workers were making decisions, right? This is important in terms of a question of algorithm aversion. It's possible that the tool was deployed, but there was enough distrust that things continued as usual. And it's also an important prerequisite for analyzing the results for the next questions, because otherwise, if in the second question that we study, we look at whether they were more likely to dismiss misestimated scores, well, if they were just ignoring all scores, then that's not very meaningful, right? So we first see, did they change the way that they were making decisions? Then we ask, well, did they treat misestimated scores differently? And finally, we look at how the deployment of the tool impacts racial and socioeconomic disproportionalities. So did the deployment of the tool change the way that coworkers were making decisions? Short answer is yes. So what we're seeing here is in the left, you're seeing the plots of the assessed score. So an important thing about the glitch is that it was non-random. Neither the counting nor our research team has been able to replicate the technical glitch, but we know that it was not a random glitch based on just making predictive models on when a glitch was going to happen and being able to get predictive power. And so what that means is, well, it means many things. One is that we cannot retrospectively calculate what the glitch would have been prior to deployment. It also has certain advantages, such as the fact that the way that co-workers behave with this glitch may be much more representative of what you would expect from an algorithm being wrong. And so it's very different if the glitch was random, and so there's no opportunity for the humans to learn to interact with the algorithm than in this case where the glitch was non-random. Going back to these plots, what we're seeing here is the alignment between the assessed score before and after deployment. So if nothing had changed, then we should expect this alignment to stay the same. And what we see is that after deployment, the likelihood to screen in a call became much more correlated with the risk score. And as I mentioned, we do a lot of robustness checks to see that there was not other contextual factors that explain this. And in particular, cases that had a mandatory flag associated to them that required a supervisor's screen out, approval for screen out, were also more likely to be screening. So we see that the deployment did change the behavior, which also allows us to go to the second, perhaps more interesting question, just because it allows us to get to a more nuanced understanding of what's happening. That is, did the co-workers treat misestimated scores differently, or did they indiscriminately adhere to the scores? So what we're seeing here is we have buckets of assessed score, and then we see whether the score that the co-workers saw was an underestimation of this score, whether it was a correct estimation or an overestimation. If the co-workers were indiscriminately adhering to the scores, what we should see is that the underestimated ones were less likely to be screened in, and the overestimated ones were more likely to be screened in. which is very much not what we're seeing here. We actually see the opposite pattern for the underestimated scores. This inversion is likely explained by that non-random nature of the glitch, right? But what these results show, and again, is something that we corroborate via regression analysis, is that call workers were able to identify scores that were underestimated, not necessarily by saying, oh, this score is underestimated, but they were more likely to screen in those calls than other calls with that same shown score. And so what this means is that call workers avoided automation bias in the form of errors of omission. So when we think about automation bias, we can think about errors of omission and errors of commission. So in errors of omission are cases in which the expert fails to take action when they should have because they miss a case. Errors of commission will be cases in which the experts take action when they shouldn't have, right? So what we're seeing here is a lot of evidence for avoiding errors of omission. One small parenthesis that I'll do there is the asymmetry of the pattern that we're seeing, I think, is one of the most interesting directions of future work, in the sense that the associated costs that the experts have to different types of errors may potentially impact their likelihood to override the algorithm. And so that's one thing that we see a glimpse of evidence for here, but studying that in contexts that are much more controlled, I think, is very important. So we see that the behavior did change. Call workers were more likely to dismiss misestimated scores. How did this impact racial and socioeconomic disproportionalities? In child welfare right now, there's a big debate around the need for child protection reform. And in particular, disproportionalities have been at the center of this debate. So when we talk about disproportionalities, we're just talking about disparities in the screening rates or in a certain outcome. So we're not looking at whether this is explained by certain factors. Some of the reasons for this is because that is very hard to do in this context, because all of the decisions include human discretionary power. And so you don't have an observed outcome that you can say, okay, this is something that is not going to be affected by the biases that I'm interested in studying. And so in this context, we study how did the deployment of the tool impact racial and socioeconomic disproportionalities. This is not something that this is also something that is particularly important when, in this context, one of the main concerns, and something that Virginia Eubanks talks a lot about in her book, is the fact that the data that the system is relying on is administrative data, and there's a risk of surveillance bias, meaning there's some people that have a lot more data about them being recorded. In particular, if you rely on public services for mental health support, for example, all of your data is in the system. If you rely on private services, that data is not there. And so you have this asymmetry on what is being observed about whom. And so that exacerbates this risk of disproportionalities. So with this in mind, and knowing that this is not something that conclusively shows whether there is or isn't bias, but it's something that conclusively tells us what is the impact of the tool in a dimension that is central right now to the policy debate, we look at the effect on disproportionalities. What we're seeing here are the screening likelihood for different groups. And so we see cases, I'll focus on the results on racial disproportionalities. So here we see cases where at least one of the children in the call is Black, and we see the likelihood that they were screened in for investigation prior to deployment. And so we see that prior to deployment, call workers were more likely to screen in cases where at least one of the children were Black. Again, this is not explained by the fact that one of the children were Black. This is looking simply at the statistic, right? Post-deployment, if the algorithm had been making autonomous decisions, this is not something that anyone's considering, but this is something that allows us to understand what is the effect of the human discretionary power. So if we take the algorithmic predictions and we look at the highest scoring cases, and we say, what if the screening rate would have stayed the same, but we were just screening according to risk assessment instrument? The disproportionality would have significantly increased. Post-deployment, the disproportionality stayed the same. This is something that, when I first saw it, I found it very surprising, because what is happening basically is that when you look at each item in isolation, you see the same direction of disproportionality, so you could expect a compounding effect. But that is not what we see. What we see is that human discretionary power is mitigating the disproportionalities that would be introduced by the algorithm alone. And we study what is driving this. In studying what is driving this, we find that the first thing that we study is whether the likelihood to screen in a call given a score varied across different groups. And we found that that's not the case. So we find that the likelihood, given a score, the likelihood to screen in the call was the same across racial and socioeconomic groups. Therefore, what was happening was that what our results suggest is that call workers were integrating other factors into their decisions, and so as a result, the risk score composition of the screening pool was different in a way that was shifting the racial composition of the screening group, right? And so, to summarize, what we have found is that call workers avoided errors of omission, performing corrective overrides when the tool underestimated the risk, and they did so by integrating other sources of information into their decisions. These may have been the information communicated in the call or the direct access that they had to the features. So it may be that in some context, even though technically it was the same information, they were directly accessing the features. And so they were complementing the algorithm by integrating other sources of information. We find that this is the same mechanism that leads humans in the loop to meet what would have been introduced by the algorithm alone. So what do we know? First, algorithm aversion and automation bias are real risks that we ought to take very seriously, but that doesn't mean that we just have to throw out the human in the loop. That doesn't mean that humans are not able to perform corrective overrides and that it's not possible to design systems in which human discretionary power is providing this desirable outcome that we want. The other thing we know is that it may be the case that human discretionary power may exacerbate bias. So, for instance, Alex Albright's work here at Harvard has shown that in the criminal justice system, the discretionary power actually exacerbated bias because the likelihood to adhere to a recommendation varied across groups. And actually, I think last year or the year before, Jennifer Doliak and Megan Stevenson were giving the keynote here, and their work shows a similar thing, right? What we see here is that, yes, it may be the case that human discretionary power leads to exacerbating disparities, but that's not always the case. And human discretionary power may actually mitigate disparities. So where do we go from here? Well, there are lots of things that we don't know, so you should all come work in this field. But the short thing is, well, we've seen that things can go in all directions, right? In the study that I discussed most in detail today, we have the advantage of having inherent field validity in a high-stakes setting, but that means that we also don't know what are the factors about the design that influence the patterns that we're seeing. So some paths forward that I am particularly excited about are first on the algorithmic design side. I think that for a very long time, we were training, evaluating, and deploying systems meant for decision support in the exact same way as we were doing it for systems that were meant for automation. So we were training the systems with the same objectives, we were evaluating them in an off-policy setting in which we were just caring about prediction performance, and then we were deploying them. And we were just it happened to be the case that in some contexts we were giving them to a human rather than automating a decision. Really reassessing what algorithmic design looks like when it's meant to make good team members, I think is one of the most exciting areas. There's a lot of work that is starting to happen in this space, and I think that there's a lot more to be done. So this really taking seriously the algorithmic design, I think, is something really important that takes many shapes as well. So most of the work that I'm highlighting here is focused on reassessing the objective, the learning objective that we're training for. That is also something that when we think about the role of explanations, for example, it has a lot of implications. So far, I think that in the context of explanations, we've said, well, we want to do this, and so we hope that this explanation will do that, right? But I think that there's a lot of work to be done in developing explanations and developing other mechanisms that actually lead to the outcomes that we want in a human-AI collaboration context. The other path is when we're thinking about human-AI collaboration, the algorithm is not the only thing that matters. We're thinking about a socio-technical system. And so really thinking about the ways in which different elements of the socio-technical system design have an impact is really important. To give you an example, let's go back to the results that we were discussing today. So in both cases, we found that integrating other sources of information was central to the patterns that we were observing, these desirable human discretionary power use, right? So our results, our work was quantitative, and there's qualitative work in the same setting led by Ken Holstein and his group, where they did surveys with the co-workers to assess how they were making decisions. And what they found is that there was so much heterogeneity on what co-workers thought the algorithm was using. There was very little transparency around these. There were a lot of attempts of co-workers to figure out what was the information that the system was relying on. And so together with Ken, we noticed that, well, it seems like integrating unobservables is really central to human-AI collaboration, but it also seems like there's a lot of heterogeneity around what humans believe, and there's very little guidance and best practices in terms of what do you tell an expert when you deploy a system. Here, I've been talking about the child welfare context, but this is something that is common across domains. When you go and talk to an expert that is using a predictive model, in most cases, they have very little information about what is the information that is playing a role in the system, and what is the information that is not being considered by the system. So taking this into account, we did an experimental study where we went from the inherent field validity and all of the complexity of the observational study to a very simple setting in which we conducted an online study where we looked at what happened when we asked people to predict housing prices, and we varied what we told them about what the algorithm was observing. And we also varied whether we were giving them continuous prompts to highlight the features that were not being integrated by the algorithm. What we found was that presenting these prompts did change how humans integrated information into their decisions. Importantly, this didn't necessarily lead to a better performance, but when we see these results in conjunction with results around predictive multiplicity, for example, in which we say, well, we may be getting the same accuracy, but how we're getting there and what are the portions of the feature space where we're having accuracy may be entirely different. The other thing that we found is that these prompts had a very different effect depending on whether people had prior experience with this task or not. So this is an example of the ways in which thinking about socio-technical design and certain cues may have an impact in our ability to see desirable outcomes from human-AI collaboration. And there's more work along these lines, both along cognitive cues and also thinking about other factors that play a role, such as backward compatibility. So when we have a system that there's a lot of desire for retraining models and a lot of reasons why that's desirable to deal with things like covariate shift. But there's also tensions there in terms of what happens when someone has learned to work with a teammate and then you change the way that the system is making predictions. And so all of these factors of what are the elements that matter in the socio-technical design are also central to getting to where we want to be in responsible human-AI collaboration. And finally, one element that I think is really interesting is rethinking when, so far, all this talk I talked about human-AI collaboration, and the human was this siloed entity, and that is very far from what happens, right? So who the human is may matter, their personalization. So for instance, recently we did work looking at when you're learning to defer to a human, if you're not just learning, oh, should this be handled by a human, but which is the human expert that should handle this case, you can get a lot of improvement. So this is work led by PhD student Rujan Gao. And there's also work around what are the different tasks that machine learning can perform in a team. So there's work on, can we use these to know when to ask for a second recommendation? I'm particularly interested also in knowing, well, who should we ask for a second recommendation, right? So the ways in which machine learning can facilitate teamwork and be a good team member may take very different forms that may not just be about predicting a target outcome. And finally, the role of sociocultural diversity, I think, is really important to this context. And that is particularly relevant when we think about the fact that in organizational contexts, a central dimension to improving decision-making, to improving also a lot of other factors of organization, has been thinking about the role of diversity. And there's a risk that in the way that we're training machine learning models, in which we're just bunching together, when we're training from humans and assessments, we're just bunching together a lot of assessments, and then we're just training that, the way that we're deploying it. There's a lot of questions about what that will do to what organizations have gotten to by taking seriously the role of diversity. But there's also a lot of opportunities there. So in work with Sina Fazalpour, recent work, we looked at what is the role of diversity in the machine learning pipeline at the different stages. And I think that there, as we move past the idea of this human as a silo and we start thinking about the role of personalization, the importance of diversity, I think that there's also a lot of interesting avenues that we will find. And with these, I will pause and take any questions that you may have. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much. I was listening to this and I was reflecting on the panel we had, and you didn't talk too much directly about communication, but I was thinking about all the ways in which communication comes into your work, kind of communication in describing the model, communication in describing what the model thinks, we should be doing at any particular moment, communication from the stakeholders back into the model. So I was reflecting on the conversation, and it's really fascinating. So thank you. Let me go to some of the questions that we have from the audience. So first of all, are there accepted, either published or understood frameworks for deciding whether a decision should or should not be made by algorithms? I love this question because it's really getting directly to the heart of what it is we're trying to do here. And even the framing made by algorithms, maybe that's not the way that you want to think about things. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's a great question. And the short answer, I would say, is no. There's no agreement upon what are the tasks that we should be considering an algorithmic involvement in. I think that here I focused on responsible human-AI collaboration, and kind of the unspoken background was, okay, we're doing this, right? But there's a big element that are, what are the cases in which we shouldn't be deploying algorithms? Which are the cases in which algorithms may mislead the decisions? And so, for instance, you mentioned earlier my work on predictive policing, and that's a context in which in the work that we did, we said, well, there's at least at this point, it's a non-solution. We characterize all these problems, and it's not very clear that there's this pathway of this is how you fix the algorithms to get to where you want to be. And so I think that that's an essential question, that is, which are the contexts where we don't want to be involving algorithms, at least in certain ways, And I think that's particularly relevant in starting, which I don't think is something that we've started to do, differentiating which are the contexts where we want human discretionary power and which are the contexts in which we don't want the algorithm. I think that right now, most of the policy and managerial solutions just say, well, if we're worried, we're going to throw a human in the loop. But I think that that's something that is desirable in some contexts that is not necessarily what we want in other contexts. And there, for instance, work by Ben Green that shows that when you deploy a system that can actually shift the grounds in which humans are making decisions, I think those are results that we ought to take very seriously when we consider whether we want to be integrating algorithms into certain decision pipelines. And I think that in many contexts, we'll likely find that the answer is no.
Thank you. Those of you that were in the workshop yesterday afternoon will have heard the reflection on maybe this tension between kind of the core focus within the academic community on questions like fairness, explainability, awareness to biases in data, and yet there's feeling that there's a sea out there outside of academia that's not really being meaningfully impacted by what's happening. You know, what's happening in practice, are we meaningfully affecting that? I think that's the background for the next question, and it may be the last question that we'll have time for, but it's asking how are we doing with developing systematic knowledge about how to avoid pitfalls when deploying ML systems in societal contexts. You know, how are we doing with educating whoever it was that is developing these algorithmic systems to be aware of the ways that they can go wrong and all of that?
I think that there's a lot of efforts going in that direction. For instance, NIST has been leading a lot of work right now in terms of developing guidelines, developing best practices, but at the same time, I think that part of where we're at right now is we don't really know what the answer is, right? In what I told you of what we know, we have kind of all of these data points where we say, well, it may be the case that humans can perform corrective overrides, and now we have these findings with inherent validity where we say, well, this happened. But it may also be the case that humans are not able to do that. It may be the case that humans mitigate disparities. It may also be the case that they exacerbate them. And we don't really yet have a lot of clarity of the mechanisms that will get us to one point or the other, in part because there's so many factors at play. And so I think that that's what makes these an area with a lot of unanswered questions, that is, especially when thinking about generalization and cases where we can expect, look, if you follow this practice in this new setting, you can expect these results. I think we're not yet there. I think that we're not yet in the context where we have enough evidence to say this is something that you should be doing.
And I really like the emphasis in your work on thinking about the socio-technical system. I think it's very easy and very tempting as ML researchers not to worry about any of that. And you're doing the hard work of taking that seriously. I think we do have time for a last question. I think we'll go to the third question on the board here, which is, and I'll maybe slightly reshape it. Obviously, we're aware that the data that we're consuming by systems can be biased in all kinds of ways. Is there more that we can be doing there to, again, maybe I'll use the word systematic, like how are we doing and how can we be doing more in regard to building awareness amongst the practitioner communities of things that can go wrong with data?
I think I'm pretty optimistic of the progress that has been made. I think that for a long time, and that is still something that remains, that is, well, if it's data-driven, there's that's some bias. Like, how can data be biased? And it was this kind of belief of where bias comes in is in these, taking factors that you shouldn't be taking into account. I think that when I talk to, especially when I talk to general audiences, I think that the idea of, well, data contains biases that have been present in the world is something that is becoming much more kind of widespread known, especially in expert communities. And so I'm very hopeful there that that is something that has improved a lot. I think that what are the different avenues that we should be considering for solutions is something where there's still work to be done, in the sense that I think that right now there's a really big focus on, so what we want is the biasing. And I mean, a good portion of my work focuses on that, but that only gets us to one corner of the solution. There's many cases in which there's even no meaningful notion of the biasing, because what does that mean to the bias-based data, right? There you get into ideas of non-ideal perspectives on fairness. That is, so for instance, Sina Fasselpour and Zach Lipton have done work in this space that is, a lot of the algorithmic fairness, the biasing structures, think of what would the counterfactual without bias look like, and that is not necessarily a meaningful counterfactual, in the sense that this reasoning over what we should do in an ideal world is not necessarily informative of what we should be doing in this non-ideal world. And so I think that there is a direction where there's still a lot more work to be done, especially in the practitioner side, where I think that the starting point is, well, we're going to build these things, so we're aware that this bias thing is an issue. Please tell us how to fix it. But there's a very constrained space of solutions, because the decision to build that thing was already made. And I also think that that's where academia can play an important role in really delving into the areas of, no, look, this is not what these are cases where you shouldn't be building these. And these are biases that you're not going to be mitigating in any of these ways. Like the toolbox that we've developed doesn't tackle that. So yeah, very long answer, but very good question.
Fantastic. Please join me in thanking Maria for a wonderful talk. We're on coffee break now, so 15 minutes, and then we'll come back together.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Perfect.
Lately I've been feeling low, I know I should let you go. Got me on my tippy toes, see you wherever I go. You're in my head, you're in my head, you're in my head. I can't forget, just can't forget. Want your romance, want your romance, want your romance. Just one more dance, just one more dance, just one more dance. You're in my head, you're in my head, you're in my head. I can't forget, just can't forget. Your romance, want your romance, want your romance. Just one more dance, just one more dance, just one more dance. Can't believe that it's over. I'm not ready for closure. Feels like I'm missing out when you're not around. I really miss you now. You're in my head, you're in my head, you're in my head. I can't forget, just can't forget. Your romance, want your romance, want your romance. Just one more dance, just one more dance, just one more dance. Just one more dance. You're in my head, you're in my head, you're in my head. I can't forget, just can't forget. Your romance, want your romance, want your romance. Just one more dance, just one more dance, just one more dance. Just one more dance. On a le pouvoir de s'aimer, ok? We got the power to be ringing the great bell out there above us. We got the power for that. We got the power to do that. And we dream of home, I dream of life.
Just say the word and I'll be yours. You know I never forgot. The hope and the hurt has lived inside of me. But there's gold in the dirt I never took the time to see. But I knew what's worth when you walk beside of me. And my hand fit in yours like a bird would find the breeze. We used when the herd would hide.
Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Check 1, 2, 3, 4.
by using the articles in HDSI, which means a lot. We have like 20 articles right now. Yeah, that was all over the place. So there's no shortage, but I thought it would be fun to do that. So we'll see. So I may get you to be a guest speaker, so the students ask authors. That'll be fun. So when are you here? I'm always interested. Thank you. Hello. So
No, I think so.
if I was Hello, everyone. Welcome. We'll continue this amazing session. So we're talking about impact computing. My name is Daniel Mikhailov. I'm the executive director of data.org. We're a nonprofit. We're a platform for partnerships helping to build the field of data for social impact and impact computing. We live in really interesting times. If by interesting, I really mean slightly terrifying, with rampant climate change, pandemics we're still in the midst of, geopolitical conflict happening around us. But they're also interesting for a different reason, maybe a more positive one, because we've seen human passion, creativity, ingenuity really rise up to these challenges. Today we're talking about, to discuss a new emerging field, which is being built around human endeavor in computing, in data science, in AI. And I have an amazing panel that I will introduce in a second to discuss these issues with me. But maybe just one example of how data and computing is already intervening in areas of social impact. During the pandemic, we've seen data computing being used at all levels to help us combat COVID-19. From the design of the vaccines, from the analysis of data from clinical trials, from epidemiological modeling predictions of what's happening with the pandemic, data and computing have been empowering us to combat the virus. At the same time, we've seen inherent issues in the sector. We've seen gaps in data coverage. We've seen biases reflected in data collection, reflected back in our analysis. We've also seen that some AI interventions, for example, which were trying to solutionize, did not work, didn't produce the results that we wanted. There was a great paper published by the Turing Institute in the UK, which analyzed about 120 interventions in diagnosing COVID using AI, and each one of them didn't meet the clinical mark for effectiveness because the teams just didn't have sufficient subject matter expertise. So there is great power. There's also some issues for us to discuss. And I have an amazing panel to do it with. So let me quickly introduce the panelists. I will then ask you to speak a little bit about what you do, maybe 2 or 3 minutes each. So first of all, can I introduce Milind Tambe, the Gordon McKay Professor of Computer Science at Harvard John A. Paulson School of Engineering and Applied Sciences. You also have a position in Google India. Can I also introduce Caroline Buckey, Professor of Epidemiology and Associate Director of the Center for Communicable Disease Dynamics at Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health, and Nelson Gonzalez, who heads up Impact Computing at Amazon Web Services. So if I go first, Milind, to you in a couple of minutes, please introduce yourself more fully and talk a little bit about what brings you to this panel.
So my research is focused on AI for social impact. So me and my research team for the past 15 years have been focused on advancing AI and multi-agent systems for topics of public health, conservation, and public safety and security. Our key theme here is how to optimize our limited intervention resources. So in doing so, we realize that AI innovation and social impact go hand in hand. I wanted to give you one example from public health. So, concrete example is work we've done with youth experiencing homelessness in Los Angeles. Harnessing the social networks of these youth, we are able to show that our AI interventions are far more effective in reducing HIV risk behaviors by spreading information in the social networks of these youth more effectively compared to traditional approaches by picking the right influencers compared to how they were being done in the past. But this work also required innovation on the AI side because the data for the social network was not available beforehand. Another example is work in conservation, where in Uganda and Cambodia, for example, harnessing past poaching data, we are able to predict where poachers set traps or snares, and for the past several years have been able to remove large numbers of these snares. I'll stop there and hand this over to Caroline.
Hi, everyone. So I'm an infectious disease epidemiologist, and I do modeling to try and understand the ecology and evolution of infectious disease, how diseases spread. And about 15 years ago, we started to be interested in how human mobility and migration impacted the transmission of disease, how it spreads, but also how you allocate resources as a control program. So for malaria, that might be where you put bed nets, where you need treatment, and things like that. And really, we've seen a sea change over the last 20 years as people now use mobile phones, and we've sort of been developing tools for using mobile phone data and other kinds of large, usually corporate-held data sets to inform surveillance efforts for public health. And through that journey over the last several years, I've encountered so many interesting data science problems that I think are very relevant for how we actually translate some of this data into tools for social good and public health. Everything from where is the data, how is it structured, how do we manage it, who gets to see it, how do we make sure that data sharing agreements are in place, how is it processed, do we have the methods to protect privacy, all of these questions, and then even further downstream, which I think is something that we all have to think about more clearly, who's going to look at your data product and for what decision? So that translational pipeline, how we use data in our surveillance systems is really where my interests lie. And more recently, we've started to think about using these kinds of data sets to help support disaster response in the context of weather-related events, climate migration, and refugee crises. So in 2020, we developed a platform called Crisis Ready with Sachet Balsari and Andrew Schroeder at Direct Relief, where we use mobile phone data and satellite imagery and things to support agencies that respond to disasters. And really the question is quite simple. It's usually the question is, where is everybody and where are they going? And that's what disaster response agencies need to, supply tents, make sure there are vaccines, and so on. So I'm really interested in how we use these new data streams in public health, and that's kind of the focus of my research group.
So I've spent my entire career in the social impact space. I started in academia, then went to strategy consulting, philanthropy, impact investing, and then entrepreneurship in Silicon Valley. And I had the privilege of seeing how different sectors intersect with practitioners on the ground, policymakers. And something that struck me in all of these very privileged positions to understand the role of different sectors was that the tools that impact professionals have, whether it's social or environmental impact, are very poor compared to so many other professionals. We're asking ministers of health or education, we're asking researchers and leaders of nonprofits on the ground to do incredible things with no resources and very little time. And yet we would never ask surgeons or air traffic controllers or hedge fund managers to do that without the data science, without the compute that they take for granted. And so that always struck me, just the poverty of tooling in the hands of the people on whom social and environmental impact around the world depends. And so when I got a call from Amazon a couple of years ago, I was first a little surprised. I thought, I'm an impact guy, what am I going to do there? But then I realized that there was something very interesting happening at the company, and that was an attempt to mainstream social and environmental impact into the heart of what we do, engineering, strategy, and how we interact with our customers. And so that's what we're up to with many partners, including HDSI. We're trying to figure out how do we build what I sometimes like to call impact native solutions, right? There are many ways in which we can use existing solutions to do very good social and environmental impact work. And perhaps there's a delta, right? There's a difference between what we have and what we need, and that requires R&D, it requires research, it requires us to build on the back of precursor movements like responsible AI, AI for good, to expand that and think about how do we build the entire through line of impact computing that goes from, architecture and infrastructure to data to analytics to modeling and simulation, AI, ML, and all the way into quantum. And so that's what I'm really excited about, is kind of mainstreaming social and environmental impact into the heart of business. Philanthropy is really important, so is ESR, ESG, CSR, and ESG, but we actually, I think, need to drive a lot of change from the heart of the company. That's what we're trying to do, and really excited that we're actually part of what I think is a movement and a field, and look forward to discussing that more.
Amazing. Thank you all for those introductory remarks. You already mentioned some great projects in the field, but it strikes me that when we were preparing for this panel and we were emailing each other, we all referred it in different ways. We talked about impact computing, we talked about data science for social impact, or AI for social impact, or there is tech for good and data for good. There's a lot of overlapping terms. They don't necessarily all mean exactly the same thing. There's huge then overlap between them. So I guess the first question I would ask all of you collectively, we can go around and have a bit of a discussion about it, is what defines this field? I agree it is a new field that is emerging, but how to define it? How is it separate and different from technology and data used in other sectors and fields? Maybe, Millard, I can go to you first.
Certainly. So in AI for social impact, the way we define it is, first of all, social impact is a first-class objective that we have to achieve. So it's not just AI research, but really trying to look at social impact itself as a key output. And if there is no social impact delivered on the ground, then I would not call it AI for social impact. So that's number one. Secondly, this field tries to focus on people who are marginalized, marginalized communities, endangered communities. And so that requires often work in partnerships with nonprofits, with government organizations, and so forth. And third, these should be communities that cannot commission AI research for themselves. And so as AI researchers, we deliver these often pro bono services for these communities. So these three are, in my mind, key requirements for something to be AI for social impact. And there's a lot to be done in terms of some of the things that Caroline mentioned, for example, going all the way from data to doing the AI research and then deployment. And so all of these components need to be part of this AI for social impact. So I'll stop there.
Thank you, Millard. Caroline, over to you.
Yeah, so I don't know what it is, but the way I think about the problem is that, just from my field, for example, it used to be that epidemiologists in a public health department had access to all the epi data that was out there in order to make a decision about some kind of intervention. And if you look now at the landscape of data and analytics and computation and what's possible, and I have a problem with the term AI because it often means regression, but I do think that now the computational possibilities and the data diversity that is there to make decisions better for public health, it's so vast, it's so rapidly diversifying that we need tools to make sense of it, and we need tools that are designed with a specific decision in mind to help the epidemiologist at the end of that chain decide where to send vaccines. So, things have really changed, and we're living in a very data-rich world now. And for your normal person who has to make a decision in their job, how can we take all of that data and make that easier for them and make sure that we're doing a better job of targeting?
Thank you. And Nelson, over to you.
Yeah, I think for us, impact computing means designing backward from a very clear goal of improving life, whether that life is of humans, of other species, natural ecosystems, and beginning with that, identifying how do we measure that? So there's intention and ways of making it demonstrable, and then working backward to say, how do we achieve that goal, exactly as my colleagues are saying. And for us, that has a lot to do with not only just very particular forms of measuring social and environmental impact, but also ensuring that there's equity and access considerations built into into how we go about designing those technologies or using existing technologies and deploying them in ways that are intentional and demonstrable about having that impact. So designing backward from social and environmental impact metrics is very different from, say, from a company like ours, from designing for business innovation or effectiveness or efficiencies. Those are really important bottom lines, but as we've learned from impact investing, which I see as kind of a precursor movement to impact computing, we need a triple bottom line, right? There's planet, people, and profit. There are many ways of saying that. But we augment the business efficiency, the business innovation, the kind of table stakes of what's required, particularly with cloud computing, and say, that's the starting point. And then there's this kind of last mile, a kind of impact last mile that takes us from what the best enterprises on earth have and what's required for these practitioners that I mentioned in my introduction, who are on the ground with a dearth of tools and have the future of planets and populations in their hands. So I think designing backward is really critical. The other thing I'd say is taking context into account. We can build the greatest, quantum technologies or advanced machine learning deployments and not understand market failure, lack of talent, lack of capital, procurement issues, the ways that the sectors don't align, perverse incentives and policy. We can design the best tools in the world, have ways of deploying them, but if we don't have deep empathy for the context in which impact actors are deploying these tools, we're going to fail collectively and as a business as well. And so I think it's about the tools themselves being designed backward from that intention, but also being very, very rigorous about the context into which these tools will be sent and how they'll be used, making sure we've got the capacity for that to be sustainable.
No, I couldn't agree more. I think all the points you make about the focus, the actual mission being the social impact mission, about the process and how we work, about the tools we need. I also appreciate, and also in the last comment about context, the way I see AI is we mislabel it as a technology, but I think it's a socio-technology. It's complex socio-technical systems. It's not just the code or the model you trained. It is the data collected. It's the people who collected the data. It's where they collected the data and the context of what question they were trying to answer. So it goes far beyond the technology. One element I'd like to add as a follow-up question is talent. You mentioned it briefly, but I think there's something quite big in there. Do we have the right skills? So when we train our young people in data science skills, are we teaching them the right skills for this new world, this new field? Milind, you're shaking your head. Over to you.
No, we are not, because certainly in AI, what we get taught are AI methods. So we get taught, machine learning or Markov decision problems or things like that. But when we talk about AI for social impact, as you just pointed out, there's so much more than that. Just trying to understand how to set up an experiment in the field to measure whether the AI intervention actually worked or not. When in the real world, it's not going to be as nice as in the lab with the simulations and everything being perfect. So if you imagine the test tubes are going to be leaky, and yet we have to come up with the right results. Or doing an ethical deployment, we talked about empathy. So trying to be responsible, trying to make sure that the results you deploy are interpretable. I mean, there's so many aspects to really achieving AI for social impact that we are often, all of these things are not taught in normal AI courses for sure. I teach AI for social impact, so this is also an advertisement for the class I teach. We're writing a new textbook for the class. It's openai4sibook.org. So if you wanted to take a look at some of the chapters we are getting, it's free online. Anybody can download. It's being used in my class and classes at Carnegie Mellon and others, hopefully. But basic point is we need to build from here. We don't have all the answers for sure. We would love to understand what more needs to be taught, because for sure there's a lot that we are not being taught. And asking students just trained in AI methods to go, okay, now go work with a nonprofit and achieve impact, they're not prepared. And so so a lot of training needs to happen, and it needs to be interdisciplinary with public health, with maybe social work, other scientists being also important in training these students.
Klarman?
So I think we have a major pipeline problem. And I'm talking about public health because that's what I know. But what we saw in the pandemic over and over again was sometimes good, highly technical solutions coming from the global north being misapplied around the world, and especially in the global south, because that contextual piece was lacking. We don't have a cohort of people who can take these tools and apply them to their context that they understand. Many of these things that are being developed, models and so on, they rely on, they make assumptions about the data, about the context, the people, and the model is wrong as a result, right? So you need to understand where the data comes from, who's not in the data set, what it means, and what interventions you actually need to design for your local context. And we don't have those people who are trained in the policy world and in science and can keep up with this rapidly changing field to apply the new tools to their location and help policymakers in a local context. So I actually think we have a major challenge for education and for institutions like Harvard. How do we make sure that we are training people not only to understand data science, we don't need everyone to have a PhD, but how do we develop a globally distributed workforce of people that understand this new world of data and can apply it in their local context? And I think that's a major challenge for all of us to try to think about innovative ways to do that education.
Absolutely, Nelson.
Yeah, I completely agree with the pipeline emergency, and I think I agree with my colleagues that that is foundational in terms of just basic data science capacity. I mean, companies like ours, we can't hire fast enough the talent that we need, so we just need that to continue the business of data science and AI, et cetera. We have a huge diversity problem, right? Even here, we don't have enough representation of underrepresented populations, not to speak of the global south. So that's sort of table stakes, just more people, more diverse people. So I would agree with that. I think there's a different kind of pipeline emergency as well, and that is that the pipeline will be, I don't know, fundamentally different, but it will have some differences if we're building a pipeline for AI for good, data science for social impact, impact computing, because as I mentioned earlier, if we're designing backward from improved lives for equity, for access in a way that is intentional and demonstrable, you're going to need different skills. And I think the skills that are needed run against the logic of industries like ours that are very siloed in terms of our industry verticals, and academia that's very siloed in disciplinary silos as well. Lots of disciplinary, interdisciplinary research goes on, but at the end of the day, we're very focused in these silos. And when we're trying to do the kind of work that social impact and environmental impact requires, we need to start with things that are sometimes seen as exotic, right, in both of these silos. We talk a lot about multivariate analysis and causal inferencing, particularly where we're looking at climate and health. When we look at measuring SDGs or looking at international development, economic development strategies, we have to do simulations of a kind that we have not been able to do outside of very specialized labs. How do we do agent-based modeling in a way that is scalable and influences policy when we look at things like radicalization or cognitive applications of AI in education? These are all things that are sort of shiny and interesting. They shouldn't. They should be table stakes. They should be normalized. They should be sort of 101 concepts that impact engineers, impact ML experts, impact data scientists learn, because that's the only way that we're going to understand the complex adaptive systems in which social and environmental forces interact. And so I appreciated Mary's presentation about human in the loop. And we often think about, what does life in the loop look like? You know, it's one thing for me to be observed while looking at a machine. That's better, human interaction. But what happens when life is talking to life, right? And we need to model that. We need to do ML optimization for that. We need to think about quantum mechanics for that. It's a very different way of understanding how we think about technology for impact. And when we're developing talent, the diverse, better, bigger pipeline should actually begin there, not get there eventually, you know, as the kind of extracurricular thing because you happen to be interested in this. We need to start there.
I agree entirely. I'm hearing there are two overlapping problems. There is a quantity problem and a quality problem, for lack of a better way of expressing it. They did a report with the Patrick J. McGowan Foundation, Talent Wanted, just back in May, and it identified just in quantum a gap of 3.5 million purpose-driven data practitioners needed across the world, particularly in low middle income settings over the next decade. So 3.5 million people who are not there, who should be there in order to drive the changes that we want, just focus on social impact. And that's just quantity. And of course, then the quality is they should be different. They should practice differently. They should be thinking differently, more translational, more applied, bilingual in something. So they are a data scientist and a climate expert, a data science and a health expert, because the problems that we're trying to solve are not generic. They're specific and complex and interrelated. Thank you for that. A really great discussion to get us going. I have a few specific questions now for each one of you. So I will start with you, Caroline. So you are at the frontier of this new field, working to meet the urgent need to use data in public health, crisis of different description, as you said in your introduction. What do you think are the promises and opportunities in this emerging field, specific in health? And also, what are the issues that you've seen?
So I think in some ways, COVID-19 accelerated many of the developments here, where we saw, data silos open up, companies, because a lot of the data that we're going to need is going to end up being corporate data or private data. And so we saw a kind of emergence of interest in this field and how it could be used during COVID-19. And that's kind of opened some doors to this discussion, community engagement questions, privacy questions, and how we structure these agreements. And it's not just in mobile phone data, the genomics revolution and all of these things. I think that we have become aware, again, just how much potential there is for data and analytics to really make a difference in how we respond to these 21st century threats. I think there are a number of challenges. One is that the data might go away, because if it is corporately held, the incentive structures are just often not there for continued access, especially for low income settings. And so there's an incentive problem. It's there in academia too. We get rewarded for papers and grants, not necessarily for the iterative work it takes to translate these things with governments and policymakers on the ground. So there's some incentive problems that mean that some of this might shift and change as companies move towards a for-profit model. And we need to find ways to ensure that these pipelines continue and that it's built into a more sustainable model that works for everybody. So I think there's that challenge. I also think this pipeline issue it's not just that it's a capacity issue, it's actually a scientific issue. I would rather have a well-trained person in a public health department with a pencil and paper than the best model, agent-based model of blah, blah in that department, right? Because it's people that are going to make the difference. And I worry that we fund public health practitioners on a boom and bust cycle. The pandemic's over. We just saw thousands of people are being laid off. Here in this country, epidemiologists, people on the ground that can make this work. So I think there's a challenge in these boom and bust cycles. How do we get out of this crisis reactivity when it comes to personnel and funding, and realize that routine investment in people and tools and technology is what's going to actually prevent things from spiraling into a crisis. So I think that there are kind of challenges in different ways, but the data's there, the opportunities are there. So it's coming together to find out how to solve these structural issues that I think is going to be the issue.
Yeah, I hear you. I recognize a lot of this. Having worked as a funder before my current job, I was at the Wellcome Trust, big public health funder, as head of data there, as the first head of data there. As a funder from within a funder, and now as a grantee from outside a funder, I see this problem, and I fear funders contribute to it inadvertently. They fund often on a short-term basis. They find it easier to fund narrow projects with very specific rule-defined objectives and metrics, so it's easier to measure success. But often what's left out are more infrastructural systemic interventions, which need to be sustained for the longer term. And of course that influences negatively, unfortunately, the field. We ended up in a more fragmented situation.
And also, as you mentioned, one of the keys to actually having any social impact is to measure it well and know what you're trying to evaluate. And these short-term funding cycles are very difficult to actually measure social impact.
100%. Nelson, I saw you kind of lean into it. Do you want to add something on that point?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for me, this speaks a lot to the role of R&D in the public sector, because in order to build a knowledge base, to enable people to actually build a new field, I think we need several things. And I think, first of all, the role of the public sector, I think, needs to be mainstreamed, right? I think, yes, we have capital we can deploy, hopefully not just in a philanthropic way, so we can make actual investments that have return that's sustainable. So capital, talent, et cetera. But I actually think we've got core technologies, ways of working, ways of building talent that need to position the enterprise as a social impact actor. And so I think that's a really important piece. And I think secondly, we need to think about how to be much more intentional about R&D. How do we identify how current technologies can be deployed more effectively for social impact? What technologies might need to be created or adjusted or bundled together in new ways? And then where do we actually need to create net new things? So I think R&D has to be much more intentional so that we can support the kinds of things that we're talking about. And then I think in terms of talent too, the whole notion of a knowledge base, a knowledge domain, which is what universities are all about, needs to be thought about in a very strategic way, because I've often heard it said that in the impact sector, the innovation curve looks like this, right? There's a lot of innovation going on, but it sort of flatlines. And anywhere else where there's a robust R&D and innovation infrastructure, it goes like this, right? There's failure and there's learning, but the knowledge builds on itself because you've got taxonomies and ontologies and understandings about data and what gets measured. And so you actually build, through failure and success, a knowledge base, a domain, and therefore a field. Until we get that, we will continue to see this, right? And none of us want that. We're all investing too much. And so I think the role of the public sector in figuring out what needs to be developed and doing it in a way that actually collectively with all the sectors builds a knowledge bases is really critical. And I often think about, and I've discussed this with Daniel, the opportunity we have here is to actually build an emerging field, a kind of movement. And one of the kind of models that I've found most useful here is that whenever something new is emergent at a systemic level, there are 4 things that have to be done. The people involved in that need to be named. You are an impact data scientist. You are an AI for good professional. Named, connected. You're not alone. There are people all over the world that are trying to do what you do. You're not the freak that you think you are. Number 3, you need to be nurtured. You can come to HDSI and take courses. You can work with data.org and build your capacity. And then fourthly, you need to be celebrated. Here are grants for you. There are jobs for you. You can get published in journals. We're going to respect the work that you're doing because we see you and we value your difference, which is that you are designing backward from improving lives. So naming, connecting, nurturing, and celebrating the talent that's emerging is the way to build the field. And once we have the field, if we build the infrastructure that we're talking about, we can actually create this knowledge base, and then maybe we can get that innovation curve to actually build on itself.
As you know, I love this framing. You and I discussed it before. It's really succinct way of putting of kind of the key elements of building a new field. So thank you for that. You started to touch upon it, so I will go straight to you with the next question, which is enterprise R&D. You mentioned just now. What is it, and what is the role of private sector in nurturing this?
Yeah, it's. So this is my first time in a company like Amazon Web Services. So it's a huge education, and I came in as skeptical about the role of massive corporations, as a lot of my colleagues are when I now sit at tables with people from different sectors. But what I found astounding, and this is true of all companies like ours, is the level of rigor that we have around decision making and talent development and communication and being data-based and really, as we say, looking around corners and anticipating where fields are going, and the speed at which we do that and the quality with which we do that is absolutely astounding. And I think that's something that we can kind of offer, right, to the sector. And as I said, by mainstreaming the role of private sector, we can actually help our colleagues in government, in academia, in the civil society space, not by replicating that, because I'm just not a fan of, I've been in so many foundations and nonprofits trying to build technology platforms, right, or create data, and it's not a good idea, right, any more than it is for us to create social service interventions, right? Not our job. Please don't trust us to do that. And I think differentiating where the sectors play their roles and having open and clear communication about what our interests are and are not, so that we can actually collaborate together is going to be really critical, because there are things that we do in the private sector that are sorely needed, and they should not and need not be reinvented, paid for by philanthropic money. That's just not the way to go. So I think building those handoff points where we can do certain things with and for the broader sector is going to be really important, and that requires, again, mainstreaming the role of impact inside of the enterprise, and when people from other sectors look at us, seeing us as kind of equal players, with a lot of clarity about our different roles and responsibilities.
Thank you, Nelson. Melanie, I want to bring you in on this, because you have perspective from both sides a little bit. Academia very strongly, but also in your role in Google. How does what Nelson said chime with you?
So I'll talk about difficulties and challenges, and also opportunities as an AI researcher in AI for social impact. And so I'll highlight some of the difficulties that I have faced over the past 15 years trying to work in this space, and some beginnings of solutions which we will require collaboration across this room in order to build on. So first, finding the right partner, because as an AI researcher, yes, I'm interested in AI for social impact, but who do I work with? So finding these kinds of partners itself is difficult. So at Google, as I was director for AI for social good, I started this annual program whereby people who are AI researchers can apply into the program, nonprofits who are interested can apply, and then we run a matchmaking service whereby AI researchers can meet with these nonprofits. Nonprofits can meet with multiple AI researchers, like a speed dating, and then finally whoever matches can write a proposal, and we fund it and try to support it in this AI for social impact space. So that's one beginning of a solution, but I think this can be developed into a much bigger solution. That's one. Second, AI for social impact for me is often a game of low data, low compute, and low resources. And so, when we think, I mentioned this problem of spreading information about HIV among youth experiencing homelessness using their social networks, but there's no data. And so the first thing is, how do you deal with the lack of data? Now, in this case, there's some clever sampling strategies and learning strategies to figure out what the social network might be. But these are interesting problems, and the PhD students or other students who need to be trained have to be trained that this is the game, AI for social impact. You can't come back and complain that there's no data, so I can't solve the problem. That is the PhD. So that's trying to address these challenges in the context of low data and low compute and so forth is crucial. Third, we've often experienced that there is no support, and this is going back to a point Caroline had mentioned also, for the kind of work which impact computing requires, which requires going out in the field, actually achieving that impact, showing that impact is actually achievable by running a scientific experiment. But if you, as an AI researcher, go to an AI conference and say, look, we have done this work in achieving impact, the answer, at least previously, used to be more, but there is no new AI here, which means that, generally speaking, the work, if you want to publish it, would have to be smuggled in as a demonstration of the actual, of a non-existing AI innovation in the paper. So there has to be support if we are to support this field academically in terms of research venues, conferences, journals, and so forth, which value, celebrate AI for social impact. So social impact itself should be recognized as a primary topic, something equally important as much as AI innovation is. So finally, once you develop a solution, somebody has to sustain it. So on the third point, whereby we have at least started this AI for social impact tracks in major AI conferences, hopefully more will adopt it. But the last one I mentioned here is, okay, we developed a solution, now we have to deploy it. Who's going to support it? If you're a university, how can we continue to sustain a solution out there in the field, which requires a number of talented software engineers and so forth, to scale it up and so on? And so this is, we're not going to charge a homeless shelter, a wildlife conservation organization, a nonprofit to say, you support a software, they can't support, and we can't support it as a university. And so how's that solution going to be maintained? So this is also an interesting problem that requires, again, collaboration from different companies, from universities, and maybe there's a major nonprofit that is required to support these AI for impact solutions out in the field. So number of challenges, beginnings of solutions, but I feel there's a big collaborative movement that is really needed in order to sustain this field.
I agree entirely. I think we are right at the beginning of this, of designing intentionally this new field. The challenges I mentioned in my introduction are enormous that are facing us. We have no shortage of problems. But we need, I think, to bring people together to have any chance of success. And I think, so Data.org, for example, we have a role as a platform to maybe be that neutral convener, to bring people like Nelson from AWS, like Microsoft, like Google, Meta, etc., together with great academic teams, with great philanthropies who might have the funding to support, with social impact organizations who are trying to solve a real problem on the ground. But it can only be done by all of those actors. And I think, as you mentioned, Nelson, we need to redefine the roles. For example, in private sector, it's not just about a bit of philanthropy on the side. It's actually finding what is the role of you guys in this new field and designing for it.
Yeah, and if I could just add on to this, I think part of the redesigning of the roles is not being apologetic about social impact vis-a-vis very advanced AI approaches, and there's no new AI here. Well, that's not true anymore. And one of the things that we're seeing is that social and environmental impact use cases drive innovation. We're doing work around tuna fisheries in the deep Pacific that is challenging our most advanced edge AI/ML applications. We're doing work around modeling of economic systems that's challenging the way that we do simulation, particularly using agent-based modeling. I could have a long list. HPC, we just did the largest HPC run on any cloud, 5.8 million vCPUs. It's challenging the way that we automate HPC to democratize drug discovery. So these are all challenges that are actually pushing the bounds of the most sophisticated technologies that we have, because the social impact use cases demand that. And so I think it's going to be an exciting day when at the conferences we have the best papers, right? Because we're actually forced to ask the hardest questions and then solve them. So I think we don't need to be apologetic. So enterprise needs to be mainstreamed, but also the social impact sector doesn't need to be apologetic about the fact that, you know, we don't have these resources and we have these little use cases. That's not true anymore.
Agreed. Caroline?
Yeah, I just wanted to build on your point about R&D. And, you know, I think the challenges that are facing us are just so enormous and so urgent that we also need to think about this from the academic perspective, right? We go and we do a big study and it takes us 5 years and we write a paper and then we're done, right? And a lot of, at least in the work that I've seen, there's a lot of stuff that's ready to go, but we don't know how to scale. Or it's ready to go, but we can't design the randomized controlled trial like big enough, quickly enough. And so again, recognizing what different actors do well, you know, corporations can do this at scale quickly. They can try things. So instead of it being kind of hypothetical on these long academic timescales, which is still important for many aspects of science, but these types of partnerships to harness what business does well, what the public sector has to do, and what academia can do, like this really is the way forward. And I think our academic institutions have to adjust and be more open to really getting past some of these old-fashioned ways of doing things.
Yeah, I think playing to our strengths is maybe a good way to summarize this. We each bring something different to the table. Let's identify that first of all, and then lean into that. I think one of the important things also to say is, in terms of being apologetic, you're entirely right. There is great cutting-edge innovation in social impact space, but at the same time, Melinda's right. Some other problems require just better use of Excel. Like the whole range is true. So we need to invest in all of those, in all parts of that range.
So I just wanted to clarify. I mean, certainly, you know, social impact sometimes does drive AI innovation, but not every problem will necessarily. And sometimes when you use a known solution, even achieving impact and demonstrating impact requires innovation, you know, because it doesn't just fit out of the box. There's some demonstration that is needed. It's a scientific contribution to show that one AI method worked better than another AI method that were previously known, but we just didn't know which one applied best to this situation. And today, this sort of scientific contribution is not recognized as scientific contribution within AI conferences and so forth. So that's where we need to collectively realize that this is a new field where these kinds of contributions are equally important.
And even just the measurement innovation required in what you described, we understand it's an innovation, but people need to understand that, right?
Exactly, exactly. Great discussion. Thank you so much for it. I would love to open it up to the floor, both real and virtual. I think we have Slido as the means through which we do it. So I think, I'm told questions will appear. Oh, something is happening? But I cannot see it because I'm blind. Hold on.
I thought we were going to have more humans in the loop, no?
I think the humans exist. Some of them are here, but some of them allegedly are. Let me come closer. So, absolutely. So a few questions already appearing. Let me take just the first one in that order. So from Rick Bourne, I'm interested in hearing the panelists' thoughts on the opacity versus transparency of AI algorithms and their relative social impact. Who wants to take that one?
I can.
Please, Klarman.
So, I mean, those of you who know me know where I stand on this. I think transparency is absolutely critical, and without it, this issue of translation often fails, because the underlying assumptions, the data that's fed into the back end, what's actually happening in the black box is not understood, and it's especially not understood in the context of an actual decision being made. And so both the person receiving whatever the output is and the person who made the algorithm may not actually be on the same page with respect to what the problem is they're trying to solve. And if you don't have transparency, then you don't actually know why you got it wrong, or if you got it wrong, and the whole thing becomes a strange game. So I feel like transparency is very important, and I would prefer simpler, more transparent approaches. And it's like what you were saying, you may not get the Nature paper that way, but it will have more social impact.
And soon, hopefully, you will also get the Nature paper, which
maybe, yes, yeah.
Excellent. And Milan, do you want to come in as well?
So the transparency, I agree, but it needs to be transparency at the right level for the right person. So I've interacted with people who are engaged with tuberculosis patients in India and so forth, or managing a number of patients, and so there we're trying to predict in advance who's going to drop off of TB treatment because they're supposed to take their medicine, for 6 months. And so the question they were asking is, how can you even predict such a thing? How is prediction even possible? So the whole explanation to such a person requires a whole different level of how can you even predict. So I guess in that case, it was, since they were a sports person or sports fan, I had to say, okay, can you predict how so-and-so will score in this match? And I say, yeah, I can. Okay, so now that's a way of trying to connect and so forth. So, but for a different kind of user, we may need to get into the AI algorithm and explain how that particular prediction came about. So agreed, but I guess it would need.
I guess I think transparency about the possible ways that it could be wrong, right? What are the constraints here? What are the assumptions? And then the person can decide whether they agree with those assumptions or not.
Nelson, do you want to?
Yeah, I would also agree that I think context really matters here. My team has developed something called the Responsible AI Framework, where we look at explainability, reliability, bias, and carbon footprint. And so we think about the interactions of all of those things, and so transparency in the context of those variables. And then what's the use case, right? In some cases where there, public health data or national security data, right? There are ways of being explainable, reliable, and transparent within the context of the logic of what the business use case is or the social impact use case is. So I think context matters a lot. And yes, the principle is as transparent as possible to allow reliability, explainability to happen.
Can I just say one more thing about this? There are a lot of models out there, agent-based models out there in the literature that are completely not reproducible.
Yeah.
You could never reproduce their paper. That's not science. Right? So I actually think on scientific grounds, there's another argument that's not necessarily about these applications, but lack of reproducibility is a problem that, in my field at least, infectious disease modeling, we definitely struggle with.
I agree entirely. When I was in my previous role in Wellcome, we did a lot of work on reproducibility, crisis in academic publishing, and particularly when you get into more and more complex data analysis, not producing with your paper the data, the model, the assumptions and the constraints means it's fundamentally people are not able to test how you got to your results. Let's see if we can get a second one in before the time runs out. So, David, I see as for the question. So, social impact challenges exist at all scales all around the world. What can we do to promote more democratization? Who wants to go first on that one?
As I mentioned, I see only 5 minutes, so I'm going to say very briefly. It is important to connect people with the social impact problems. There's a lot of researchers, I sometimes give a talk and there's people who will say, I really want to get involved, but where do I even start? And so in terms of one of the first hurdles is just trying to find the right kinds of connections. So as I mentioned, we have this matchmaking service that happens annually, but that's something that can be done at a much bigger scale, whereby interested researchers, talented people who really want to work on social impact can be connected to organizations who are maybe sitting on data, maybe know that they have problems of interest, but can't quite afford an AI talent at that scale, at that level. And this kind of matchmaking would help. So that's, to me, like the first thing that needs to be done in order to get this movement to go.
I completely agree, and it goes back to the pipeline issue of education. So we have to make sure that we have global scope when we're talking about how we educate at scale to use this type of approach and get representation so that we know what issues are important in different parts of the world.
Agreed. Yeah, a couple quick thoughts. The first is I think the cloud is by far the most democratizing force that we have in the world right now around technology. The fact that anybody in the world can access quantum technologies, can access high-performance computing, can access AI/ML, I think is incredible. So from a talent development perspective, solution development perspective, I think cloud is critical. And I think the other thing is north-south partnerships. How can we ensure that everything that happens here at Harvard is somehow connected to something that's going on with partner institutions in the global south, connecting with networks there to make sure that there's always reciprocity to enable, through the cloud, that kind of conversation that builds equity globally.
Yeah, I agree with all those points. I think matchmaking really important when you scale it. Just had a conversation with MIT yesterday. If I can allow to mention MIT in a Harvard conference, which I'm sure you'll be okay, hissing from the audience. But same discussion, really inspiring conversation with the MIT JPAL Center. They have 600 researchers who want they have use cases to act upon. How can we matchmake them with great companies like AWS, like Google, great philanthropies who can fund that research? How can we bring all that sector together? I think it's really important. We have possibly time for another question, really quick fire one. So from David Homer, what should pipeline training look like in higher ed when nearly all colleges of arts and sciences do not require foundational applied science coursework?
Well, I guess one answer is that we need to go into the cloud. We need to really expand remote and digital access to education, and be very intentional about what it means to be Harvard trained or whatever, right? And rethink. I honestly think that academia has to rethink on a very fundamental level what the educational mission looks like for some of the challenges that we're all facing. And I would say that we really do need to throw everything in the air and see if we can have imagination about that. We have to bring the whole world along with us because these are global challenges. They're not national challenges.
Agreed entirely. We have 1 minute and 30 seconds, so I'll close quickly. But of course, discussion can continue outside over coffee for those of you who are in the room. So thank you, first of all, to the panel. It's been a great discussion. It really flowed. I like panels where we have flow and kind of reciprocity of discussion between the members. So thank you so much for that. A quick summary of it would be, we are at the beginning of this new field. We can be intentional about how we design it and require many different actors, from private sector to academia to philanthropy to social impact organizations, to be engaged in that design. They all have roles, they all have strengths and weaknesses. How can they lean in to the things they're good at and not try to duplicate and replicate maybe areas that others are better served in doing? So thank you very much. Thank you very much for HDSI for hosting us, and thank you to our audience for listening.
Well, thank you. So as we are walking toward the cloud on our way, we'll go for lunch. There will be a room next door, a building next door. You don't need to go outside, and there will be people that will guide you. A couple of small administrative, please use our Slido in the afternoon to ask questions. Many people have been active, and we will reconvene here at 1:05, where our colleague, Professor Karim Lakhani, will introduce our second keynote speaker. Thank you again for joining us.
Thank you. Great discussion. We should definitely connect more. I think what you're doing is very interesting.
Thank you for summarizing. It's not easy, so I really appreciate how you quickly were able to connect.
Thank you. Well, it's great stuff. All right, lunchtime. Amazing. I just want to say thank you very much. Really great discussion. Absolutely. Excellent. And it will be great to connect afterwards.
Yeah, I'm going to Jeremy.
Okay, so excellent. In fact, I think you and I have not been in Tim. You were at York University. I was at York University.
Oh, really? I didn't know.
I did my first degree in computer science there. So I think we're literally, I think I was there 3 years before you or something. So it's just it's funny. But if you guys think of Jeremy.
Let me know because I was puzzled.
Check 1, 2.
All right. Welcome back to the afternoon of our annual conference. Great to see you back from lunch. I have the great pleasure of introducing the person introducing the person. I'm introducing Kareem Lakhani, who is Chief Action Officer of Harvard University. He's a professor in the business school. He's a co-conspirator of mine in regard to getting HBAP started, and now he's the faculty director of D-Cubed, not D3, exponential growth when three things come together. Kareem's great friend and a great professor for us to have around Harvard, and we're glad to have him here this afternoon, so I'm going to hand over to him.
This is so university-like, like the introduction requires an introduction. So yeah, the irony does not fail us. And
I'm sorry, can you use Slido? Don't forget to use Slido.
That's right, use Slido first. Slido. Yeah, it's D-Cubed because we think that this impact of digital data and design is exponential and not linear. And I think you guys would understand what we say that, right? Like in business world, they're like D3, no, you need the carrot and the 3 because you want to talk about exponential effects and not just linear effects. Speaking about exponential effects, I'm really pleased to introduce Martin Tingley. How many of you are Netflix subscribers? Okay, so like 60% market share, that's pretty good, like in business terms, like that's a good market share. So one way or the other, Martin has manipulated what you have seen. So Martin leads the experimentation platform at Netflix. And in the research I've been doing a lot with Marco and Sidi, we've tried to sort of understand this intersection of technology and business and how statistics and data science is being applied at scale in business. And certainly Netflix is a great example of a company that does this really well. In the work we've done, we've sort of talked about the fact that many companies, in fact, most companies in the future will have at its beating heart an AI factory that is going to be informed by data and analytics and algorithms, but a core component is an experimentation platform that actually tests and verifies the hypotheses that are being generated. And so in many ways, in our book, we spent a bunch of time talking about Netflix and what they've been able to do with their AI factory, and certainly the experimentation platform is core to what they do. So Martin's background is kind of cool. He did his master's in statistics here, then did his PhD also at Harvard in applied sciences and earth and planetary sciences. And, interesting career trajectory. He sort of did the academic rounds, postdocing, research scientist, assistant professor, and then said, well, I got to make some money. So he goes to Australia and works on modeling catastrophe risk. And as you've sort of seen in the news over the last several years, there's a lot of catastrophe risk in Australia with climate change and so forth. And Martin's been sort of working with reinsurance companies to understand the catastrophe risk that might be there. And then Netflix came calling. They're saying, like, we see you and your background and we'd love for you to participate. And what's interesting is that if you sort of think about the academic trajectories, like statistics masters, PhD in applied sciences, doing the normal stuff that you do after a PhD in academia, but then insurance and now tech company. And I think the idea here is that the skill sets in data science are so portable and so needed now across the industry. And that's part of what we're seeing as well, that the portability of skill sets, like you don't need to be an expert in films or movies to be able to run an experimentation platform. Although Martin might be one, we'll find out. So with that, Martin, all yours to tell us about experimentation at Netflix.
Thank you so much. All right, let's see those hands again for who's a Netflix subscriber. Okay, now keep up your hand if you pay for your own account and no one shares it with you outside your home. So from the business perspective, Kareem, we do still have some growth areas and challenges there.
We can help you with that.
Thank you. So before we dive into experimentation at Netflix, I just want to take a moment to acknowledge, what a privilege it is, what a treat for me to be back here on Harvard campus all these years later. When I left the academic sector behind, it didn't really occur to me that this might be a possibility. So it's just a wonderful treat to be back here with the Harvard community, engaging with colleagues. So thank you so much for the invitation. And today we'll be structuring this talk in sort of three themes. The first is a little bit about culture and the role of experimentation at Netflix. The next is about how we build an experimentation platform that really enables our data scientist colleagues. And then the third part, we'll get into some more recent methodology work that's been primarily a partnership with folks from Harvard. Okay, so let's jump into it. Netflix is a very unique corporate culture. It's quite distinct from many of our other large tech peers. And a lot of the tenets of our culture are laid out in Reed Hastings and Aaron Meyer's book called No Rules, Rules. But there's sort of three aspects of our culture which are really relevant in understanding how the company has managed to so successfully leverage experimentation and A/B testing. The first is the notion of freedom and responsibility. Netflix is a place where decisions are pushed to the leaf nodes of the org structure. It is not a place where requests go up and then decisions are made and then flow down. So we have this environment where we're making distributed decisions across the organization. That's the freedom part. The responsibility part comes from the need for like a pretty regimented and agreed upon system for making high quality decisions. And of course, A/B testing is a great way to do that. The second cultural tenet that's really important is this notion of transparency and open debate. Netflix is a place where decisions about strategy, the direction we're taking, decisions we've made are all very much made available internally to the whole company. So our leaders cannot hide behind their decisions. They instead sort of make decisions very much in the open. We also debate a lot of things live, be it a complex test design that might have some concerns, how we act on major tests. And back before COVID, these discussions would take place in these round rooms, these round tiered rooms, kind of like a Roman Colosseum, with the goal of de-emphasizing hierarchy. It was a place where data scientists would sit shoulder to shoulder with VPs, and your price of admission was really, read the memo outlining the problem, and come with an opinion and be prepared to share it. So if we combine these things, freedom and responsibility, a culture of transparency and open debate, we end up with a culture that really values data over opinion. Because coming with an opinion to a discussion where other folks are bringing data, it's a lot like bringing a knife to a gunfight. You're just not going to get anywhere. And this reliance on data-driven decision-making goes right to the top. This is our founder and co-CEO Reed Hastings in a screenshot from an internal company video, taking the time to teach everyone like, hey, this is sort of what an A/B test is. This is why we use them. And because of these three things, we really rely on A/B testing for just about everything we do as a company. And so we're on the same page. Let's just spend one slide on the basics. What do we mean by an A/B test? Well, we take our existing product experience here. Here's our UI. We got these nice rows of box art on the bottom. We call this version A, control. And then we have some type of idea. And here it's the top 10 row that appears at the bottom. We call this the B experience, the treatment experience. And then, we randomize some subset of our members. We give one subset that control experience, another subset that treatment or B experience, and we just compare outcomes. Which variants do members prefer? Which of these variants is really moving the metrics that we as a business care about? Very simple idea, but it works incredibly well. Who remembers what Netflix looked like about a decade ago, right? It's a very Web 1.0 presentation. It looks very primitive by today's standards. And of course, is the animation going to work? Yes. This is what our UI looks like now. It's a much richer experience, more video forward, more complex user interaction affordances. And what's important here is not to say that one of these UIs is better than the other. What's important is that to go from that first one to the second one involves us making hundreds to thousands of individual decisions. Where do we put the menus? How do we structure this page? And every single one of those decisions was the winner in an A/B test. So this is how Netflix uses A/B tests to basically do product innovation. And the UI is the easiest example, right? Because it's easy to see, it's easy to know, hey, that UI looks different from this other UI. But that only scrapes the surface of where we use experiments. So it's not only the structure of that UI, it's what appears there. So we run tests on our ranking systems that sort of sort the catalog for you. We run tests on the systems that build the page based on that ranked catalog. We run tests to optimize image personalization. So the image you see for a show like Big Mouth is both true to the show, but also resonant for you personally. And of course, we're in the business of getting more folks to sign up for Netflix. So the entire sign-up flow funnel from this image of where you land on our non-member homepage to you being enrolled as a paying member with a payment method that we can successfully process. Every step along that journey, we optimize through A/B testing. And then there are things that are even more subtle and in the background. Your device, when you access Netflix, has some interesting decisions to make about bit rates based on the quality of your internet connection, the capabilities of your device, your processor, your battery capabilities. All of those we optimize through A/B testing. Transport protocols between our servers and clients. Server-side optimizations, how and where we store content on our OpenConnect delivery network. So we put all this together. Here are some numbers. We run tens of thousands of A/B tests at Netflix a year. Some of these tests have millions of allocated units, and test durations can range from minutes or even less to several months. We are, after all, a subscription service, so sometimes getting that signal we need can take a fairly long interval. So the experimentation community at Netflix is big. Many folks rely on experiments to make the decisions that they need to do in their day-to-day lives, their day-to-day work. And we're not going to cover all of the use cases. So today we'll focus on 3 personas and how we use our experimentation platform to enable them to do better work. The first is our data scientist, and data scientists are wonderful. They're innovative people. They always want to push the boundary, right? So one type of motivation or challenge a data scientist might have is to say, well, I like what your experimentation platform does, but I want to do more. I want to add more to this platform. I want to innovate on measurement, and I want to share that back. And of course, the data scientist doesn't want to turn into a software engineer to do this, but they also don't want to be blocked by a software engineering roadmap. They don't want to be told, well, that's an interesting idea. We'll put it on the roadmap for 2024. The second persona we'll talk about is a software engineer for the Netflix client. And this software engineer wants to responsibly deploy code to production. And they just want a set of automated deployment pipelines that will be able to detect if their software push has degraded the Netflix experience in any way we care about. And you can already tell buried in there's a framing in terms of A/B testing. And then the third persona we'll talk about today is a product manager. And now, if any of you have worked with product managers, you know they ask about 1 million questions a day, and they're always great questions. So here we'll just focus on 2. So the product manager wants to know why they have to wait when the results of their tests are green now on some UI. And they also want to know why they can't just declare things a winner when p-values are close. So there's, again, some interesting stats challenges in there that we'll unpack. So let's move then to tools. So building a scientist-first experimentation platform. And because it's just after lunch, let's wake everyone up. Can anyone tell me what this piece of land is? Fields in the Netherlands is wrong. It's probably a trick question because there's not many fields or plots of land that would be relevant to a stats conversation.
Department of Agriculture A/B testing.
Where?
Department of Agriculture A/B testing for plants.
Very close. This is Rothamsted Research Station in the UK, where R.A. Fisher developed much of the frequentist hypothesis testing that we know and love and that we use to this day. And in effect, this is an experimentation platform, right? It's a thing through which you execute experiments. And from this image alone, you can tell a lot about the data characteristics of this experimentation platform, right? There's only so many ways you can divide up the land, so you can't run many experiments simultaneously. Each experiment kind of has to run for a growing season, so they're all going to be fixed time horizon experiments that run for months. And your data volume is going to be low, because in each plot of land, you can only grow so many tomatoes or so much wheat. Netflix is very different. We run a very large number of simultaneous experiments with large allocation rates. And that data volume and throughput results in different constraints or different priorities when we think about how to enable folks across the business to make great decisions. So when I think about our experimentation platform, there's this motto I like to use. Our goal is to make old statistics fast and accessible. We're often not in the business of true innovation, cutting-edge causal inference strategy. Instead, our goal is to take those innovations and turn them into a commodity. So turn them into something that's useful for the business, that can enable a broader array of experimentation practitioners to use the tools of A/B testing and causal inference to make great decisions. And the more we can enable a broader swath of the company to do that, the better our decision quality. So I like to think of us as a sweeper, where you have innovation constantly moving up, and then my team just acts as a sweeper coming behind to commodify those innovations. So an experimentation platform at a place like Netflix has a lot of responsibilities. Up in the top right, that's our logo, XP, the little Bunsen burner. Many of these responsibilities are what you might call pretty hardcore software engineering responsibilities, things like experience management and delivery. Can we get the right experience to the right member at the right time? Can we correctly randomize? Randomization is never as easy as we think. How we manage conflicts or exclusions between tests, and of course, data and metadata logging. My team focuses more on the analysis and design of experiments, assuming that those engineering aspects work very well. So how to encode and deploy different types of experiments for the business, how to automate inference and analysis and reporting of results, as well as a newer goal to support flexibility and innovation in measurement itself. And it's these ones that we'll sort of focus on today. And to do that, let's go back to our data scientist who has questions about our platform. In the bottom, you see a screenshot from Ablaze, our internal reporting UI for tests. You'll see there is a p-value quoted there. This is all made up data. And of course, we had some interesting discussion this morning about if anyone actually understands p-values. We're showing a metric called play delay, and we're using a Mann-Whitney test, which is a non-parametric test of central tendency. And the data scientist who wants to innovate on our measurement strategy might have questions like these. How do I add a new metric? I'm developing some better statistics. How do I share that with other folks at the company? And more subtly, parts of my workflow are not supported by your platform. How do I prevent myself from having to reinvent the wheel and redo all of your work? These are really easy questions to ask, but in the context of a large software system, they can actually be pretty tricky to answer. And I really like that there were already hand-drawn diagrams this morning. So we're following in that trend. So we're going to go a bit to a storybook metaphor here, and the credit here is to my colleague Matthew Wardrop. So this little castle, this fortified castle, you can think of as our experimentation platform. It is a very large and complex piece of software engineering. And then somewhere on the top, whoa, we get this kind of light of knowledge that shines when we present test results to our colleagues. And so we have a data scientist who comes and says, well, I have this great idea about how to make the system better. I can do better than that Mann-Whitney test. I can deliver to you better statistical methodology. And the data scientist even has some sense of what's going on inside this sort of fortified software castle. Ultimately, the system is grabbing some data, using it to calculate some metrics. It hits those metrics with some type of statistical model. The output of that model is rendered as a visualization that's then pushed to a front-end reporting UI. So the first thing this data scientist might have to do if they want to add to this system is reproduce it themselves. But they're only going to reproduce the parts they really care about. And they're not a software engineer, so it's going to be a little bit, spit and duct tape, right? And once they've kind of reproduced what this fancy software system already does, they can add whatever they wanted to add in the first place. But they're still left with a problem. How do they then take the innovation they've done on their duct tape stack and push it back into the fortress, right? They still don't know how to do that. So to frame this as a Gantt chart, what the data scientist really wants to do is innovate. What they can spend a lot of their time doing is campaigning that this is a good idea, re-implementing a software stack in a notebook. And then they might do their innovation. And then they can share. But ultimately, they then have to educate a software engineering team and get priority on the software engineering roadmap. And then a software engineer might re-implement that. What we have tried to do with our platform over the last 3 or 4 years is move from this type of construct to a construct that looks more like this, where the data scientist can really focus on innovation and sharing and then deploying those innovations directly to our main experimentation platform stack. So a little bit abstract, software engineering can be a challenge to talk about, but I hope that provides some intuition. So when we think about building a data scientist first platform, there are 3 big principles that we lean into: modularity, democratization, and accessibility. So in terms of modularity, we've intentionally structured our system into these very distinct modules, one for defining metrics, one for defining inference, and one for defining visualization. And once these 3 modules are populated, a large variety of workflows can be supported, because you can then just stitch these together in different ways, and you can then stack those triplets into a report that we can automate. The system is democratized in that data scientists make direct contribution to these modules. There is no software engineer in the critical loop. And it is accessible in that they can make these contributions in the languages that data scientists are familiar with. Most of this is Python. We also support on that inference module contributions in R. So very much meeting data scientists on their terms. Finally, we flow the results of the system not just to Ablaze, our primary reporting UI. We also allow folks to grab the output in notebooks. With literally the click of a button, you can reproduce what the production experimentation platform does in a notebook. We'll surface all the queries. We'll surface all the calls to the inference stack. We'll surface all the calls to the visualization stack. So if you want to innovate, we will effortlessly let you reproduce what we already support, and then you can just build on top of that. And then as your workflow matures, there's a way for you to push each of your contributions back into these modules. Okay, I do want to talk about a couple other of the core architectural decisions with our platform that are at times a bit different from other folks around the industry. First, we rely pretty heavily on compressed data structures which enable local computing. So our workhorse as a platform is linear modeling. We do linear regression at scale. And as a result, we are able to losslessly compress a lot of our data via sufficient statistics. So column A there, you have some M variable assignment to treatment. You have some response variable Y. There's a number of strategies you can use to compress that. Column D there is the treatment assignment, the sum of squares and counts, which suffices if all you want to do is linear modeling. And this has some pretty positive impacts on our practitioner community, particularly data scientists, because it means we can do all compute via a single processor. So we avoid the complexities of distributed computing, and instead a data scientist can manipulate compressed data locally. They can rip that to their local machine, they can load that into the notebook environment we provide, and they can manipulate that in Python and R, and they can get creative. So really remove some of the barriers between creative ideation and our platform. For other applications, we use a lossy compression technique, but we think it's immaterial. Think of, instead of recording viewing behavior to the millisecond, we record it to the minute, that type of compression. And because we believe in giving folks option, if you don't want to compress your data, you don't have to. But expect your performance to kind of go down in terms of compute latency. Okay, I also want to talk about that inference stack a little bit more. This is implemented in Python as a framework, as a software engineering framework. So again, the goal there is to use data scientist-friendly languages. We also have hooks for our R user community if they want to contribute in R. And we use things like Reticulate to interact Python and R. And the real goal here is to design a software system with an API structure that respects causal inference problems. And in doing that, our goal is to partition engineering and data scientist concerns. We want to give our data scientist colleagues the power of software systems without turning them into software engineers. And our approach there has been to carefully structure a software package to reflect causal inference problems and allow data scientists to plug in their new methodology in a pretty structured way. And this approach has allowed us to really unleash direct data science contributions. And that has massively increased the utility of our platform. So to give you an idea of what that means in practice, about 4 years ago, here were the inference engines that our platform supported. Some descriptive stats, some t-tests, Mann-Whitney test, and the Kolmogorov-Smirnov test of changes in distribution. And if you wanted to change these or add more, you had to go talk to a front-end JavaScript engineer, because all of the inference was going on in the JavaScript layer. As we've rebuilt the platform and opened it up to contributions, we've seen a proliferation of new methodologies that the platform can support. Some of these are pretty basic, things like the sign test. Linear regression, as I said, is now our main workhorse, and variants now like various approaches to regularization. We do a lot of things with quantiles now to understand how distributions of some of our metrics are changing. And more we're flexing into supporting methodologies that come from observational causal inference, with more being added all the time. Okay, so we are actually working towards open sourcing our core inference module as well as some of the engines that it supports. All of these engines are designed to work with our compressed data strategy on very large data sets and to be extremely performant, at least in the context of Netflix data. So if you're interested in that, please contact me afterwards. I'm happy to talk more. We're also looking for folks who might be interested in kicking the tires on that a bit early as we move towards open sourcing it. So let's go back to that data scientist with their questions. We skip one there? Yeah. So again, we're interested in enabling data scientists. Our data scientists had these questions about adding metrics and stats, as well as these different types of workflows. If we think about our answers as a platform team to those questions back in 2018, they were terrible, right? Talk to a bunch of engineers, and then if you want to innovate, start by reproducing everything we already do for you. I'm much happier with our answers now. Folks can directly contribute metrics and visualizations as well as inference to different parts, different modules within our stack. And all results in our reporting UI are really easy to reproduce in notebooks. So we've really enabled folks to innovate much faster. And now, if you look at our front-end reporting UI, we just see a much richer set of statistics that we're able to support. Okay. So in the last section, we'll talk a little bit more about some methodology work. And let's go back to our second persona. This is a software engineer for the Netflix client. And really, this person just wants to safely push code to prod and rely on deployment pipelines to pick up if anything has gone terribly wrong. And really, this software engineer follows modern software practice that believes in continuous delivery and deployment, but the goal is to allow developers to build and focus on developing software instead of managing releases and release schedules. So Netflix uses an open source tool called Spinnaker to manage this for us. And again, the key step here is that to do this confidently, there must be a step in this system that detects if this code push has a bug in it, and that bug is impacting metrics that we care about in some way. So really, this is just A/B testing for new software pushes. So you can think of a schematic here where, say, we want to push a change to one of our microservices. We spin up a new baseline cluster and divert 1% of traffic to it that just has the old production thing running on it, but we spin up a new server anyway in case there's like burn-in effects. We spin up a second server that has the new version of that microservice, divert 1% of traffic to that, collect some metrics, run some analysis. It is just an A/B test. Of course, if you're a complete cowboy, you could just turn off microservices in production and see what happens, but then you might discover that folks can't sign into your social media network. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the design criteria for this software regression detection problem. We want to identify bugs and performance regressions as soon as possible, right? Every time we push software, there's a risk that we're harming the member experience for our paying customers. So we want to reduce that harm by very rapidly detecting if we've hurt their ability to use Netflix in any way. We also want to quite strictly control for false positives, ultimately to build trust with our developers and to minimize distraction. And finally, we need a pretty flexible definition for what constitutes a regression in a key metric, given that some differences may manifest more in the tails than in the mean. So let's firm that up a little bit into a stats problem. And we kind of end up with these three criteria that we need to meet. First, we need to be able to make decisions at any time as data is flowing into our systems, which means we need to control for type 1 error or false positives under peaking or repeated analysis of the data. And finally, to deal with this flexible definition of what constitutes a regression in performance, we'll formulate tests in terms of quantile functions. So our solution that we've adopted is to lean into these new fields of statistics for me over the last year or so, called sequential or anytime valid inference. And these are ideas that date back to Abraham Wald's paper, Sequential Tests of Statistical Hypotheses, back in the 40s. And there's sort of been a pretty recent flurry of research in this area in the context of online experimentation and A/B tests. So some papers by Ramesh Johari, papers by Aditya Ramdas and co., and then this paper that we've leveraged very heavily by Steve Howard and Aditya Ramdas called Sequential Estimation of Quantiles with Applications to A/B Testing and Best Arm Identification that came out this year. And so we're on the same page. Let's just take a beat and talk about the difference between fixed N or fixed time horizon testing and sequential testing. In that fixed N setting, that's more Fisher on his experimental farm growing crops and taking measurements and doing inference at the end of that fixed cycle. So in that fixed N testing world, your false positive guarantees hold if the analysis is applied only once. If you peak repeatedly at your data as it lands, those false positive guarantees no longer hold. So you need to wait for a predefined amount of time or for a predefined amount of data to land, and then you conduct your analysis once. So you have one opportunity to make a pass or fail decision with your software release. The sequential approach broadens these guarantees. So false positive guarantees hold under repeated analysis, which means we can repeatedly run the analysis as data lands in real time. And when every data point lands, we can effectively make the decision, should we continue this experiment, or should we say this piece of software passes our checks, or should we fail it and then roll back to the previous version? So to put some pictures behind the words, on the left here we have a quantile function, on the right distributions, and then the shading is a confidence band around that quantile function, and between the sequential approach as well as corrections for multiple hypotheses along the quantile function, the guarantee here is that for all quantiles, all arms of the experiment, and all times t, the band covers the true quantile with probability at least 1 minus alpha. So a very general and compelling false positive guarantee. But because we're dealing with time, we can frame this as movies. So this is an example of a failing software release. At Netflix, on the top left, you have distribution functions, where the red and the blue are the confidence bands evolving through time for that distribution function. The bottom left is the confidence band for the difference between those distribution functions. And then the bottom right is the sequential p-value. So at some point, that confidence band on the difference in the distribution functions no longer covers 0 and our p-value plummets. And we would say, hey, this is an instance where the software release has markedly changed a metric. We should roll that back. That engineer has got to go investigate what's happening there. The key point here is we can make that decision every time a data point lands. Here's an example the other way of a passing software release. On the top left, again, you have the confidence bands on the distribution function for treatment and control in blue and red, and they start to lie directly on top of each other. On the bottom left, at some point, the maximum, the confidence band at all points for the difference between the distribution functions is encased by some tolerance, plus or minus tolerance. So the largest delta between the distributions falls within a preset tolerance. And here we'd say this software release has not markedly changed any of our metrics. We are good to go to roll that out to prod. So how do we answer this software engineer's questions? They want to rapidly and safely deploy code, and they want those deployment pipelines to take care of all the problems. Well, the real insight, I think, here is we develop inference strategies that respect the structure of the problem. Here, there's a real need to do inference progressively through time as data lands so we can catch things that go wrong very quickly. So let's just build the statistics that allow us to do that. And finally, we work with distributions versus summaries like means or medians. I also want to flag we have a solution here in the same software release context implemented for count data, which is super important for error rates. So sometimes you'll try to hit play on Netflix, something will go wrong, your device will send us back an error. We can apply the same type of thinking to that stream of error messages. And we'll be talking about that at NeurIPS later this year. And I really want to stress here the impact this has had at Netflix. By moving to this sequential or anytime a valid inference framework, we've actually managed to reduce the time to detect regressions from bad software releases by about 100x. So massive, massive impact just from doing some slightly better and slightly fancier statistics. Okay, in our last 10 or 12 minutes, let's move on and talk about testing in the product space. So let's get back to our ever-patient product manager who has these questions that suggest they might want to peek at tests early and that they care about power because they want to make decisions based on marginal effect sizes. So let's talk a minute about the facts that characterize this problem. And this is where statistics and decision-making within a business really come head to head. So I would espouse as a fact that curious product managers and other human beings want to peek at tests early. This is a reality. If you let folks peek at tests early, they will. They might tell you that they're only curious and won't act on that early look at the data. But if you take away their right to look at it, you'll get some interesting feedback. Another fact is, I know this one from personal experience, being a pedantic, wrist-slapping statistician that lectures about false discovery, not really an effective strategy, right? When we think about the role data and data science plays within an organization, it has to feel enabling. It can't feel gatekeeping. But so much of our classic fixed time horizon hypothesis testing feels like a pedantic wrist-slapping exercise. And the third fact is that even at Netflix scale, we care about really small effects. One of the things that keeps me up at night is that pesky root n in the denominator of the t-stat. It's really annoying. So even at our scale, power is a challenge. So what is our proposed solution here? Well, it's actually the same solution as for our software engineering persona. Let's go sequential on this test. Let's give that product manager what they really want, which is the ability to look at their test every day, every hour, whatever, and make a decision when there's compelling evidence. But nothing in life is free. And here, the price we pay for the flexibility of sequential or anytime valid inference is that at any fixed point in time or fixed sample size, we lose power. So to illustrate what I mean here, the goal is to estimate, this is simulated data, the goal is to estimate a mean quantity denoted by the black dashed line. The x-axis is the number of data points we're looking at. The red is a standard confidence interval calculated at each point in time with no adjustment for the fact that we're peaking. And then in the bottom, those black dashes indicate where we have false positives. The blue is that sequential confidence, confidence sequence or sequential confidence interval, which has that more general false positive guarantee that holds for all time, but it is considerably wider. So the flexibility we buy in going to a sequential method, we pay for with reduced precision or reduced power. So to take a step back, let's talk a little bit more about fixed end tests or fixed time horizon tests, where we only look at the data once. And here, in the context of digital experimentation, increasing power is basically a solved problem. We frame the test as a regression, and we put in a whole bunch of pretest covariates to soak up variance. Microsoft has been pushing this for, I think, more than a decade now. So Y is our response variable. Z is our assignment to treatment or control. Delta is what we're really interested in. That's our vector of treatment effects. And then we can chuck in a bunch of covariates, X, and in doing so, we reduce the error variance and get more precision on our treatment effects. So, solved problem. Our contribution has been to combine these ideas and to develop anytime valid inference in the context of linear models. So specifically, sequential F-tests for hypotheses about that delta, that treatment effect vector, and to build confidence sequences for delta. And this allows us to do a whole bunch of really interesting things in a sequential or anytime valid fashion. We can do covariate adjusted t-tests to get those power gains back. We can do sequential ANOVA. We can think about treatment effect heterogeneity in the context of sequential analysis, because we can just chuck interaction terms into that regression. We can do model selection in a sequential fashion. I do want to highlight this has been a collaboration between Netflix and some folks at Harvard. We have a preprint about this up on archive. Okay, so what does this mean in practice? Here in red, you have the sequential confidence intervals as the data comes in that exploits that covariate adjustment, that exploits the presence of covariates, and in blue, you have that confidence sequence that does not. So we get radically more precision on our treatment effect estimates by including covariate information that we have. Of course, this is a simulation. Simulations always look good, but the key takeaway here is to combine these two ideas of sequential inference and then structuring test analysis as a regression to increase power. Okay. And finally, just wanted to highlight this because, again, another part of our collaboration between Netflix and Harvard. We have also derived design-based confidence sequences for a number of applications relevant to A/B testing at scale. And I would highlight here particularly the asymptotic design-based confidence sequences for bandit settings, something I'm super excited about working through more and figuring out how to implement at Netflix and how to get Netflix the benefits of this more theoretical work. So when we go back to this product manager who had these questions, why do we have to keep waiting when the results are green now? And can you get me more power in our test? The answer here is to use sequential inference and to combine with covariate adjustment to get back. But again, I think the real takeaway here, and the real takeaway for me in working through some of these contributions, is this idea of aligning the statistical inference and your approach to the statistical problem with the motivations of the folks from the business that you're working with, right? People want to look at tests early, so let's let them. Let's just build this statistical machinery that lets them do it. And with that, I'll put up some references, and I want to highlight here in red our collaborators from Harvard who are in the audience today. And that's it.
Okay, so we're going to switch over to Q&A. I want to give a shout out to Professor Yav Bojanov, who's there in the audience.
Give a shout out to David, too.
David, hi. Good to see you as well. Yeah, so Yav joined us at the HBS a couple years ago, and we're really happy to join. Okay, so actually, before I even look at, I'm going to just professor's discretion. Let's ask you a question. So, ignore all these questions. These aren't that good. David, what kind of questions are you asking? The thing that was interesting at the end about, so you solved the product manager's desire to peek the data. Is it solved, do you think, with these sequential tests?
I think it's too early to tell.
Okay.
We haven't quite got it fully implemented in some of our product
Okay,
tests
because
yet.
often these product managers are HBS graduates, right? And they're
Yeah.
sort of harassing you guys. I wonder, though, if we could run an experiment on just that. Like, imagine running an A/B test on them and sort of changing the timeline when they can actually peek in the data and then seeing what kind of bad decisions they make. Do you think that's possible?
It's possible. I don't know if there'd be much appetite for it internally.
Okay, but that'd be cool, right? Because they go like, oh, I'm not subject to all these cognitive biases. I just want to have a look, you know. And so if we actually ran the experiment, we'd actually be able to really quantify, like, anyway. So an idea, maybe we'll get Yav to work with you and run that inside of Netflix.
Sounds like fun.
Okay, all right, great. So David is asking a good question about sort of A/B testing in content side. Like, you have all these creatives that sort of wear black all the time and have these great ideas. How are you guys helping them in terms of content side?
So we certainly do huge amounts of analytics and data science support in content development. From an A/B test perspective, I think it's early days and generally no comment, but maybe you should come chat with me.
Okay, but is there I can imagine again resistance, right? Like, I mean, like, who are you? Some stats and p-values and deltas to tell me what show to pick, or?
Well, it depends on what you mean, what show to pick. In terms of the personalization systems that power the homepage, yeah, we'll A/B test.
Of course, yeah. No, but
again.
more like on the upstream, like, what shows should we make in the first place?
Yeah, I think the real opportunity there is less A/B testing and more observational causal inference methods that we might bring to bear on it by thinking about the distribution of members we have, the distribution of their watching habits, and if we can tease out any signal about where to better invest our content. But A/B testing in this area is pretty sensitive.
Got it.
Company.
Got it. Professor Meng is asking a good question, which is like, are you running A/B testing, or are you basically describing factorial designs?
Yeah, so A/B-N testing, we frequently run tests with many different variants. I do think there is an opportunity for us to restructure how we're thinking about those linear models to better reflect the factorial nature of the experiment versus saying we just have 10 cells or 10 treatments and they're totally unrelated. Often they're deeply related, and I think if we moved to a framework that allowed the analysis to better reflect that experimental design, we could do a bit better. And that's something we're trying to do in the future. Strangely enough, there are some engineering considerations that make that a bit challenging right now, the way our experimentation deployment is set up.
Great. Professor Dominici is asking, what happens to the results of your experimentation when the data are highly correlated?
Can you add more nuance there? What do you mean by the data? Okay. Yeah, so this is another area where we're working with Yav and David, because a lot of our experiments on members have a panel structure to them. So we might think about viewing habits aggregated over 1 month, which aligns with our billing cycle. But when we think more about these sequential approaches to experimental design, we're looking at time series where we're accruing additional observations per allocated unit through time. And that's a bit of an open question for us right now that we're actively trying to work through. So if you have suggestions, we're open to them.
Great. This question here, like, why did Reed Hastings choose to do the video on A/B testing? Like, it seems, again, kind of weird that CEO and co-founder of Netflix would want to make this like a priority. Are the many things that he'd want to prioritize as a signal to employees that he puts this up there?
Well, like from my perspective, it was totally natural. Of course, we should use data to make decisions. So.
Yeah, but that's not, but he could be sort of talking about like culture, like, our culture is, like what was the conversation that sort of says that like the CEO's attention on any topic signals something important, right? And especially if he's doing an online video on nerdy A/B testing, right? Instead of like the strategy for Netflix, right? And so like, what do you think? What was going on that got him to sort of do this video?
Well, I of course can't speak for Reed, but my interpretation has always been it's this focus on distributed decision making, but ensuring very high quality and consistent decision making.
Okay.
And through that lens, A/B testing is a way that we can all be aligned on how we make decisions and the criteria for making good decisions. So again, it goes into that notion that things do not flow up for decision-making approval. Decisions are pushed down, but we need a way to do that very well.
Got it.
I think leveraging A/B testing has been a successful way to do that.
So is there like an A/B testing boot camp for all Netflix employees, or like is it a required thing? Or like...
Again, it's Netflix. It's freedom and responsibility. We have a pretty well-developed experimentation curriculum within the company.
Okay.
We can't force people to take it, but we're pretty vocal that if you're involved in your day-to-day in any way with A/B testing, there's a ton of materials and you should take the opportunity to upskill yourself. Last year, we put out a series of 6 or 7 blogs that really cover how Netflix views experimentation. They're posted on Medium, and they're really taken from some of our internal education classes.
Cool. And then related to this question, you could be A/B testing a lot, right? Like many things could be A/B tested. And I'm going to take David's question on this, like how do you know which ones to go after and prioritize? And also like contrast that, there's a great case that Stefan Tomke, one of our professors, wrote on Booking.com, and their sort of experimentation mindset as well. And Booking is like anybody can run an experiment pretty much. So this question about like how do you prioritize experiments, and then who has the autonomy to press go on the experiment, and how does that work at Netflix?
So this is really the role of product managers at Netflix. So we'll have a product manager, say, for the Android UI. They're responsible for the innovation program in that area.
Okay.
So ultimately, they get to rank priority the experiments we're going to run and how to manage the engineering resources required to build those experiences.
Okay.
But what we see in a company that relies on A/B tests for decision making is that even the experts have super low batting averages, right? Like 30-ish% of our tests are winners, and because of that, all of our product managers are super hungry for ideas. So it's really a very open gate in terms of suggesting things that might improve the experience for our members, but there's a sort of a designated individual responsible for those prioritization decisions.
Yeah, and then just on that, Leonard asked a great question, which is data versus greater than opinion is efficient, but where does creativity come from? And like, are you just going to squash down everything to p-values and it being green on your dashboards versus like I would do something crazy? So I think one of the biggest shortcomings of A/B tests is that we generally can't A/B test things that are really important. So as an example, Netflix rolled out an ad-supported basic plan in 12 different markets earlier this month. We did not A/B test in the US. Should we do ads? It's too many problems with running that experiment. Like spillover effects are going to kill you. So we just made the decision. As a business, our strategy is now we have an ad-supported plan. Yeah.
But what excites me is with this like new surface or new ways that members can access Netflix, we can use experiments to really hone that throughout the next year or so and deliver a really great ad-supported tier.
Yes.
So the big decisions we can't A/B test. I think that's a problem. And one of the things I always tell folks at Netflix is like the data is not a gatekeeper, right? The data is there for decision support. So what I want to do is get us to the point where at times a product manager might say, yeah, I understand your data says this wasn't a win, but for all these other reasons, we're going to do it anyway. We're going to take a risk here because I have confidence that this is the right direction to move in, and we'll slowly optimize from that new baseline.
Great. Awesome. So two very related questions. But Wanda Lee has a question about when you design experiments or you make data-driven decisions, what are the metrics you focus in on? User experience, revenue generation, new users. And similarly, Vasco Prudente is asking, what are the metrics? Because the metric is traffic. How do you make sure that the traffic variance comes from the UI change and not from a change in content? So how do you guys think about the outcome variables you're looking at?
It's a great question. Metric design is probably harder than inference. So when you think about how you can contribute to a company, a lot of the statistics we use are off the shelf, again, Fisherian inference. Figuring out what you should measure is incredibly important, and it can be very hard. And the classic example, I'm going to switch gears a bit and talk about search, but there's this great example from Bing about search, where they were optimizing in their experimentation program for short-term revenue based on click-through rates on ads that were showing up on the search page. And of course, it's really easy to get people to click more on the ads on a search web page if you make the search results really bad. So they were in this position where they were able to optimize short-term metrics at the expense of building a long-term and sustainable product. So there's many examples like that where the balance between short-term metrics that you can measure and move around successfully in an A/B test can be misaligned with the long-term outcomes that your business really cares about. So understanding how to construct short-term sensitive metrics that reflect the long-term strategic objectives of the company is a big problem, and it's a big open challenge.
Cool. So last question in the 30 seconds we have is maybe a bit about your journey from physics to Netflix, but what advice you would have for folks that are sort of at this intersection of statistics, technology, but the largest consumers now looks like to be business. What advice do you have from your own journey along the way?
Just recognize the portability of your skill set. What I learned as an undergraduate in physics was structured thinking and structured ways to tackle problems. What I learned here as a grad student was a more complete technical skill set for dealing with data and uncertainty and leveraging foundational tools of applied statistics in the earth and planetary sciences. And that ability to port your toolkit onto new domains while recognizing that the loss function you're being evaluated with keeps changing is a great way to ensure long-term success.
Great. And just as we're here at HBS, we have made some changes in our curriculum. So starting next year, all first-year MBA students, thousands of them, will be required to take a course on data science for managers. Awesome. And so Yav is leading the charge on that. So any mistakes they have, you can blame him for the curriculum design. But that's actually exciting, right? And also similarly, we have some folks here from HBAP who've actually gone much deeper into statistics and data science pipeline. So we're trying to create this. Our view is that just as accounting is necessary for you to be able to be a good business person, data science is now also necessary, regardless of what you're going to be doing. And so this intersection and the strategic importance of experimentation Netflix is because people understand data science at Netflix, and it drives tons of performance. So thank you again for letting us know and coming back to Harvard.
Thank you.
Yeah, awesome.
All right. Welcome to panel 3. I'm David Parks. I'm a professor in the computer science area within the School of Engineering. I'm also co-faculty director of the Harvard Data Science Initiative. We wanted to bring together a conversation around agent-based modeling. This is it's really an area that is getting more attention. We might try to unpack a little bit why that is the case. And we wanted to surface questions around what agent-based modeling is, how is it being used, how could it be used. So I'm thrilled to be able to introduce the folks on the panel here. To my left is Stefan Jang, who is lead research scientist with Salesforce Research. Also, as I introduce people, I'm going to mention their education because we have a kind of interestingly interdisciplinary panel. So Stefan has a PhD in physics, but he's really worked for his PhD career onwards, as far as I can tell, in the machine learning field. And, recently has really been thinking about opportunities around agent-based modeling techniques. Then to the left of Stefan, we have Michael Norton, who's the Harold Briley Professor of Business Administration here at the Business School. He's also co-unit head of Negotiation, Organization, and Markets, which is a unit at HBS. Mike has a PhD in psychology and works in the field of social psychology and behavioral economics. And we're excited to have him here because he's written somewhat critically, I would say, but also very thoughtfully about the role of agent-based modeling within social psychology. And then to his left, we have Yang Zhang, who is director for the director of the Model Development Division at the Bank of Canada. And Yang has a PhD in economics. And I was learning over dinner last night that she's really been pioneering the use of agent-based modeling to guide monetary policy at the bank. So it's great to bring everybody together. What we're going to do is we'll do 3 short talks. We'll go in this order, and then I'll have a Q&A. We'll have a conversation with the panel, and then we'll save time for the audience as well. Remind you all that we have Slido going, so please, as you listen, please be thinking about questions you'd like to ask of the panelists. With that, I'll hand over to Stefan.
All right, thank you so much, David. It's an honor to be here. I actually spent a year at Harvard in 2010. It's as cold and chill as I remember. Okay, so I wanted to talk a little bit about what the ImageNet moment for ABMs is going to be. ImageNet was this huge data set that revolutionized AI and deep learning. And can we do the same thing for economics? Can I move it to the next slide? All right. All right. Does this work? Oh. Okay. So the main question in this research area is, how can AI become a standard framework to do economics? And here's a cartoon of a framework called deep reinforcement learning. And in deep reinforcement learning, the goal is to build a micro-founded and AI-driven picture of the economy. And so the goal is to build this multi-agent simulation in which we ideally are going to model every strategic decision maker in the economy, be it consumers, firms, or the government. The simulation can be based on real data, priors that we might have from all kinds of fields of science. And then we can optimize the behaviors of every consumer, the firms, but also in particular the government. And we can find if the simulation can reproduce the economic behaviors we see accurately, and also we can use it as a test bed to find better policies. Now, why are we bullish on this framework? Well, we've seen that we're at the Data Science Initiative, that we now have access to large economic data sets, but they're underutilized, I would say, today in doing economics. In turn, the goal is to build better and more realistic models of the behavior of strategic agents in the world. And in part, deep learning has shown us in the past that it has tremendous capacity to model really complex behaviors that we as humans display much more accurately than other models. And then third, we can use the power of reinforcement learning to optimize policies for a wide range of objectives that are not necessarily differentiable or convex and so on. And we can really focus on the objectives that matter to us as society and use this machinery to find the policies that will do well. Now, of course, if you think about this framework, it's not just the benefits that are very important, but also certain challenges that come with thinking about this new machinery. And in particular, I want to highlight some human-centric ones. So for instance, there's, of course, a huge need for explainability of what these models are actually doing. You know, even if a neural network can imitate human behavior really accurately, do we understand why? And you know, when can it do it really well, and when can it not do that really well? There's an ethical side to that, of course. You know, what parts of human behavior do we want to model? Is that, you know, everything or not everything? But also there's a question of value alignment, right? Like, what are the objectives that we want to put into such a machine, and what kind of objectives really matter to society? There's a huge social dimension to that design problem. Okay. So for that ImageNet moment for ABMs, where hopefully this will be the standard framework to do economics, there's a huge amount of work that's left to be done. And I really want to put that into 3 or 4 buckets. Scientifically, there's a lot more algorithm development that we need to do. We also need to build a platform. Like we just heard about Netflix. Netflix has this amazing platform, but such a thing is really not there yet for economic research. We need the North application. So to make this shift happen, there needs to be a compelling reason for the research community to do so, to buy into this vision of AI for economics. That we need common benchmarks and data sets that people want to use. And to some degree, we also need a cultural and an educational shift in economics, where data science, we just heard that data science is going to be a standard part of the curriculum here. That's awesome, but this is not actually standard across the world. And to show you some results that we've achieved in recent years with this machinery, here's a paper that David was a co-author on, actually. And we showed that you can use this simulation-based approach and reinforcement learning to optimize policies that guide income taxes and optimize them for a product of productivity and equality. And we showed that you can get 16% higher social welfare in these simulations. And what's interesting here is that there's a lot of interesting facts about this simulation. I don't have time for that here right now. But follow-up work by our friendly competitors from DeepMind show that you can actually also take real people and ask them what they prefer in terms of a redistribution policy. And what DeepMind showed is that the AI actually uses the same type of machinery, but in a simulation with simulated humans. So they took human data, and then they said, let's build this virtual simulation where the simulation is emulating real people. And they showed that the AI then discovers policies that are preferred over all kinds of other manually defined redistribution policies. And that's quite profound. Like, the AI can find these solutions that are a blend of existing or preconceived notions of what is supposed to be optimal, and actually people prefer that. Now, I also mentioned that there's scientific advances that are important, but engineering is a huge part of this machinery too. So we built something called Warp Drive, which is open source software that allows you to run multi-agent reinforcement learning end-to-end on a GPU, and that way you can run these experiments 20 to 100 times faster depending on the simulation that you want to run. So that's a project you can check out if you're interested. And finally, I want to plug this project that we've started recently, where we want to take these ideas to the next level and focus on climate change. So this project is called AI for Global Climate Cooperation. This is jointly organized by Salesforce, the University of Montreal, MILA, which is the Montreal Institute for Artificial Intelligence. And in this competition, we're challenging researchers to take the simulation that we've built of the climate and the economy and come up with negotiation protocols and climate agreement frameworks that incentivize global cooperation. Because today, nobody questions that the world's getting more extreme in terms of its weather patterns. But the real question is, why would countries be incentivized to work together on investing in green energy and foregoing some economic gain in the short term? This is very timely, in COP27 right now is going on in Egypt. And this game theory of global climate cooperation is really not well understood. And so if you're interested in that, check it out. It's called AI for Global Climate Cooperation. The URL is there. And we as an organization are very hopeful that climate change is going to be one of those Northstar applications that's going to prompt people to take this machinery very seriously and to prompt more development in terms of science and engineering, and hopefully also the culture and education will shift. So yeah, that was it.
Thank you, Stefan. Mike, over to you.
So thanks so much, David. It's been a while since I've seen you. It's great to be here. I am a social psychologist, as David said, and I was just going to talk a little bit about the opportunities with agent-based modeling for social science in terms of group interaction. So in some of our research, we might do something like, hey, I wonder if we get, like, let's have this group with one intervention, and this group with another intervention, and this group with another intervention. And let's see like which group does better on something, creativity task or something like that. And then we might want to be like, well, what happens if we have, 10% overlap between these two groups? What does that do to the creativity? And then we might want to say, well, what if we have 25% overlap between these two? Then we need like 3 more groups of this size to do those treatments. And then we might say, well, what if we want to do like 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%, 50%? Then we need new groups every time of new people to try to see what's happening. And it very quickly gets extremely prohibitively large to just have that many people participate in these experiments. So what we have to do is pick a couple that seem of most interest, which is really like I think 10% is the right one to do. Let's do 10%. And one of the nice things about agent-based modeling is it lets us take the parameters and move them around so that we can test all kinds of ideas and all kinds of emergent properties at the same time, with the caveat that it's not real people, and I'm sure we'll talk about limitations, in the discussion, but it really can shed insight into things that are otherwise extremely, extremely difficult and costly to study. So I see it often as a way to test ideas and also generate new hypotheses that you wouldn't generate unless you can observe emergent properties. And I'm just going to show you one example from our own work of how we think about this. This is a project with my co-authors led by Kurt Gray as the first author, and very deservedly so. The idea in this project was inspired by someone that many of you may have heard of, Thomas Schelling, an economist, who was trying to explain racial segregation with a simple model, which obviously, and he would have said there's many more factors, of course, but in other words, he was trying to boil something down to a very simple model. And one of the things that he did, this is like a visualization of one of his ideas, he was interested in seeing if segregation could happen without emotion. In other words, without hatred, without dislike of another group. So he just does these little rules, like some of you would be red squares and some of you would be blue squares. And then if you're surrounded by at least 30% of your color, you stay right there. And if you're not, you just move somewhere, kind of randomly. And what happens is when you run this for a few trials, what happens is segregation. So it's not that you disliked anybody in the other group, you just kind of liked some people that were your color. And very quickly, but not in one round, right? But when you see the emergent property over time, you can see how these things can develop. Again, he wouldn't have said, I've solved why segregation happens. Of course not. But it kind of shows you these properties that little factors that might not seem hugely incidental at the time. When you run them, you realize, oh my God, the emergent aggregate is something very different than what we might have thought. And so in our work, we were interested in doing something a step back, which is what if there are no differences between people at all? Let me go back. In other words, we just take a whole bunch of people and let them interact with each other, and do groups just form automatically, even when people are exactly the same as each other. So very, very homogeneous groups. Even there's some property of interaction that eventually makes people divide into 2 groups or 3 groups or 4 groups. And the inspiration came from this amazing book called Crisis in the Cloister, which is about monks in a monastery who, the book reads like a soap opera, basically. Like the monks, they're very similar. They've same faith, they've chosen the same lifestyle to be remote, all these sorts of things. And I'm exaggerating, but within like a week and a half, there's two groups, and they're strongly opposed to each other, and they can't imagine living with the other group, and one of the group leaves. So you think about, wow, it seems like a very similar group of people, and yet instantly, boom, two groups happened, and then they can't stand each other anymore. Now, there may have been real reasons, someone might have been a jerk or whatever, but the idea is, I wonder if we'd put those people in there again and run it again, if it would be the same groups or not. Would we still get groups, but maybe that time some different interactions happen, and so these people are together and those people are together. And that's all really we're doing in this simulation. And the idea is, like, we often think about groups as differences cause groups. In other words, we don't agree on something. This is like advancing by itself, which is kind of cool. We often think about groups as coming from differences, and the idea here is like groups create differences, that we just want groups, and therefore we make up sometimes the reasons for why there are groups. We use really simple principles. I'll just show you in a second what it looks like, but simple principles. So if I had everyone interact, if I had everyone interact in dyads, and then interact with another person, and another person, and another person, how do I stop it? And another person, and another person, I promise I'm not doing it. Then two rules. One is, if someone treats you a certain way, you treat them that way back. And the other rule is just a little bit of history. So if I've interacted with him, if he previously interacted with her, I get that information too. So it's basically like gossip. So I have firsthand information about what you're like, and then I kind of can learn about the other people, and that's going to determine how I interact toward all those people. So we do a prisoner's dilemma game, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with, but it's a situation where we could defect and I make more money if you're a sucker, or we can cooperate and we each make, we each have a good outcome. You play with people, they cooperate or they defect. If they cooperate, you interact with them more, like in the world. If they're jerks, you interact with them less in the world. And again, when you interact with them, you learn from the person, like, I actually played with him before and he's a jerk too, and now I don't play with that person as well. So it's very simple assumptions actually that map onto the world, I think, with just, we don't like people who are mean, and we learn about other people from our networks. And so the way that this works, I was going to do a demo, but we weren't able to, but I'll show you the link at the end. It's fun. They're also fun to play with agent-based models when you visualize them, if you are a nerd, as am I. And the idea here is we just start with agents in space, and we just set some parameters. So for example, we can say reciprocity should be sort of like a reasonable amount. I don't always act the same way toward you, but I often do. Transitivity, is it always I learn about the person you chatted with, or only some of the time, or do I learn about two people instead of one person? We can just vary all of these factors. And what we see is when we run these, you can see it starts out a bit random. When you run them over many, many trials, we see time and time again, at some point, they shoot out into groups. If the ingredients are right, is kind of the idea. So if we remove reciprocity altogether, it's just random people the entire time. As we amp up reciprocity, we can start to see, at what level do the groups start to form? If we remove transitivity, what happens there as well? And so that's the link if you want to, if you are a nerd and you want to play like me. But the broader idea, I think, again, is that we can take factors that are face valid. We would expect gossip to matter in terms of what happens with groups over time, but really run them at scale and start to see things that we might not otherwise see and test questions that we might not otherwise test or be able to answer. And then, I won't talk about this part, but then we kind of go out in the world and look to see if we can find evidence already that these things are sort of happening. And with that, I will stop. Thank you.
Thank you. Young?
Actually, don't take my advice because I clearly don't want to use it.
Okay. Thank you, David, and your colleagues for the warm invitation. I have really enjoyed the conference so far and really learned a lot from many of the brightest minds in business. Just a bit background about myself. My name is Yang. I currently lead the Canadian modeling team at the Bank of Canada. So we're Canada's central bank. In Canada, we have an inflation target of 2%. So the job of my team is to develop models to support policymakers and conduct policy in order to achieve this target. So we heard today, like our body, economy is a very complex system. Sometimes we face rare shocks like the pandemic, and all the times we are confronted by new challenges. So today I want to share with you a bit how I see agent-based model could help provide a suggestion, advice for monetary policymakers. So I want to leave you with 3 takeaways. First, I want you to have a better appreciation of how models are used at central banks. I will present you some new challenges we're facing, particularly related to modeling your favorite topic, inflation. And I will share with you some of our attempts trying to leverage agent-based models so that they can give us some guidance and insights. So models are indispensable for the conduct of monetary policy in Canada. At the bank, we use models mainly for 2 purposes. First, staff produce model-based economic projections so that they come up with the best course of action for monetary policy. But more importantly, we derive economic narrative that are coming out from our models in order to form the basis of communication with the Canadian public and market participants. So when you look at the history in Canada when we develop models, we have a long-standing tradition of design and utilizing models. This tradition has helped us successfully keeping inflation at around 2% target for most of the past 30 years. So at the bottom of this chart, I show you 3 generations of models that we have developed at the bank. The latest is a large-scale DSG model, as well as the next generation models that we are currently working on, including this behavior agent-based model, which we call Canvas. So the point here is models change and adapt. And they adapt because there's evolving economic and policy challenges, as well as economic theory advancement and technological enhancement. So looking forward, particularly related to inflation modeling, I see 3 challenges for policymakers. First, how do we model behavior? Second, how do we account for different characteristics of people and firms? And how do these characteristics interact with the behavior? And third, how can policymakers continue to tell very simple and intuitive stories based on results coming from a rather complex network system? So let's just dive a little bit deeper into issues starting from behavior. On the left, I'm showing the most recent survey of households in Canada. It's clear that when folks are perceiving they're in a high inflation environment, their expectation for near-term inflation tends to also drift up. Moving to the right, when we see people are paying more and more attention to inflation, they tend to extrapolate information from inflation data. This tends to generate this self-fulfilling effects that may continue to drift inflation expectation even higher, potentially lead to inflation de-anchoring, and this is not a situation we want to see. Therefore, modeling inflation expectation is top of our priority, and unlike in the traditional model, models that assume rational expectation. In our behavior agent-based model, we assume people adapt and they learn about inflation based on their own experience. Just like our focus on household, we also take a serious effort in model firms' behavior. Here you can see the recent survey of business in Canada. As evident from the beginning of 2021, there's greater share of firms have expressed that they intend to pass higher input cost onto their output prices. So with this kind of evidence in mind, we start building the firms in our model to be intelligent and adaptable. So they actively gather information from the media in order to form expectation of how the aggregate economy will evolve. When they set their prices, they consider two questions. First, how do I minimize my operating cost? Second, given current market demand condition, how can I set the price so that I can maximize my profit and also remain competitive in the market? So when we combine different household and firms together, this come to the third critical value added I see agent-based model, which is the network perspective. So just quickly show you two emerging evidence from our model simulation. Here, based on our model, the most recent inflation surge in Canada can be mainly explained by cost consideration. This is shown by the red bars on this chart. We can also look at a bit more at the granular level, looking through different sectors' price distribution. Here we're showing the snapshot of price distribution in the second half of 2020 up to summer this year. So I want to draw your attention to the red and green bars. This represents the price distribution of energy and non-energy commodities. As we can see over time, when commodity price increases, since commodities is a critical input for many goods production in Canada, manufacturing goods price, here we show in green bar, has also increased and with slightly expanded dispersion. So I'll quickly sum up. I have shared with you how models are used in central banks. We don't do forecasts. We try to endogenize the best monetary policy in order to minimize the volatility in the aggregate economy. But more importantly, we tell intuitive stories so that we can communicate with the public. And agent-based model offer us three opportunities. First, how do we think about heterogeneous expectation, how people think, how firms plan, how they form business strategies. And second, how does this heterogeneity interact with different type of behavior, and do behavior change over time? And lastly, not only we should be thinking about production network within the country, I think we need to expand. How do we think about the restructuring a global value chain? Pushing this research frontier is one of our priority at the Bank of Canada. It is very challenging, but after this 2 days conference, I'm much more encouraged, and thank you very much for this opportunity.
Well, thank you. I want to start maybe just to ask each of you to reflect, maybe with a short response on what is it you think it is, like, why are we here today talking about agent-based modeling? What is it about this moment that is leading, I mean, maybe you don't accept the premise. The premise of this question is there's more attention today going to agent-based modeling than there was 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago. What is it about today? Why, if you accept that premise, why? What's driving it? What are the drivers here? I think it would be interesting just to get that out for the audience. Any of you?
Yeah, maybe I can kick it off and offer some reflection on it. I think in recent years, in our own research, we focused on income inequality, climate change now, and I think there's a broad recognition that, and inflation, by the way, I think there's a broad recognition that a lot of the traditional economic models are not sufficient anymore. Jerome Powell said earlier this year that when they were looking at forecasts of inflation, that more than half of the professional forecasters had it wrong about whether or not inflation was going to be temporary or here to stay, right? And so I think the complexity of the economy is just, getting, it's very relevant. It's very top of mind for a lot of people, and I think the broad public sees that economists don't have a full picture. I think so. There's an urgency to it, and I think the promise of agent-based models, where you start from the bottoms up, essentially, is a very promising framework. And I think last thing I'll say about that is that when you talk to economists, a lot of people say, micro foundations are conceptually the right idea. It's just that the agent is too simplistic, and so that's a promise and a challenge.
You say more complexity in the world, or more awareness of that complexity?
Well, the world's always been complex. I think that, like a lot of scientific ideas. Sometimes some of them are a little bit too early for their time, and it has a lot to do also with technology, like how big are your simulations that you can run, how fast can you run them. And I think we see now that with the new generation of hardware accelerators like GPUs, TPUs, we can now run these simulations that are orders of magnitude bigger. And we can train these AI models that are orders of magnitude bigger. So that gives some promise that this idea now has been revived. And I think, this might be the magic moment where, things are getting to that iPhone, moment where things become realistic enough that it's going to be taken very seriously.
Maybe I can share a bit our experience. I think for monetary policy, models that traditionally we have in the institution, we were not prepared for a pandemic. And there was no such, consideration of how disease would transmit and what is the implication for macroeconomy. So when Canada went into the lockdown in the spring of 2020, bank staff started actively looking for tools on how to tackle the issue, how to understand this lockdown may have had on the macro economy. So we went to cross-discipline experts who are in data science, computer science, and we started to collaborate to design epidemiological agent-based model, where the goal at the time was trying to understand, as the country starts to, implement different restricted health measures, what would be the implication for sector GDP and how people employed in different sectors respond. So we have done a lot of analysis thinking about the trade-off between health outcome and macro outcome from the epidemiological agent-based model. Very little thought was given on inflation at the beginning of 2020. However, particularly, I think the beginning impact of pandemic for Canada is slight disinflation. People are at home. There's this so-called fear factor. People are delay consumption. So we didn't shift the focus towards understanding price evolution until we see some information from our survey. As I mentioned earlier, at the end of 2021, that was the first time. I do remember we have two record information from the firms. That first, large number of firms has expressed that they see increase of input cost, wage pressure, and also interesting enough, a lot of firms has expressed that they have the ability to pass the higher input cost onto consumers, or they just simply use to improve their profit margin. So I think is that changing of behavior as well as the evolution of the economy giving us the opportunity to start explore more the capacity of agent-based model.
Yeah, when I hear you talk, it almost feels like a kind of cascade of crises that lead us to the need for new techniques. That's what I hear in the background there. Do you have a perspective on this, Mike?
I think I have a quotidian perspective, which is that when the t-test was invented quite some time ago, every question that people asked could be answered with a t-test. And then when regression comes along, then every question that people wanted answered used regression. You may remember 10 years ago, everybody wanted brain pictures of something or other because they were using fMRI. So I do think there's a sense in which, we like new advanced technologies for sure. And I do think it's the same thing, that the questions we are asking change because of the technology that we have. Even just the computational stuff is just exponentially, we're able to ask different questions. So we'll see if agent-based modeling peaks in 2023 and then another thing comes, or if it really is one of these staying power kind of applications.
I'm also curious, is there a grand challenge that motivates each of you? If there is there something that you hope and imagine we might be able to do in 5 years from now, in 10 years from now? What is it that you're so excited about that makes you want to pay attention to agent-based modeling?
Okay, yeah, so I see this in two buckets. One of them is what can AI do to revolutionize economics, and vice versa, what can economics do for AI? So for AI for economics, one of the holy grails perhaps is to have a platform where understanding the economy is kind of like weather forecasting. If you think about weather forecasting today, we understand that having an accurate prediction of the weather tomorrow is super important. So we build base stations, we have satellite imagery, we have a whole infrastructure of weather predictors and forecasters and modelers, where essentially you have a real-time, almost now-casting ability, right, about the weather. And there's an analogy with the economy, right? Why isn't there something like that for the economy? Why isn't there a real-time data analysis, forecasting, and A/B testing platform for the economy? I think that's a very powerful tool if we have that for the economy, and perhaps that leads to also a better understanding of how the economy works. And then I'll say something very briefly about the second one, about economics for AI. Just conceptually, like we all want to develop general intelligence, at least that's sort of the grand challenge in AI. And intelligence has never been in a vacuum. So, a lot of our intelligence is really driven by social interaction, by competition, by cooperation. And there's a lot of learnings we can have from thinking in an economics, mindset. If you think about the incentives, how we drive intelligent decision making in other agents, how do collectives become smarter? What are the driving forces for that? Going all the way from the drive for the need for surviving, and then that cascades into as the higher order bit, and that cascades down to low order objectives. And I think that that's a huge frontier for AI too, and there's a lot more work to be done in that space.
Any other thoughts on motivating grand challenges, where we could be 5 years from now, 10 years, 20 years from now?
I have one that we've been working on that I hope my Harvard Business School colleagues aren't here. So we've been doing some research looking at how markets actually work. Turns out markets are great, just for the record. They're really good. They do lots of good things. But they very quickly, the assumptions break down, and markets can become extremely inefficient with very subtle perturbations of factors that aren't really supposed to influence the efficiency of markets. And so I'm not going to go into a boring detail, but we see time and again that markets don't really work the way the theory would suggest in some ways that are of concern. And again, these things are extremely hard to study without some tool where you can really run an economy over a short period of time, which again is one of these, I think this is another kind of question where without this sort of method, it's very, very difficult to even start answering these questions unless you're like an historian trying to go back 2,000 years and look at, economic trends. This is one, I think, where agent-based modeling can really shed some new insight.
Yeah, I agree. I think the most challenging problem that I hope to solve is how to understand trade-off. We have talked about earlier at the beginning of the pandemic, there was trade-off in terms of health outcome. How can we, particularly when there was no vaccine readily available, how can we contain the disease spread? At the same time, how can we ensure the economy is not going to be crushed and we can still continue provide jobs and the industry can continue to thrive? I think that was a very challenging question that involved multidisciplinary collaboration, and I saw agent-based model has played a prominent role in that understanding the process. And as Stefan just mentioned, that I think there was a lot of discussion related to, this negative externality problem related to, wearing mask or not, vaccine or not. That kind of translates into the discussion on climate, because you think about the climate in the big question is also, how do we think about in this question about tragedy of the horizon? Because the social cost of carbon, it's hard to measure. And how do firms and individuals endogenize that potential cost that will happen 50, 100 years from now and start to influence their decision today, where they will have to take certain sacrifice? I think that is another angle of trade-off. The third trade-off I can think about, everyone facing today. And on one hand, policymaker around the globe is trying to find the best solution to contain this inflationary surge. There is a lot of pressure in the economy that we, as I mentioned earlier, we don't want to have this de-anchored inflation process that, kind of expectation becomes drifting up and then will be difficult to bring down. But at the same time, in order to bring inflation down, policymaker has to take very tightened policy stance. That means there is a lot of discussion, potential cooling of the labor market, potential unemployment surge. How do we think about that trade-off, and to what extent is the best balance between anchoring inflation expectation, at the same time minimize the duration and severity of the economic slowdown in this environment? I think it's a very tough question for policymaker, and I see agent-based model has a lot to offer.
Thank you. Maybe let's talk a little bit about methodology. Maybe just a show of hands. How many of you use rule-based methods when you're building your agent-based models? Mike,
in the traditional model we have,
yes, also
for macro, there is a lot of rule of thumb behavior for household. For example, very simple one. We think that you take a paycheck, put 50% into your rent, 30% into your regular consumption, and you save 20%. So we have quite a lot of this rule of thumb behavior exists.
Crafting these behavioral descriptions of how the agent will act. And I think you hinted at this in your talk also, I think, Mike.
One thing that struck me about your remarks too is that the need to then communicate out. And so if the rules don't have some mapping onto something that people can understand, it gets very difficult to explain the model. I think probably educators as well have kind of a feeling that it has to be translatable or something like that, even though those models aren't always the most optimized models, because you're missing information by restricting it to what you think rather than letting it emerge from the model. But I think it just struck me that different constituencies have different constraints on how crazy we can get with the models.
I just wondered if I could invite the two of you, maybe if you have any thoughts about pros of using rule-based approaches, challenges, where has the academic literature been on this? If there are critiques about rule-based approaches, what are they? Mike, this may get a little bit to some of your scholarship where you've been thinking as to how social psychologists should be working with ABMs and where the pitfalls might be. Any reflections you could share on this rule-based methodology that has been quite dominant over the years when we think about ABMs?
So one of the cases that when I teach about this that I often teach is especially some of the early epidemiological models that were incredibly useful at predicting disease spread. Some of them were a little not rule-based, but most of them really were. And the problem with that is that people can think that's the model, and so we can use it everywhere because the rules and the factors are what they are. And you saw evidence of huge misses because you develop a model based on one, let's say, culture. And in that culture, this is how people interact. And then you'd say, well, we'll just punt that over to the country next door, and I'm sure it'll work just as well. And it turns out there's very different norms in that country. So you can develop a model that's very good for the local context, but it does, I think, it should limit you on generalizability in a way that different approaches, obviously we all have to care about generalizability, but different approaches allow a little more flexibility as you go from context to context.
Thanks.
Maybe I can
Anything
talk
to
a
add?
bit
Yeah,
from the
sure.
firm's price setting behavior that in our traditional model that because we have been quite successful in managing inflation, you know, it seems to be out of the conversation of regular folks for so many years. In the model, we actually had a hard time to match the data with techniques that we had in the traditional model. So we come up with different ways to think about, there's a group of firms that, you know, believe there's, you know, 2%, and there's another group of firms that will just every 5-6 quarters they change their prices. So we have very simple rules in order to introduce this kind of notion of rigidity in prices so that we can match the data. When the pandemic hits, and then as we see this disrupted global supply chain, many firms' behavior start to change. We were challenged at the beginning because we found out, as you have mentioned, a lot of our models start to, you know, having a difficult time to explain emerging data, particularly as inflation accelerates. That's where we went back to talk to our behavior macroeconomists and people that conduct experiments in the lab. There are different, you know, evidence that has been there actually in the literature for the last decade. We need to go back to check and then bring back, you know, what are the insights. So what we have learned is in the lab that people tend to, there is a group of people do believe that the central bank has full credibility. They have the ability, the intention and the ability to bring back inflation to the 2% target. But this credibility it shouldn't be taken for granted. It is actually an endogenous process. So the public observe how we perform. Not only will communicate our intention, we need to actually deliver. The public need to see that inflation number actually coming down in order to reinforce that share of you know, agent that actually have that 2% target belief in their rule function. So I think, you know, that's where more modeling this endogenous process and thinking about this state-dependent behavior of firms and agents in general would
the value
be
you're
very
getting from
useful.
your agent-based, yeah. So we've got rule-based methods on one side, where, you know, my caricature would be you're programming the behaviors, and then we've got you know, reinforcement learning-based methods on the other side, where you're somehow programming the objectives. Stefan, I wonder if you could talk a little bit to this alternate viewpoint and maybe invite you to comment in the same way. Like, what do you see as the challenges? You know, maybe describe that viewpoint, and then where do you see the challenges? Where do you see the opportunities?
Yeah, this is something that's near and dear to my heart. Actually, one of my first PhD projects was my advisor giving me a data set with NBA players. So I had Kobe Bryant running around on the basketball court. Rest in peace. No, I think the huge potential for deep learning is to take raw behavioral data and to imitate that, right, without any prejudices or biases that we have about the objective of the agent, of the human, or how it ought to behave in certain situations, but really take a data first perspective. You know, these neural networks have, you know, time and time again shown that they can really model very complex behaviors, and they can model the responses that these agents have much more realistically than, I would argue, most rule-based systems. So the perspective is, I would say, you know, there's a simple recipe: get a lot of behavioral data, fit your neural network to imitate that data, and then see how it then behaves inside your simulation. And I think the attractive property of this is that because you're guided by the data and what the model learns from that data, you can then post facto try to extract a set of intuitions or rules that best describe the behavior of that model. And that's, there are instances in other fields, like a scientific discovery actually, where people have shown that this approach led people to, find new physics formulas. For instance, there's a paper where I think some MIT professors, can I say MIT? Yeah.
Okay, quietly.
But there's been some work in science where they basically showed that you can, use the same approach to really discover nonlinear relationships from physics data. And so, yeah.
This is interesting. So you've actually described a middle ground that I wasn't anticipating. So we've got rule-based, which are descriptions of behavior that are motivated from the social sciences, also empirically motivated. I would argue. This other extreme, which is not what you talk to, what I thought you might talk to, where you give reinforcement learning agents objectives, rewards, and you tell them, okay, go ahead and figure out how to optimize in your simulated environment, right? That's not what you talk to, if I heard you correctly. You talk to, instead, using neural networks to learn from data behavioral models. So it's this middle ground. So it's quite interesting to just begin to feel the spectrum of methodologies that are growing.
Right, yeah, and to add to that, I think this is a really broad field, so very high level of machine learning. There's imitation learning, where you take raw data and then you try to imitate it. There's also something called inverse reinforcement learning, where you take the same data set, but then you try to extract some objective out of the data. And so, then you get to the level of, can I specify the incentives that drove behavior? And you can use a simulation to do that. And that middle ground is, again, where you use that data-centric view to better understand that incentive structure. Yeah.
Awesome. Let's go to questions that are coming in. I'm seeing some great questions on the board. And the first one is coming from Ilan Glazer, who is with Amazon. And it gets to something I asked Yang yesterday evening, and I was surprised by her response. I asked her, do you have scaling problems? And she said, no, we don't have scaling problems. So the question is, what are the requirements for a large-scale ABM platform that can run millions of agent simulations? What do we need there? First of all, do you accept the premise that we don't currently have the ability to run with 1 million agents? Yang, are you running at that scale with your simulations?
Close to
1 million, yeah. What did you have to do to get to that point, and do you feel that you want to scale further?
First of all, I think we're running some experiment similar to the Harvard Data Science Initiative. That when we start at the onset of the pandemic, we start realize that we need to work across discipline. So we recruit data scientists, computer scientists. We have physicists working at the central bank. And when we have a prototype agent-based model, at the time we have about 1 to 100 sample ratio of Canadian economy. And we quickly realized that we had a scaling problem, and then we need to have high power computing experts trying to design special algorithms, trying to either paralyze the computational problem. At the same time, we had challenges. A lot of economic situation is sequential problem. You would not know how your next period of game is until you are there. You face shocks then. So I think there is a lot of ongoing work right now in terms of how to tackle the sequential problem. But going back, I'm not sure more complexity is necessary. The ultimate direction. I do think that models are, particularly for central banks, are not crystal balls. They're just simplified framework that capture the essence of a very complex system. So for us, goes back to why do we use models? We are trying to use model to tell a story, so that our client, our market, can understand us, and we can understand what they want, they need. So I think communication is more important, in my humble opinion, than the scale itself.
This is fascinating. So there's an aesthetic there about wanting the model to have a kind of form that will allow you to communicate out to policymakers. Mike, in the social psychology field, are people hungry for doing things at a much larger scale than what they currently can?
I think in psychology, I think no. I mean, I think it's, we wrote a piece on this that's just, I don't know, a couple of years old to try to help psychologists, and I would say other social sciences, sociologists and things like that, just to understand the potential of the technology.
Mm-hmm.
But social scientists are, in these fields, including mine, are often skeptical of techniques that are far from humans, because, and that's a legitimate thing to think, because humans do not behave in reasonable ways a lot of the time. And so there's a resistance that they oversimplify what are incredibly complicated phenomenon. And I think that's a fair critique. I think at the same time, they can allow you to test extremely complicated models of human behavior in a way you couldn't otherwise. But there's not apparently I'm not influential enough to cause the groundswell in my area of the world in agent-based modeling, because I think people that can't quite see, not every question, there's a bunch of questions that they're actually quite useful for, but we'll see, as we keep going.
Gotcha. You talked about scale towards the end of your presentation, Stefan. So you've been pushing to enable greater scale. What's your viewpoint on this?
Yeah, I think scale has really fueled a lot of progress, especially machine learning, and to some degree, the scale that I was talking about really also is in conjunction with training these neural network models, right? So one barrier, for instance, in agent-based modeling or in economics is capturing the diversity and heterogeneity in the world. I think that's one of these areas where you see that simplified mathematical models become unsolvable, right? If you have a distribution of skills, if you have a distribution of age, it's extremely hard to do something analytical or even, using old computational methods. So this is my personal belief. I think that if you make these simulations bigger, if you have more diversity in the strategic behaviors that you can capture in these simulations, then you will have a better understanding of how the economy might evolve. And so I think scale is essential.
Mm-hmm. And presumably scale coupled with data, so that we can bring the right heterogeneity from data into the models?
Exactly, yes.
Yeah. Great. Let's actually jump down to the third question here on the screen. This is from Gabe Mayan. What are the main challenges for building more buy-in to ABM methods compared to more traditional predictive methods? Do any of you have a viewpoint on this? Challenges in terms of buy-in? I would just say, kind of as a caricature again, and as a somewhat outsider to economics, so I think I can get away with saying it. My sense has been that ABM has been, the forgotten stepchild of the field. It's not really been loved historically by mainstream economics. I don't know if any of you have any reflections on why that is. I don't know if the same is true within psychology or not. But, are there things that need to happen? Do we need changes to the structure of the research community? Do we need other things to happen to get more buy-in to these techniques? Any viewpoints on this?
I can share a bit recent experience. So last week there was a modeling workshop of central bank community. It was very interesting that the Canadian effort was actually mentioned, that there was a panel discussion. Some expressed, their concern. I think it's a valid concern related to how we seriously validate our model against the data. And it is challenging because if we have a production network, we do have to have input-output data all the way into history where there's high inflation. So I think there was a lot of good criticism and feedback. But at the same time, I have found encouraging because the conversation the year before was absolutely not. Agent-based model, wideness of bounded rationality we have a problem to solve. This is the economy. This is the inflation. I think it requires strategy. It requires courage. I think, you know, from the practitioner perspective, we have no luxury. We have a mandate. We need to have the best tool in order to bring inflation down, and we are committed to do that. So when you have to make a real-time decision that, you know, have certain level of risk, you need to put out all the tool, all the effort out there to advance. And I think partnering with academia and experts in this field and try to accelerate that experiment process and try to generate, if not success, but at least we have experience to show out, okay, maybe this road that we have taken did not work, but there's another road we can take. Sitting there waiting for a solution, it is also a choice, and that is a choice that we cannot tolerate.
It kind of goes back to your picture you showed us of the new models over time. There's pull now. There's a need. The existing things failing. Just in the last minute, so we'll just ask for quick responses. I'll just go to Nelson Gonzalez's question here. Right, if limitations to compute capacity were removed, so imagine a world where there is no limit to compute capacity. What applications of ABM do you imagine could drive the greatest social impact? I want to invite each of you to offer a quick response to that, if you would like. Stefan?
I think the huge potential for this reinforcement learning and simulation-based approach is really that it offers you a lot of flexibility in terms of optimizing policy directly for the objectives that society cares about. And the scale of scenario testing for exactly those objectives, that power is something that's, you know, currently we have not really used enough. So that's, I think, the best application.
Any other reactions?
My perspective would be it will support us to have a much more inclusive monetary and public policy design. Just imagine if everyone can utilize their own data and we have an open source agent-based model that you can run on your phone. How wonderful would that be if you know that your personal decision and firm's decision can directly impact how price and inflation evolve in the economy that you are in. And I think to create happiness, to create that sense of ownership of the data, of experience, I think that would be our dream.
I love that.
I already did my market rant thing, so that's what I would have said, so I'll not take us through that again.
Understanding markets. So the democratization we heard again at the end. Let's wrap. Could you join me in thanking our wonderful panelists? We're on coffee break for 15 minutes, and then we'll come back together. Thanks.
Microphone. It's okay. Right. Great. So when we started the data science initiative in 2017, one of our flagship initiative was really to initiate a cohort of Harvard Data Science Initiative postdoctoral fellows. Is really one of the programs that we are mostly proud has been advertised over the years internationally. We have been having hundreds of applicants and been reviewed by a committee of Harvard faculty. We, since 2017, we have over 25 postdoctoral fellows on campus, and now we are appointing 2 to 3 postdoctoral fellows. So the Harvard Data Science Initiative fellows are PhDs that are PhD scientists. They have interest in a variety of disciplines, from the humanities to astronomy to computer science to climate. They select a couple of faculty. They're working across campus, and they are appointed in their own department. One of the really important elements for the success of the postdoctoral fellowship program is to enable collaboration and at the same time being independent researcher. So also wanted to particularly acknowledge the support of Susan Wojcicki and Dennis Trooper, that they have generously supported the postdoctoral fellowship program, and they fund 2 postdoctoral fellows each year. Now, at this session, you will hear from 5 of our current fellows. We will have them coming one after the other, presenting a talk. We will not have a Q&A session, but there's going to be a reception at the end of the conference, and you are absolutely welcome to reach out for them for additional question and conversation. With that said, I wanted to start by introducing Damien Blasi. Oh, please, is Joseph? Is Ivana? Okay, I'm sorry, I made the mistake. Okay, that's a...
Okay, so hello everybody. My name is Ivana Malenica. I'm one of the new postdoc fellows, and I'm currently in the Department of Statistics. And what I'll be talking about today is a specific project, and it's adaptive design or adaptive sequential surveillance for infectious disease. Okay. So the motivation for this particular project was this type of strategic testing allocation plays a big role in control of emerging pandemics and also existing pandemics. So we had COVID-19 for the last few years, we had HIV for a very long time, and there's always a chance for emerging infectious disease kind of reaching the pandemics level. So widespread testing and this type of particular smart testing supports effective epidemic control by doing several different things. The first one is reducing transmission by identifying cases and then kind of promptly isolating them. And the second one is that tracking outbreak dynamics informs targeted interventions. And we also learn about kind of the propagation of the infectious disease in question too. So today, the type of data we look at for this type of problem is we have end trajectories, and then we follow them over long periods of time, and they could be interrelated, or there could be some kind of network dependence between them as well. So then for each individual, we have this type of longitudinal structure. So it looks something like this. So what does this mean? So we define or kind of follow or collect the following information. So we have the baseline covariates. Then we have this AIT, which is an indicator of being tested, that particular I sample at time t. And then we also collect a whole bunch of time-varying covariates. So for example, network over time, or something that might constitute your risk profile over time, something that makes you at risk, for example. And then we have this observed outcome, which is observed every time that individual is actually given a test. But then underneath it, we have this latent or true outcome, which is the infectious status of each individual, which we can't really observe unless we test the whole population, which is pretty unfeasible. So let's look at this from kind of a cartoonish example. So here we have this population, and here it's stratified just by gender and age. And then within it, we might have some infected individuals. So these are these individuals that are kind of, oops, oh no, sorry, the ones that are in red. And then some of them might be symptomatic, other ones are asymptomatic. And then we kind of track this over time, so as this infectious disease propagates through the populations. And what we want to do is we kind of want to have those goals I outlined at the beginning, so we want to do some kind of smart testing to catch those individuals and then isolate them from the population. So we might ask, how are we going to test them? So we could do something like rule-based modeling. And here what I mean is essentially we're giving a test to individuals based on a very simple rule, something like a deterministic rule. For example, did they travel recently? Were they in contact with somebody who is infectious? Do they have symptoms or something along those lines? So here we're testing people that have symptoms, or that are symptomatic. We observe what's the outcome of this test, and then we kind of isolate them from the population. But we still have few individuals that are left, and these are the asymptomatic people. Another thing that we could do is we can do something analog to risk-based testing. So here what we're doing is essentially we're using all that data that we collected before, all those time-varying covariates, baseline covariates, and so on. And we also use the historical data on who we tested before, which neighborhoods, and so on. So it's very rich data over time. So the idea here is we learn something about this particular propagation of this particular infectious disease. And then as we learn it, we might be able to catch more individuals. So here, that's one individual that was asymptomatic. Before in the previous time point, we actually caught them, isolated them, and we have less individuals that remain in the population. And then the idea is we kind of continue to do this type of process as the infectious disease propagates through the population. So in terms of kind of statistical goal, what we want to do here, we have several. The one is we want to learn who is at a greater risk of infection. And the other one is that we want to assign tests adaptively and sequentially. So what this means is that we don't want to commit to just risk-based testing or rule-based testing. So we want to be more adaptive in that. So based on where we are in kind of the trajectory of the disease, we might want to do either or, and we want to do this kind of decides in an adaptive sequential way. So this is a hard problem statistically. We have true outcome is latent, of course, and the other one is that we have lots of dependence. There's network and temporal dependence. So this is in just kind of few notes. What we actually did, or kind of results we had in this paper, is we are able to identify the causal estimate in terms of both latent and observed outcome, which is nice, which seems essentially we kind of recovered that latent structure. The other one is we pick testing design which maximizes number of positive cases caught without having strong assumptions on the dependent structure. So this is an optimization problem, and this is just kind of a little kind of what we do without going into too many details. But what's really nice is that once we actually analyze it, this type of estimator we propose is very nice and it has nice asymptotic properties. So we can pick testing strategy that maximizes the lower confidence interval as well. And then we continue to do this over time, learning risk based on the past collected data using machine learning, and continue to adapt testing over time as well. So this was agent-based simulation we ran with COVID-19 testing in a residential university. And what we did is we compared a whole bunch of different testing strategies across a lot of different environments. So for example, if you had resource constraints, or maybe the pandemic is in like at the beginning or at the end, and so on. And this is what it looks like. So this is a lot of things in this particular slide, but I'm kind of pointing to the method that we propose. And the smaller the number, so this is the final cumulative incidence, the smaller it is, the better it does. So pretty much across a whole bunch of different simulation setups, this type of adaptive sequential designs do the best. So that's pretty much it, kind of just a little bit intro into this particular project. So just to conclude, this type of online selectors allow us to pick between a whole bunch of different testing strategies, adaptively over time with inference, and it works really well in practice. So thank you very much.
Should I change the slides or the next ones? Oops. Yeah. So, hello everybody. My name is George Dasoulas, and I'm an HDSI postdoctoral research fellow. And I'm currently sitting in the Department of Biomedical Informatics in Harvard Medical School, where I'm mainly working in combining structural machine learning algorithms with bioinformatics applications. So, before starting my postdoctoral research fellowship, I received a computer and electrical engineering diploma and a PhD in computer science, where I was mainly working in building expressive graph neural networks. And by graph neural networks, we define machine learning models that make predictions over graph structures. So connecting that with my current research, what I'm trying to do is to bring expressive graph learning models into bioinformatics. And that means that starting from graphs of nodes that share specific interactions and model biological networks, we aim to improve therapeutic science and accelerate drug development. So this graph modeling can have different aspects, ranging from molecular level representations to complex patient level data. And in the next slides, I'm going to briefly describe these two aspects. So starting from the molecular level, we can observe that molecules can be seen as 3D geometric graph structures. And that means that we have nodes that are atoms and edges that are chemical bonds. And this observation can unlock a whole new potential of using graph machine learning algorithms for inference on molecular tasks. Actually, we have many machine learning models that have been proven successful for small molecular compounds. But we know that in the molecular world, the ranges are extreme. And going from small graphs into larger biomolecular graphs is challenging, most probably due to the exploding increase of the size. So such examples of large graphs can be considered, we can consider the proteins. And we know that protein analysis can have a huge impact on better understanding diseases and better design of drug therapies. So far, machine learning models have been proven promising for protein analysis problems, mostly through the use of large language models where protein sequences are treated as a series of tokens, and we extract information out of these sequences. However, we know that the structure in the protein space is very crucial because it can bring much valuable information about the protein functions. And leveraging structural properties of the proteins can unlock a whole potential of the field of what is called protein representation learning, where the aim is to learn representations of proteins so that we can better predict functions of them. So my goal into this field is how we can build expressive protein representations by using rich graph machine learning algorithms that are able to combine both sequential and structural information. Going beyond the molecular level, we can consider graphs that consist of diseases, genes, drugs, and more. And this kind of graph modeling would be helpful in solving problems related to drug-disease association, disease-disease association, drug repurposing, and more, through the use of machine learning tools. However, this graph modeling requires two things. One is a rich input representation, and that can be addressed through the use of knowledge graphs, which can handle different types of nodes and different types of relations. And an example of these kind of knowledge graphs are large medical databases that incorporate both molecular and patient-level data. And the second one is a rich and expressive model that is able to handle multimodal data. And by multimodal data, we mean data that come from different input sources. And this class of models are included into the field of multimodal learning. So towards the direction of multimodal learning, we are mainly focused into the sub-area of graph-centric multimodal learning, where input sources can have an inherent geometric graph structure. For example, think about the case where we have image data that we would like to combine them with sequences, physical networks, biological networks, and other type of informations. So what we propose in our recent work is an algorithmic blueprint that is able to unify these different input sources into a general graph structure and can generate task-specific, downstream task-specific representations. We hope that this algorithmic blueprint called multimodal graph learning will be able to group previous works in the field and also motivate the design of new methods. So, summing up, the future steps of my research can be anchored by two main axes. The one is the design of expressive graph machine learning architectures that are able to capture better 3D geometric structures. And these can have a potential impact on accurate molecular and protein design, and also the acceleration of drug development process. Secondly, I'm very interested in improving the therapeutic science, mainly through the lens of machine learning tools. And this can be done by incorporating bringing both the worlds of molecular level and patient level data, and also the design of fast and reliable prediction models for precision medicine. Thanks.
Hi, everyone. My name is Esther. I'm a postdoc here at Harvard. And in the near distant future, I will be a professor of computer science at the University of Colorado at Boulder, starting in fall 2024. But today, I'm very excited to share with you a brief overview of my research perspective and agenda. So I work in statistical machine learning, and often in machine learning education and in research as well, we're focused on algorithmic innovations, basically what's going on in this gray box here. But as we heard yesterday in the talks this morning, in order to actually achieve benefit with these algorithms, we need to be looking at how they're situated in a larger context of design and use. So I situate my research within statistical learning to incorporate this context with pillars like understanding downstream uses, like when policy decisions will be made from our predicted output, and incorporating careful structures of dataset design, collection, and processing. To make this a little more concrete, here's two examples of my work in combining satellite imagery and machine learning. And this is an exciting scientific space that can actually help aid global monitoring for environmental and ecological phenomenon, and help enable data-fortified policies. But this space also brings key challenges. So in the example on the left, we like to make high-resolution predictions of land cover across the US because we have high-resolution, basically 1-by-1 meter imagery across the US. But the ground truth data that we have to train these models, our observations of land cover, only come at a coarse 30-by-30 meter resolution. So to handle this, I've developed algorithms for learning from this sparse, coarse, or otherwise incomplete data sources and fusing those together. The example on the right is looking at kind of the other side of this picture, looking at who can use, develop, and importantly, who can critique these types of technologies. So together with my collaborators, we designed Mosaics, which you see in the diagram here, which is really transforming the accessibility of satellite imagery and machine learning. This system is designed for any researcher with training in linear regression and access to a laptop computer, drastically reducing the barriers of use to who can use this technology. And if you're interested, I'm very happy to announce that link there has this data available globally at 1-by-1 kilometer resolution. So these two projects give an example of how looking at this broader picture can motivate making algorithms that actually situate in their context better. But I would argue that any data-driven algorithm, whether it's designed for this type of benefit or not, is situated in this broader context. And so to make sure that these algorithms are useful and functional, a central tenet of my research is that they need to also be fair and they need to be data efficient. So I think hopefully everyone in the room agrees we want our data-driven algorithms to be fair. But fairness itself can be a slippery concept. My collaborators and I have shown that common statistical fairness notions in machine learning, like you'd see on the left here, can actually inadvertently harm the groups that they were intended to protect, worse than if we didn't have this fairness constraint in the objective at all. And in follow-up work, we propose welfare-aware multi-objective learning as one way to actually transparently encode our desired impact as part of this optimization. And maybe the concept of data efficiency is actually a slightly newer one. So in a lot of the machine learning models that I develop and use, it's the data, the training and evaluation data, that is an incredibly precious resource. So in understanding how to use that data efficiently, I've quantified the importance of having ample representation from all different relevant subgroups in our population in our training data sets. And in my current work, I look toward kind of making computational and mathematical frameworks by which we can talk about data efficiency as a design goal and an evaluation process for learning algorithms. So in summary, I've shown that by looking at this larger context in which algorithms are situated, we can understand the interconnectedness and actually the alignment of traditional goals like function or use with kind of these more contextualized goals of fairness and efficiency. This is a broad research agenda. It's going to take a lot of diverse and interdisciplinary perspectives to make this statement on the top happen. I do this through my research threads in remote sensing and machine learning, application-driven machine learning, where we can understand the nuances that make fairness such a slippery concept, and integrating throughout all of this a focus on data-efficient algorithm evaluation and design. I think there's no time for questions, but if folks are interested, I'll be here later, and I don't know where the camera is, but for folks online, just shoot me an email if you have questions. Thanks.
There we go. So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joseph Dexter. I'm in my third year as an HDSI fellow, and I work primarily on language and computational text analysis for a range of applications spanning the digital humanities, the social sciences, and biomedicine. And across all of that work, one of my main interests is in the promotion of so-called linguistic fairness. So that is pushing back against the idea of English as a default language and developing cross-lingual methods that are sensitive to important linguistic and cultural differences. And there's a lot more I could say about linguistic fairness in general, but on that front, I'm actually going to defer to my colleague and a close collaborator, Damien Blasi, who will be speaking immediately after me on global language diversity and some of the implications that it has for the development of fair natural language processing technologies. So instead, I want to share some very brief highlights from that didn't look good. There we go, yes. So just a couple of highlights from some very applied work that I've been doing at the intersection of public health and linguistic fairness. So written communication is, of course, essential to disseminating public health information. And when evaluating a medical or public health outreach strategy, there are two particularly important factors to consider. So the first factor is the information available? And in the context of language equity, this just means, are there resources written in the languages used by the intended audience? The second factor is accessibility. By that I mean, right, for any information that is available, is it likely to be understandable and trustworthy to the intended audience? So I'm going to say a little bit about each of those two concerns in the context of case studies involving the COVID-19 pandemic. So state health departments, as we're probably all aware, put out tons of official information about COVID, beginning with the very early days of the pandemic. And this provides a great context in which to study linguistic fairness in the US. So that is, right, to address this fundamental question of whether speakers of most languages had access to information about COVID from their state government. So to do this, we conducted a systematic review of language coverage across all 50 states and the District of Columbia, which revealed lots of heterogeneity. So as you can see on the slide, we found that some websites were exclusively Anglophone, whereas others provided information in dozens of languages. And by comparing with census data, we were then able to estimate how many US residents had access to no information whatsoever in their primary language. And the bottom line number that we get from that analysis is quite troubling. So we estimate that approximately 4 million people who don't speak English or Spanish at home. So that's about half of all speakers of other languages in the US had zero access to state-specific information in their chosen language. And that raises the troubling possibility of many people having to turn to unofficial and potentially less reliable sources of information. So that addresses the availability part, but it says nothing about the quality of multilingual resources. And while it would be extremely challenging to look at quality across dozens and dozens of languages, what we can do is drill down on higher resource languages, such as English and Spanish, on the assumption that those are going to serve as a sort of upper bound for effective quality. So for instance, for English, we and many other groups have found consistently that COVID information tends to be written at well above an 8th grade reading level, which violates a standard recommendation for the provision of medical information to the general public. And this is true for a variety of features that you can look at, from standardized readability formulas to syntactic complexity and jargon. And for Spanish, we've gone even further, and we applied an assessment developed by the CDC known as the Clear Communication Index to their own Spanish language COVID web pages. And we find pretty strikingly that according to their own standards, every single one of their pages would fail in terms of clear communication, with scores indicating that they ought to be revised to improve clarity and accessibility. So just very quickly, I've talked in somewhat abstract terms thus far, but I want to end with a specific example that illustrates some of the potential implications of imprecision in language. So as you might recall, the CDC late last year updated their quarantine and isolation guidance in response to the Omicron surge. And in the press release that they put out describing these changes, they included information about vaccine effectiveness. But they gave specific numbers only for effectiveness against infection, not effectiveness against hospitalization or disease. And when we gave this passage to online survey participants and asked them to answer some comprehension questions, many of them inferred incorrectly that effectiveness against hospitalization would be the same as effectiveness against infection, which of course is an unfortunate piece of misinformation to potentially be propagating. So I'm out of time. Just want to say thanks to many wonderful collaborators and to the HDSI Poynter Institute and NEH for funding, and very happy to take questions informally during the reception. Thanks.
Hi. Hopefully not last but not least, no, least but, okay, I never got it right. Let's just try, okay, should be working right. Hi, hello everyone, my name is Damian Blasi, and today I want to tell you very briefly about what I think it's a very exciting and emerging new science of linguistic diversity. So let me see, that's not the right one. This is not intuitive, okay? I mean, there's, green. Oh, yeah, it's the huge, large one. Yeah, I should have inferred that. There we go. All right. So there are over 7,000 languages spoken and signed in the world today, and we have some long-standing questions. We have questions about how is that these languages are distributed, what is the nature of these languages, in which dimensions they're similar, why they're different, and also what is the history of the languages of the world. And there has been something happening for the last 20 years that has allowed a new interdisciplinary field for resolving this related questions. So as what happens with many other emergent disciplines, there has been this happy interdisciplinary approach. So just using my own research, I'm trying to display a bit the range of questions and methods that we have been using in the last decade in particular. So for instance, sometimes in order to understand why the languages of the world are distributed the way they are, we need to appeal to long-term models of ecology, human evolutionary biology, genetics, etc., as in some of the cases that I highlight here. In some other cases, we need to zoom in into individual human behavior and human brains. And there's also a room for classic linguistics, we like linguists, and more contemporary natural language processing approaches. Now, obviously, there's something to be said about languages from fields as diverse as archaeology and ethnography, human-computer interaction, etc., etc. I'm not going to go into any details in terms of the techniques that we use, but most of the time we are dealing with very complicated observational problems. So we deal with small, imbalanced, and noisy samples, so we have to be very creative about the type of inferences that we make. Most of us are devoted Bayesians in practice, and of course deep learning has become a very handy tool for dealing with large data sets that emerge from the internet and other important sources. So, and of course, if you are like some of the reviewers of my grants, you might ask, that's very nice, but who cares about languages apart from linguists? Why should anyone care? And well, my collaborator Joseph has spoiled a bit what should be an answer for the general public. And that answer, I think, is that there is this lurking huge bias that goes well beyond the study of languages and linguistic diversity per se, that has to do with the fact that English and a few other, mostly Western European languages, are taken effectively as models of the other languages of the world. And again, I insist, this is not only within linguistics. This happens in medicine, this happens in education, in technologies, in a large, etc. So English is taken to be the standard prototypical language, and we hope that whatever works for English is going to work elsewhere. And I think you wouldn't be surprised to hear that that is often not the case. And I will highlight just one case here, and that's the case of language technologies. We are being told again and again that the poster boy of contemporary computer sciences is the developments in the field of computational linguistics, that we are very good at dealing with language. And that is mostly true when we deal with English and other related similar languages. But when we see anywhere else, what we find that the results are actually pretty poor, and sometimes directly terrible. There are huge languages spoken by hundreds of millions of humans, like Bengali, Pashto, Amharic, that are extremely under-resourced, for which you cannot use any of the technologies that you're very used with in English. And again, I could keep talking about this, but there's something else I would like to highlight, which I think is going to be the next focus of attention in relation to this clear Anglophone bias. And that has to do with what it has... No, come on, there we go. All right, and this has to do with, I think, has been a very controversial idea that has over 150 years of history. And that is that in 2022, we can assert that the language one speaks or signs has sometimes mild, but still observable consequences in a large range of non-linguistic aspects of human behavior and cognition. So the language you're exposed to during your lifetime has consequences that have nothing to do with language itself. If you think for a moment about this, it's not something crazy, right? You're doing language most of the time and for most of your life. So it's not really that crazy that a language speaker science, as I was saying, has an impact well beyond language. And these consequences, we see them in memory, in visual attention, in theory of mind, in social cognition, social interaction, etc., etc. Why does this matter? Because today we're dealing with technologies that are heavily informed by human behavior and human cognition. But because of this, we're not talking about human cognition and human behavior in general, but those patterns that have been generalized on the basis of mostly English speakers. So if you're dealing with any type of human data and human systems that interface with language, and you're around for the reception afterwards, come and talk with me. You should be seeing my email right now. There you go. So thank you so much. I will assume that now we have Francesca again. Thank you very much. Have a good one.
Wow, that was absolutely fantastic, and you can see the diversity and the talent and application of data science. So I'm going to invite the panelists for the last panel in data and climate. I see Peter and Amruta, Noel, and Sarah. I'm going to have Sarah here, Amruta here, Noel first, and Peter there, just because I have a certain order. Thank you for joining me. So we're going to switch gears a little bit, and I'm going to talk about something that everybody's talking about, which is the climate and the climate crisis, and has it's present in all our mind. So we're going to particularly focus on the area of data science and climate. And what we're going to talk about is the potential, the opportunity, and the challenge of the field of data science as we're trying to address questions regarding to the climate crisis. So the science of policy, and we have learned today also communication practices around data science and machine learning, artificial intelligence, have a profound implication for the climate crisis and the solution that society will utilize in the future. So from machine learning to data visualization to data science techniques that are now being used to study the effect of climate change on biodiversity, food system, patterns of change in vector-borne diseases, and health data. So there is undeniable that data science really has and provide a foundation to advance and better understand issues related to the climate crisis. So my hope is that with this fantastic panel, we can really talk about the challenges, opportunity of data science in climate research on questions like what can we currently do, what can we go wrong, what needs to happen for the data science community to really make serious advances and progress on something that worries all of us. So I'm going to introduce the fantastic 4 panelists. They will give some opening remarks, and then we will switch to question. We have reactivated the Slido app in case you wanted to add and type your question. So it's my great pleasure. We have Noelle Selin. She's a professor with a joint appointment in the Institute of Data System and Society, and with the professor in the Department of Earth, Atmospheric and Planetary Sciences. She's also director of the Technology and Policy Program and associate director of IDSS. Her research uses atmospheric chemistry modeling to inform decision-making on air pollution, climate change, and hazardous substances such as mercury and persistent organic pollutants. Then we have Peter Hivers. He's a professor of Earth and Planetary Sciences and Environmental Science and Engineering at Harvard University. Was research interests lie in developing a better understanding of the climate system and its implication for society. We have Sarah Berry. She's an incoming assistant professor at MIT in the Department of Computer Science faculty and AI and decision making, and a visiting researcher at Google working on how to arborist. A research focus on building computer vision methods that enable global scale environmental and biodiversity monitoring across data modalities, tackling real-world challenges, including strong spatial-temporal correlation that lead to domain shift, imperfect data quality, fine-grained categories, and long-tail distribution. And then we have Amruta Normisarma. She's an assistant professor in the Environmental Health Department at Boston University School of Public Health, where she studies the relationship between environmental exposure associated with climate change and health outcomes in vulnerable community. I will turn it to Noel.
Great. Well, thank you so much for the introduction and for convening this really interesting panel. What I'm going to do in the time I have is to really try to frame the problem of climate health, planetary health, and how data science can contribute, and give a few concrete examples of the kinds of methods and data approaches that I think have really high potential in addressing climate and sustainability as broad societal challenges. So I'm showing this picture because it really illustrates the earth science challenge that we're dealing with. We're dealing with a system here that is not just environmental, but that has human characteristics and technological characteristics and a broad range of increasing data streams that are not only about the earth itself, but about human activities, and has feedbacks and threshold behavior. And understanding that is not only a major societal challenge, but an existential challenge in the context of climate change. So this poses many challenges for both data and modeling of this complex coupled system. And there's been a lot of effort within climate science to think about how we can harness new techniques in data and machine learning and modeling. This comes from a paper on focusing on climate modeling, trying to use these techniques to develop a new generation of understanding of the physical system. By the same token, there's been a lot of focus on how challenging it is to integrate the human system into that understanding and the interactions between physical and human systems. This comes from a National Academies report on the future of earth sciences, really emphasizing the difficulties and challenges in modeling systems that have both social and environmental characteristics, and importantly, integrating the human dimension in modeling. So there's a lot of potential, a lot of focus on the physical science side, a lot of use of advanced modeling techniques, and a lot of really open challenges in dealing with the complexity, particularly in combining human systems modeling and data science and environment. What I want to focus on here is that there are a lot of opportunities for progress, and there's a lot of role of optimism in thinking about ways in which models and computation, as well as data, can be used to address and understand interacting nature-society systems. And that's in two ways, both understanding what these interactions are and their thresholds and feedbacks, and using that information to inform action towards sustainability. And I'll note that this work is drawn from a perspective paper that comes out of an effort to coalesce some lessons from across a bunch of different fields on thinking about interacting of these systems and how to apply new data and modeling techniques. As a summary, the bottom line through this effort is that we found that many new perspectives have emerged from efforts to understand specifically sustainability relevant sectors. There's a lot of action using data in energy, water, food, agriculture, fisheries, a lot of development of new methodologies and tools. And we think that those methodologies have a lot of transferability and haven't been harvested effectively across fields. So there's a real big opportunity here in learning from these approaches where human and natural systems are interacting, and there are tools and new data techniques to address them, but haven't been widely applied. And I'll show some of these. I'll use examples from my group on two of these examples. One is diagnosing causal relationships on nature-society systems, and the other evaluating interventions towards sustainability using reduced complexity modeling. But happy to talk in the panel and afterwards about other examples. On diagnosing causal relationships, the question, this is the work of my former PhD student, Minghao Chu, and the question we were asking was a coupled human natural systems question in that have measures to cut air pollution emissions really led to improved air quality? So figuring out, diagnosing that complex causal relationship, which is hard because those factors are actually interacting. And what Minghao did is he used a data model experiment to show that the typical ways you'd correct for meteorological factors and identify the role of emissions policy don't actually reflect the complexity of the causal relationship. And he showed which algorithms work better and why in this particular very complex case. The second example I'll show is looking at using a model, a reduced complexity model, to evaluate potential policy interventions. So PhD candidate at MIT, Lissa Fries, has used a Green's function approach to create a model of black carbon emissions that simulates over 1 million times faster the output of a complex chemical transport model. And what you can do with this model is, instead of using it to evaluate just a few scenarios, she can look at thousands of scenarios and uncertainties. And this movie is showing, if this plays, and apparently the movie doesn't play. It was a movie, and the movie would have shown the impact of coal-fired power plant shutdowns with different retirement timing over decadal timescales. I will highlight as well that this idea of reduced form modeling is really prominent in a project I co-lead as part of the MIT Grand Challenges initiative that's called Bringing Computation to the Climate Challenge, with a large team to try to bring a new generation of climate models to be more accessible, more usable, and more attuned to what stakeholders need using an emulator type approach. So that's ongoing work, and I hope to be able to talk more about that at a later date when we figure out some of the complexities in actually trying to do that. So to sum up, I think there's a lot of potential in applying data science techniques. A lot of this is happening in individual sectors like energy, or applications to areas where we understand these interactions, and a lot of potential for cross-fertilization of learning lessons to ultimately inform progress towards sustainable development. So I look forward to discussing this more in the panel. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to be part of the panel. I think this is a really important topic, and I'm glad for the chance to be able to offer a few remarks. I'd like to try to get specific, give a couple of kind of vignettes that maybe illustrate some larger points. So took it as a goal to talk about data science for improving understanding of how climate change affects environment and society. What are the opportunities and challenges? And what I really want to do is talk about opportunities and challenges with regard to data and science, and then how you bring data science together. Because I think there's a number of different areas of understanding that we have to merge here. Opportunity, where there is some need to know something that we really ought to know, but at this point we don't know, is the case example I'm going to take here, is the ongoing food insecurity in southern Madagascar. Is it in some way attributable to climate change? If you looked about a year ago, the United Nations released a report saying severe drought could spur world's first climate change famine. Shortly thereafter, the New York Times published an article saying human-induced climate change does not appear to be the driving cause. The New York Times article was based on this study by Harrington et al., where they looked at attribution of severe low rainfall in southern Madagascar over these couple years. And their basic finding was that climate change has not significantly increased the probability for something like what is being observed with regard to reduced rainfall in southern Madagascar. That's an important finding. If that's accurate, and we can take that home, then we really need to focus on other issues as opposed to climate change in the here and now with regard to kind of imminent food insecurity issues. But let's take a step back. How come there's these different conflicting perspectives? You can't simply apply a certain analysis procedure and trust it unless you understand it. And so let me talk about some of the things where I think there's important decision points that are not fully vetted, not fully understood yet, and really ought to be looked into in more detail. And there's all sorts of data science approaches that one could readily imagine that could improve our kind of level of understanding and how we're approaching this topic. So on left is the data that was primarily used by Harrington et al. This comes from satellite observations, primarily incorporated reanalysis of meteorological data and some ground observations, but it's primarily satellite observations of rainfall. On the right are in situ measurements that come from rain gauge data that have been made available to a select group by the Madagascar government. And the reanalysis on the right of station gauge data shows a clear trend since 1980 of declining precipitation, about 10% now in 2020 levels relative to what was observed in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. On the left, this only starts in the 1980s during the satellite era, but you can see it's only really in the last 2 years that there's anything like this kind of drought that emerges, and it looks like kind of a one-off event. Different data leads to different conclusions. The quality of the analysis is going to be rate limited by the quality of the data that goes into it. I suspect that if Harrington et al. Had used the data on the right as their primary analysis, they would have come to starkly different conclusions. Okay. To move on, we might also want to understand the degree to which rainfall anomalies are associated with anomalies in crop production. Here are 4 different crop maps associated with southern Madagascar. These are all state-of-the-art in one way or another. They're also all orthogonal to each other in terms of where crops are grown. That's unfortunate. What that means is at least 3 of these is wrong. If I had to guess, the one on the left seems to be the best, and according to our spot checking, and so we've used it. If you look for crop calendars, when are things grown, none of them made any sense to us, so we made up our own estimates here based on normalized different vegetation indices of when the planting and harvesting for rice would occur. We tried this for all different crops, and we came up with estimates at least. And then we would like to be able to empirically infer sensitivity of yield and production outcomes to variations in water availability. In doing so, we need to understand what were the production outcomes historically. And here again, you can run into very heterogeneous sorts of data sets. For rice, at least, we could do a sum at district levels and get to the national level estimates provided by the Food and Agriculture Organization Statistical Service. What is interesting, however, is whereas we could fit the data really quite well post-2010, data prior to 2010, we couldn't make any sense of. There was a kind of a political upheaval and revolution that occurred in 2010, and the way that statistics were gathered and reported changed substantially. And so in the present government, we have a situation where we're capable of interpreting the yield outcomes. What was happening previously? It's unclear. Essentially, every year was reported as being better than the last, but it was probably made up and utterly fictitious. And if you train on fictitious data, you get fictitious answers. Okay, so then finally, we would like to understand, well, why is this happening? To what degree can we attribute? And therefore, to what degree can we forecast what's going to be happening in the future? And here I'd just like to point out that there's a more developed literature around this so-called day zero event that occurred in Cape Town, where water supplies almost ran out, the taps almost had to be shut off. And there is a variety of different mechanisms that have been proffered as potentially at play. These include things like stratospheric cooling from ozone depletion, quite distinct from greenhouse gas emissions, tropospheric warming from greenhouse gas emissions, anthropogenic aerosol emissions into the troposphere, natural aerosol emissions from volcanoes, and natural sea surface temperature variations. And my point here is that we don't want to arrive at an answer too quickly. We want to make sure we're integrating good data, good science together in order to get answers that are well informed. It's a lot of work to be done, and I feel like we should know the answers to a lot of these questions, and we ought to be doing more with what we have, and I think there's a lot more that can be done. So let me wrap up with one kind of more general figure here. This comes from a paper by Friederike Otto et al. In 2020. What's being shown in the red circles are deaths from extreme weather events. What's shown in the black circles is deaths studied with respect to climate attribution. You can see that most extreme weather events in Western Europe are well studied, in that the size of the circles are commensurate. In North America, they're at least comparable. But in the global south, what you see is that there is just a dearth of study. Okay? Where our focus is in some ways inversely proportional to where the risk is with regard to the consequences of climate change. My hope is that by using things like global data sets and satellites, by focusing attention on these subjects, we can start to kind of load balance here a little bit better. So, summary. For many regions, especially in poorer nations, data quality and accessibility restricts evaluation of whether extreme events are attributable to climate change. In Madagascar in particular, it is unclear whether the recent drought is attributable to anthropogenic climate change, though such an understanding must feature in a sound plan for mitigation and adaptation, and that's what we're hearing about in the COP negotiations presently, as well as any way of understanding what sort of compensation would be appropriate. Improved understanding may be available through developing new observational data sets, improved uncertainty quantification, and careful evaluation of dynamical mechanisms. Okay, thanks.
I swear I have a degree in computer science. So I'm going to be talking a bit about one of the other dimensions that's really deeply and in very complex ways connected to climate change, and that's environment and in particular biodiversity. And so we're currently in a space where by any reasonable estimate, we are facing a massive biodiversity crisis. We've actually lost not 68%, the newest estimate is 69% of all animal populations on average globally since just 1970, and we're losing species across every taxonomic group at a faster rate than during the extinction of the dinosaurs. So clearly, this is not ideal. And not only is biodiversity maybe something that we might care about in and of itself, it's also something that's intrinsically tied to things like climate change, public health. For example, when you have reduced genetic diversity in species, you increase disease susceptibility. And as we start to see reductions in habitat, we see more interaction between humans and wildlife, leading to increased zoonotic disease transmission risk. Biodiversity is tied to food security. There's actually a recent study that showed that biodiversity in pollinators is actually tied to increased nutrition in our food. And it's intrinsically tied to things like ecosystem services. And, you know, biodiversity and, you know, studying the environment, studying ecosystems, ecosystem stability in response to things like a changing climate, this is something that many people have been very interested in studying for a long time. And one of the ways that we've really seen this explode in recent years has been in the types and the scale of data that we're collecting to study the environment. So that's everything from, you know, large scale satellite imagery, lower flying aircraft data, things like animal sensors that are actually tracking individual animals across, you know, thousands and thousands of individuals. These massive networks of stationary sensors, such as, you know, static cameras or static bioacoustic sensors, and a really fun increase in what's called community science. Systems that enable any of you to go out and take data with maybe your cell phone that can actually be translated then into something like a scientific grade occurrence record of a species. But, you know, with this comes a lot of complexity. One thing in particular that we find is that every single one of these data modalities has benefits, but also has issues. The data tends to be, in many ways, imperfect, going to be very biased, particularly data types that don't have some sort of human in the loop, someone actually going out and maybe pointing the camera at the animal you care about, then the animal might be hiding behind a tree or in fog. And then also, the real world is very long-tailed. Most of the data we have is for very common species. And then there's this incredibly long tail of all of the other species that sometimes we've never even observed in the wild. And then similarly to the picture that we just saw from Peter, actually where we have data is also incredibly biased. So this on the left is looking at just an estimate of what's called alpha diversity, which is roughly the number of unique species that exist in a given place. And on the right, we're looking at all of the available species occurrence data in the Global Biodiversity Information Facility, which is hundreds of billions of records. And you can see that those things are actually almost anti-correlated. And where we have data is probably way better correlated with something like wealth. And so what this means is that if we really want to scale up our ability to understand, and particularly understand how these things are changing as the climate is changing, we need to be able to build systems that can both measure and improve the generalizability of things like machine learning models under these types of distribution shift and bias. And finally, similarly to what we were hearing about this morning from Mario, we need to build and deploy efficient human AI systems. We need to make human experts, like ecologists and zoologists, able to really study these things at scale. So I'm going to talk about just a few lessons that we've learned from some of our work. Primarily, I work in computer vision. So I try to build large-scale models that can identify species in things like images or bioacoustic data. And one thing that we found is that rigorous and scientific experimental practices in computer vision actually are vital to enable impact. Here we're looking at just one example of a machine learning model that's now used to process the data of over 70 different NGOs and governmental organizations worldwide. This model detects animals, humans, and vehicles in camera trap data, which are static sensors. And we're just showing a couple examples here, but one of the things that was really key was that we had to build an evaluation framework that mimicked what we actually wanted to use the model to do. And we found that we had to choose the level of granularity of the model to optimize for generalizability. So instead of identifying species, we identify animals, and now it actually works even on species that were not seen during training. Similarly, we find that direct collaboration and domain expertise really lead to the development of methods that can make significant gains on important problems. Here, this is an example of a system that captures long-term temporal dependencies and actually enables us to identify species that were much too difficult to identify from single images. And finally, we find that actually deploying these methods in the field really moves us as a computer vision community beyond this idea of a static benchmark, and moves us into a space where you need models that can adapt and change over time and capture human expertise over time efficiently so that we can actually build computer vision solutions for a changing world, because there's no such thing as a fixed data set that will capture all of the dimensions of how the world is changing. So our big goal is trying to monitor the environment and detect change across scales, globally, and in real time. And very quickly, I think there's a ton of open challenges, but a few that are important to me are trying to make better use of all of that multimodal data, incorporating more of the structure of the domains into our methods, and figuring out how to efficiently verify and adapt our models. And all of that needs experts and stakeholders in the loop.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the opportunity to be a part of this fantastic panel. So I guess where I would begin is by saying that I consider myself to be a very incidental data scientist. I'm actually an environmental epidemiologist by training. And so the thing that I'm really interested in is understanding the mechanisms behind the relationships between environmental exposures and human health outcomes. And I think that what I'm going to focus on today is a couple of examples of the ways in which we can leverage existing data sets to try and elucidate some of the linkages between environmental exposures and health outcomes in different communities across the US. And then I also want to focus a little bit on the limitations of this kind of work and where I think there are opportunities and challenges for utilizing and leveraging large data sets for this research agenda. So to talk a little bit about the outcome data that I'm going to be presenting over the next few minutes, we have a data set of emergency department visits from the Optum Labs data warehouse, which is all insurance claims data across the US for United Health Insurance beneficiaries. It's over 100 million enrollees over time. It's people with commercial and Medicare Advantage health insurance. So Medicare Advantage is a supplement to people who have access to Medicare. But primarily this is people with commercial health insurance. It's a very small percentage of public insurance. And we're looking at adults aged 18 years or older across all of the US counties where there are enrollees enrollees in this health insurance plan in the US. So this outcome data is really powerful because it represents the de-identified longitudinal health information on enrollees and patients, a diverse mixture of age groups, ethnicities, and geographies across the contiguous US. So in the summertime from 2010 to 2019, we have about 74 million beneficiaries, 22 million all-cause emergency department visits, and then we further were interested in looking at the mental health impacts of some climate exposures. So we have about 3 million mental health emergency department visits. And one of the benefits, I think, of this type of data is that we're able to focus on some potentially sensitive subgroups. So we're able to look at age, gender, and where people live across the US. So I just want to put a pin in this because I'm going to come back to this point later in terms of who are the potentially vulnerable subgroups that we're not able to look at in this analysis. So this is a map of what these emergency department visits look like for all causes by county across the US in this data set. So this is the total number of emergency department visits that are occurring within each of these different parts of the country. And we do see that there's a lot of heterogeneity. And I just want to mention as a quick perspective on this, it's not that we see a lot of people going to the emergency department in the northeastern US. It might be just that there are more enrollees in the data in that region. So I think it's important to keep that context in mind. And by comparison, here we see the number of mental health specific emergency department visits in the same data set. The areas that are outlined in purple in this figure show the different climate regions according to the NCA4 climate assessment across the US. So I also just want to keep in mind that we see different numbers of patients in this data set in different parts of the US. And on the exposure side, so the projects that I'm going to be focusing on are looking at the relationship between these emergency department visits that I've described and extreme temperature exposures across the US in the summertime periods from 2010 to 2019. So to do this, we looked at the PRISM model, which is a validated spatiotemporal model of temperature across the US at a 1 kilometer grid resolution. And what we've done for this work is we've aggregated this data up using population weighting to counties to match with the availability of the emergency department visit. So one of the things that I want to mention about the ED visit is that that data is de-identified in-house by Optum Labs data warehouse. So the number of individual level characteristics that we're able to get from that data set is relatively limited, but it's also aggregated to the county level to preserve patient confidentiality, which is another thing that's really important in the public health domain. And so we're defining extreme heat for our work as the 95th percentile of the county-specific warm season temperature distribution. So you can think of this as about, what are the 5 or 6 hottest days of each of these summer times over the course of the time frame of the data. And we're comparing that to the times when the smallest number of emergency department visits are occurring within each of these summers. So this shows the temperature data that we have available from the PRISM dataset, derived from the PRISM dataset by county. And the thing I want to point out here is that the US is a very climatologically heterogeneous set of communities. So what means that what the 95th percentile of temperature looks like in the northeastern US is going to be very different from what it looks like in the southwestern US. And that is one of the things that makes this a really challenging area of research. And so now I'll walk through some of the results. This is from a publication from myself and some colleagues in the British Medical Journal last year, where we found increasing rates of emergency department visits for all causes, as well as for specific physical health outcomes associated with increasing temperatures. And we see this because we applied a model that's case crossover study design. It's time stratified, so we're comparing within individuals across the course of time, which controls for some potentially important confounders that might be time invariant because we're looking within one individual across exposures across time. So it's the unit of analysis is the individual rather than a day. And so one of the things that we're also able to look at in this framework is using a distributed lag model. We're able to look at the same day relationship between exposure and outcomes and also the lagged effects. So we see that heat is really impactful on the same day. And this is true for physical health outcomes. It's also true for mental health outcomes as well. And this was, I think, the really exciting work that I've been kind of subsequently focusing on is, in addition to physical health outcomes, which are relatively well studied associated with heat, we're able to demonstrate that mental health is also increasing for all causes related to mental health, as well as for for specific causes. So here, sorry, this figure might be a little bit harder to see, but we're looking at specific causes such as substance use disorders, mood disorders, stress disorders, anxiety, schizophrenia, self-harm, and we see that all of these are increasing as temperature increases in a relatively monotonic way. And so, you know, one of the things that we're really interested in, and we see this at relatively higher temperatures, the 95th percentile of temperature, as well as more reasonable temperatures such as the 80th percentile. And one of the things that we're really interested in for this work is what are the mechanisms? Why is it that we see similar increasing rates of emergency department visits across all different mental health causes when the etiology and the biological pathways are very different between substance use disorders compared with stress or anxiety? And then, as I mentioned earlier, I'm really interested in the vulnerable subpopulations, but this is obviously commercial insurance beneficiaries. So what about people who don't have access to commercial insurance? What about people who are on publicly available insurance? What about people who are uninsured? So that's one of the major areas of future work. And I think that one of the things that I also want to say is that we did see heterogeneity by different regions of the US and in different communities, which indicates that there are opportunities to highlight who are the people who are most vulnerable to extreme heat exposure. And, you know, subsequent research can also look at other types of extreme weather events that are associated with climate. So I'm really excited to get into, I think I'm the one who's standing in the way of question and answer, so I'll wrap up there. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and I think we'll start a little bit of some of the question and answer and the discussion with the panelists. So as I am reflecting to your presentation, we have Noel talking about how you model and how you think about this complexity of this how you think about model complexity when you're thinking about both environmental system and social system. And then Peter talked about attribution and how we identify whether or not an extreme weather event is indeed caused by anthropogenic climate change. And then we have Sarah presenting really state-of-the-art of computer vision technologies idea to understand and track biodiversity. And finally, with Amruta thinking about the health consequences of climate change, well, actually, all the health consequences of extreme weather event. And I think you provided data that when it's really hot, people say, oh my God, I'm losing my mind. And it's actually true, you're losing your mind. So the question I have for the panelists is focusing and going back to data science. So can you speak a little bit about what do you think are the biggest data science challenges and bottlenecks in the work that you are doing? And then I'm going to turn it on the positive, on the opportunity and the low-hanging fruit. Noel, do you want to start?
Sure, I can say a few things, but I think you know, I'm interested to hear what the other panelists say. I think one of the big ones I think was raised in a couple of examples, particularly Sarah's, was the need for data scientists to work with domain experts and really sort of adapt the data science methods. They're not necessarily going to work off the shelf, but there's a two-way learning interaction where the kinds of systems that we're dealing with, particularly the complexity, can actually sort of improve some of the data science methods as well. So I think that two-way learning is a big challenge, and there are some structural barriers to doing that right now.
What can you tell us a little bit what you mean by structural barriers and how do we overcome them?
Well, I think there's sort of individual learning to be had, right? You know, every time you go into a sort of new field, you have to learn the language. There's how people talk about what a model is, for example. In our climate grand challenge, we have been talking back and forth about climate modeling, and a lot of the machine learning folks, what we're talking about as being a model is very different from a machine learning model. So making sure that we can actually talk across disciplines is really important.
Yes. Any other comment?
I guess also just totally following up on that, some of it is just having empathy and humility. I see a lot of times people are like, oh, I have statistics and I have machine learning and I know how to solve all your problems. And in the end, actually, they're really hard problems.
Yeah.
And so really having that humility to come in and be like, I have a lot to learn from you about this problem. I will try to bring everything I know to the table and try to figure out how to solve it together. And then also very much trying to make sure through that type of direct collaboration that the sort of methodology that we're building is actually working towards solving the problem that the stakeholders need to have solved.
From the public health side, I guess one of the big challenges that has been interesting to see and overcome in my own work and also see other people's thought processes is the fact that a lot of the data resources that we use aren't actually collected for the purpose of public health. We're leveraging, in the examples that I provided, we're leveraging health insurance claims data. We use electronic health records data. In India, I've done research on epidemiology, but utilizing mortality records that were collected for the purpose of property transfer. And it's just about, I think it speaks to the need for the domain expertise as well, because we need to have those collaborations. We can't randomize people into living in a place with higher temperatures or not living in a place with higher temperatures. So, in the absence of being able to design our gold standard randomized control trial, we need to use the observational data that we have access to, and we need to be able to, validate the results that we have and provide compelling evidence that there are health impacts of these climate exposures, but also important heterogeneity and important effect heterogeneity by vulnerable population status. And so the secondary challenge that I guess goes hand in hand with that, which I think has been, demonstrated in so many ways, whether it was the postdoctoral fellows talking about the linguistic challenges of data or availability, or, talking about where's the exposure versus the studies that are being done. I think time and again, what we see is that the people who are the most vulnerable aren't necessarily the ones who have the data that can provide us with the information on what those vulnerabilities are. And so I think that's really one of the areas that I feel very strongly about continuing to leverage the existing resources that we have to try and identify who are the most vulnerable populations.
That's a great point.
Maybe I'll just pick up a little on some of the things you were just saying. I think when we're talking about climate change in particular, what we're talking about is changes in distributions over time. And often we don't have data that is of a consistent quality over time. And so this is a problem that comes up over and over again. How do you actually get accurate training data in order to be able to evaluate whatever it is you're interested in? I think ultimately we have to realize that we need to make models of our data that sit between the analysis that we're looking to do and the data product, because we're rarely are we actually observing what we want to observe, and almost inevitably there's systematic issues associated with biases or other kind of distortions of the data sets. And so developing a methodology and a appreciation of how to properly ingest data into analyses and then how that informs our interpretations is something which I see as a major challenge across many of the kind of climate studies that are out there.
That's great. So I'm going to pick up to something Sarah said, and I really enjoyed your comment, Sarah, that I always say, we need more empathy and humility and just understanding all of the things that we cannot really do. But I actually am going to ask a question that is on this opposite spectrum, okay? So forget empathy, forget humility. Let's keep the empathy. I think it's a good idea. So let's keep the empathy, forget the humility, and I'm going to ask you guys a hard question. So let's say that you have all of the resources in the world. You can engage the stakeholder. You can have wherever you want. And your objective in your area of research is to maximize the impact of whatever study you're planning to do. Because I know we all fundamentally are doing what we're doing because we want to help and do something good. So if you would have almost literally no monetary or technological or intellectual constraint, and so and you could do anything you would like to, but with the objective that I want to maximize positive impact for the world, what would you do? What type of study would you do? I know this is a hard question, but we are between Harvard and MIT and Boston University, so I'm curious.
I think we're a long
Go for
way.
it.
I think we're a long way away.
That's
but,
okay.
But
Try.
I think that really one of the spaces that data science and the sort of scale, and for me it's, it's spatial scale, it's temporal scale, it's taxonomic scale if you're talking about ecosystems. The scale that might open up is that we really could do a much better job with resource allocation. And I would love to see my work one day really help us move the needle on what we need to do and where we need to prioritize to try to, preserve as much of our environment as we can.
That's a great question. That's a great answer, Noel.
So yeah, I think rather than sort of set out a specific study, I think one of the things that in particular data scientists in this community could do is dramatically increase the accessibility of tools and approaches, and democratize those tools so that a broader community can actually do sort of state-of-the-art analysis and research, and sort of help the accessibility of tools from disciplines as well as from computational approaches. And that sort of broadens the number of perspectives of people who are able to engage at a higher level with these questions, and sort of gets more minds together. So there are a lot of different efforts to do that. You could think about a lot of formats, but the more you can make sort of information models, data accessible, and take away that overhead to say, before you even start the study, here's the things that you have to be able to do and format the data and do all those things. Like that accessibility barrier, I think would fast forward a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think maybe extending that a little bit. One of the things that is really important is consideration of the scale at which you're looking at these different questions, these research questions. So we can go all the way down from the global, because obviously climate change is a global issue, but we can also go from that scale to the very, very highly local, individualized impacts that different people and communities are going to face as a result of their unique exposure to climate. And one of the things that I think is really important is extending beyond, okay, we're studying the health impacts or the environmental impacts of climate to, okay, what are we going to do about it? What are the activities that we're going to encourage, or we think about it in terms of mitigation or climate adaptation, but each of these also has important implications for things like biodiversity, things like public health. And so, I think that these decisions, the power to make these decisions, needs to go back into the hands of the people who are experiencing the worst or the brunt of the impacts of climate. And so the more that we can make those tool sets available, and the more that we can make that information available so that people can be empowered to make the decisions that they're going to need to make for their families and their communities I think that's where I would love to see the results of my research agenda in the future, is going back towards empowering those communities that will be facing those decisions.
Do you have a wish list, Peter?
Maybe I should just help everyone else as best I can. Our job is to improve understanding so we can make better decisions. I agree with all this. Issues of accuracy, reproducibility, issues of representing heterogeneity, issues of accessibility, all need to be improved. This is kind of a gigantic community effort. One thing I would really like is that you guys have biostatistics in medicine, which is really nice. We do not have climate statistics as a developed field. There's actually not a good interface between what data scientists can do and what climate scientists actually are trained how to do. And I would really like to see those communities come closer together.
Yeah.
That's good. Thank you, Peter. That's a great comment. So we're seeing some question from the audience. So let me just read. I'm going to pick kind of a random. So there is Yang Lee. He's asking, most of the effort seems focused on the geospatial computer vision aspects of climate change. Is there an obstacle to integrate more socioeconomic processes into the model?
I can start with that because I think that was really part of what I was trying to emphasize in my talk, that there are obstacles, and there's a lot of there's a lot of talk about, we need to represent these processes better. And part of what I was trying to highlight is there's a lot of work in different domains that have tried to understand the complex and coupled system that is influencing what we observe. And what we observe is a combination of the environmental processes and the social processes. So understanding that better, could draw from a variety of different techniques. The panel earlier on agent-based modeling, which is extensively used in social and behavioral. There's a lot of innovation in embedding those kinds of models in some of the more traditionally used sort of processes modeling. So I think there's a lot percolating that we could develop.
And I'm thinking, Amruta, when we are working on the health impact of climate change, there is actually, or extreme weather event, we think a lot about socioeconomic and race, and maybe do you want to speak a little bit about that?
Yeah, so I think that this is it's a challenge that we face in terms of, and one of the things that we're always concerned about, especially when we're using these types of health data, is the confidentiality for patients who, this is considered privileged information. And so, one of the important points about things like health insurance claims data or electronic health records is that there's a trade-off in terms of the geospatial scale at which you're able to aggregate the data versus the individual level identifying information that you're able to get. So if you're going down to something like a very local zip code level analysis or a county level analysis, you're going to have to de-identify some other components of the individual level information. So that's the trade-off that we faced in the analysis that I showed, where we have a very limited ability to present heterogeneity by socioeconomic status or by race. And one of the other things too is that while we think that this is a fairly good representative sample of adults in the US, again, it's commercial health insurance. So by necessity, these are people who have access to commercial health insurance. We're missing people who might be in lower income groups. So it's a really important point in public health, and it's one that is kind of driven by the data that we have access to. But one of the things that I think is also important in the modeling component of it is that there's been a tendency over the course of the last few years to just put in race as a covariate into models and say that you've looked at heterogeneity by race, which I think conveys some of the responsibility for the differences that we see or the heterogeneity that we see to the individual characteristic, instead of identifying all of the systems that are behind that are contributing to the meaningful differences that we see. It's not that someone is more vulnerable because they come from a minority community. It's because they've faced systemic issues that have led to the differences that we see in the health outcomes by those different characteristics. And so I think that the challenge that we now have in front of us as a public health community is trying to do a better job of understanding what are the systemic factors that have led to these differences, rather than just I'm putting this in as a categorical variable in a model and I'm seeing heterogeneity, so I'm saying that this is the difference that is meaningful.
Yeah, and I think you just have opened and pointed out this huge field right now, and so important that it's really in terms of environmental justice and inequities that we all really worry about. So there is a question from David Parks. He's asking, how much do you worry when building out models about the need to communicate out to, for example, to policymakers? Does it affect the models that you use?
I don't know that it necessarily affects the models that I use. I think it affects the way that I try to communicate what the results are. Policy. So it's also at every single stage of the process of collecting health information. So in some cases, the health information is very nicely pulled together by different information systems or different hospital systems. But in other cases, you may be interacting with policymakers to ask them for the data that you're interested in. And I remember one time I went to a municipal corporation office in India to ask for their mortality records. And because of the way that I was asking for it in the native language, the person who was responsible for the register told me, I don't know what you're talking about, nobody's dying here. Not nobody is dying from extreme heat exposure. Nobody is dying here. So I think it's about how you communicate the request for data, and then also how you communicate what are the effects that you're seeing. So
yeah.
Yeah, I can weigh in on that, absolutely, and at every single stage of my work, really thinking about what questions to ask, how to frame that question, how to conduct the research in ways that it's going to be relevant and useful for a decision-making audience. Certainly is sort of throughout all of the stages of the research that I do.
Just a follow-up question for both of you, and then I'll turn to Sarah. Does that mean sometime, I don't think there is a right answer for that, but does it mean sometime in order to build a model to serve the policymakers, does it require some trade-off in terms of taking shortcuts from a scientific viewpoint or not? Maybe depends on the question.
I think you have to be careful not to give an answer to a question just because an answer is wanted when you're not prepared to actually give a good answer.
Right.
And when we do climate projections, which is a weasel word for saying we can't actually do forecast or predictions, instead we do projections, we're often giving the impression that we know what's going to happen, and we don't actually quantify the uncertainty very well. Right. And there's a market for that, and there's a need to provide that information, but we have to be careful not to oversell what we're capable of doing. And so that's one point. Another point is I think you should try to make the analysis as transparent, reproducible, and simple as possible so you can actually explain why you have arrived at the decision or the insight that you have. I think that in general is something that we should try to prioritize.
Yeah, and I think, Peter, you just better formulated what was coming and what was going on in my mind. And I think the degree to which we want to learn from, I would say, some of the mistakes that the community has made in COVID, now that we're dealing with the climate science, because, I think, unfortunately, COVID, there were answers that were not the right answer, but was the answer that people wanted to hear. But Noel, go ahead.
Yeah, I think part of that is also realizing that there are decisions that need to be made, and to provide whatever information in the fullest picture that you can, and do the kinds of analyses that will, acknowledging that uncertainty, at least figure out the bounds of what we can know, and that might be sort of not a really scientific answer that we can really put a flag in and say we know that this in this degree of confidence, but it says we know that it's not this, and we know that it's not this,
right?
And then this is the range where we're uncertain.
Yeah,
I think that it's an interesting way to phrase the question, but I guess I don't necessarily. Maybe I don't see it as taking a shortcut. I think I see it as we have our, here's what we think we know based on the data that we have and the evidence that we have in front of us, and we're hopeful we're always hopeful that can inform policy, but policymakers also have their own priorities. And I think it goes back to the point that you were making before about resource allocation. In a world where we don't have unlimited resources to address these issues, and people have priorities on their end of the table, I think, there's examples of where we're providing the best answer that we can based on the data and based on the science, and then we have to leave it in the hands of the counterparts who are the different stakeholders to make the decisions that are necessary based on the evidence that we have. So sometimes they like it and sometimes they don't. It's the same with communities as well. Sometimes communities will come to us and ask us to evaluate the exposures that they're facing and the health outcomes that they're facing as a result of those exposures. And we're not always going to get the answers that are satisfactory for people. But, this is what we provide, and then we leave the decision-making in the hands of the people who need to make those decisions, I think.
Yeah, I would agree. That's not a shortcut. That's harder.
Yeah, exactly.
That's true. That's true.
So this is a funny version of exactly what you were saying before, which is that model means different things to different people. But when I was reading that, I was like, absolutely. I make choices about the models I use based on sort of their intended use. And one of the things that actually comes into play a lot in sort of the computer vision space is that we get better accuracy with very large models, things like these visual transformers. But those models are very expensive to train. They require a lot of data to train. They are, they're very sort of fragile with respect to hyperparameters, which means that to get that increase in performance, you need to basically try a ton of different settings of the model for any given data set you want to use it for. And then not only are sort of all of those things true, the gains in performance are often kind of minimal. And then those larger models cost more money to use. And so if you're building a model that you want like a nonprofit in Kenya to use, you need to think about sort of the access to computational resources they have, the bandwidth. Can you run this model in the cloud? Are they going to be able to get their data to the model? Do you need to buy, computational infrastructure to run the model locally on the ground? How is how are you moving data around? How are you getting the sort of results of the model into the hands of people who need that? And then there's also environmental factors that come into play. I mean, you're building models that are supposed to be helping with environmental monitoring. But if you're burning a bunch of carbon to train, do this massive hyperparameter sweep on a huge model with billions of parameters, I just think that these are all dimensions that we often don't take into account when we're actually sort of accounting for the value of the methodological improvements we make in our publications. And I think we need to think more about sort of the other dimensions of usability and deployability of models than just sort of, 1% improvement in accuracy on ImageNet.
Yeah, I think that the important part about that is it'll be really user specific and what's good enough information. And, when we're talking about climate change, 100 years ago, we had good enough information to know that CO2 going up is the wrong direction and CO2 going down is the right direction. We don't need a lot of specificity on that question, but there's lots of areas in the climate area, for example, attribution and some of the questions on loss and damage that we need a lot of local specificity. So it'll depend very much on the user what kind of accuracy and fidelity you need in a model or a data analysis.
And what the risks are of mistakes.
Yeah. Great. Okay, well, I'm going to take the opportunity to wrap up this wonderful panel. I just wanted to maybe summarize the things that I heard, and I think with a list of keywords, I heard a lot about the importance of accessibility and democratizing access to data and tools, the importance of capacity building, reproducibility, increased rigor, that we're dealing with very hard problems, and therefore humility. But let me add one more keyword as we wrap up with this, which is the word of optimist. And hopefully the world is brighter than we think. And as a data science community, it will be really great to continue to work together in tackling this great problem. So I wanted to have my conspirator come to the part upstairs to have some concluding thoughts and remarks. So thank you very much for joining us for such a wonderful day. I want to also thank the people that are joining us online and they've been also active participants to today's conference. And would you like to say a few more things?
Yeah, we'd just like to say that, we've been so gratified with the conversations we've had all day. We wanted to pull together a day that reflected the kind of the increasing depth and breadth of data science happening, and I think we've been effective in that. So thank you to everybody that's been here through the day. Thank you to all of our panelists and all of our speakers who have been here through the day as well. We did also want to thank the Business School again. We wanted to thank the School of Engineering again for allowing us to share the beautiful spaces. We've mentioned the D-Cubed Institute. They've been extremely helpful through this, and especially Yarov Bojanov and David Homer and Jen Stave. We'd also like to make a shout out to the production staff here in Klarman. Thank you, production staff. You've been great. Francesca?
Yes, and finally, I think we really want to give a big round of applause to the staff member of the Harvard Data Science Initiative that have been working for months, day and night, and Jennifer Chow, Amara Dice, Kevin Doyle, Liz Landon Gray, Sarah McCulloch, and Rebecca McLeod. Thank you very, very, very much. And on this note of optimism, there is going to be refreshment and drinks, and please join us for the reception. Thank you again for coming.